Ch 73 Arc for the Beloved, Chapter 73 Under the Sun. Xish pondered a little about the situation and recalled about yesterday. Her memory of the end of the feast was a little hazy, but she had returned to the tent in Kalua's arms. Why were they sleeping together? Despite wondering about it, thanks to that the inside of the blanket was warm, and it instantly didn't matter. Through a gap in the tent, she could see the sun's rays. The light was red. It must still be dawn. Xish closed her eyes, thinking that she can sleep a little longer. It was such a momentary pleasure letting her consciousness fell into slumber. The moment Chris tried to let go her consciousness, Mia, who was turning over, directly hit Chris's forehead with her back fist. The morning sun shone vermilion, illuminating the countless tents that had been pitched. A soldier's a hangover? Was it because the soldiers were having a hangover? Everyone was busy working. Despite looking sluggish, walking through the encampment, Chris was accompanied by Kalua and Mia. Mia's chestnut hair shook as she bowed her head repeatedly. I'm so sorry, Corps Commander. Chris is not angry. Even as she said that, her forehead was red and throbbing, with a slightly dull ache. It was the worst awakening in Chris's life. Her cheeks, even while saying she was not angry, were puffed up in displeasure. As expected of Mia, to hit Chan with a back fist. The ability to calmly do things that no one else can do, what a big shot. It wasn't on purpose. When the soldiers passing by saw her, they all saluted, and she diligently returned every one of their salutes. While tilting her head at the strangely brisk salute of the soldiers, Chris headed for her destination. She had intended to sleep a little longer, but Mia's backhanded punch woke her up completely, and she had no choice but to head for the black kitchen to have a meal. Basically, Chris's meal was made by them. Meals were usually handled by a battalion, every 1,000 people, but they were not under the command of a battalion but under Chris's direct control, so they were outside of the chain of command. There were times when one of the battalions prepared meals for them, but the Black Century was already given special treatment. Dagra also said too much special treatment would not be looked upon favorably by the soldiers of other battalions, so she basically lets them cook their own meals if when there is some leeway. Putting aside if it was just 1 or 2 people, preparing meals for hundreds of people would be troublesome, so as expected, no battalion would be happy about it. It was a little early, but when they arrived at the kitchen, the soup seemed to be almost ready. Salute to the Corps Commander. Good morning. The 2nd and 12th Squads were in charge of the meals today. Both have a high level of cooking. The soup, which is boiled in a small bowl, has a good aroma that stimulated hunger. Horse bones. It smells good. Yes, Mom. We can't just carry it with us after all. It was horse bones that were boiled as a soup stock. Cavalry uses horses on the battlefield, and of course, they die in battle. If that is the case, then it's better to not waste them. Horse meat is often used for meals, and although it's often left unbleed, and retains a slight odor, meat that has not been dried or smoked has value in itself. Horse meat was a welcomed battlefield gift for many soldiers, though cavalrymen who fought together with horses were reluctant to eat it. It must have been simmered quite early. Without saying a word, the soldier took a plate of soup and confidently handed it to Chris. Chris looked at it with a serious face and sipped while blowing on it. Phew. She closed her eyes. The taste passed down her sleepy throat and filled her stomach, a taste that permeates all 5 of his internal organs. Very good. It's delicious. Koza, you've gotten better at seasoning. Thank you for your kind words. I used the leftover soup from yesterday as a base. It's that kind of ingenuity that makes it possible to make it tasty. Please keep up the good work. Chris nodded with satisfaction. Koza, the leader of the 2nd Squad, also looked happy. In the Black Century, a small reward was often given to the team that prepared delicious meals. The reward may be an exemption from chores, or it may be alcohol or fruit, but it directly reflected Chris's desire to eat something as delicious as possible. Due to that system, the soldiers naturally competed with each other, and Chris also gave cooking lessons several times, so their cooking skills have improved overall. Just it's a little. Mia, bar fruit please. Why yes. Mia ran and brought a pale red fruit. The fruit was not particularly delicious, strong acidity and moderate sweetness. However, since it is a dry fruit with firm skin, it can be kept for a long time. It was often used by the military because it grew without being affected by the seasons. Chris cut the peel into small pieces, crushed them lightly, and threw them into the pot. Then she stirred it and scooped the soup with a ladle. A single fistful of fruit in a large pot the size of half a Chris. The slight odor that remained in the soup was masked by the fresh aroma, and the flavor was deepened. A single fruit does not significantly change the taste. The faint sweetness of a secret flavor. When she sipped the soup, Chris nodded with a smile on her cheeks, took the soup on a plate, and handed it to Koza. She herself didn't let go of the ladle. Now it's even better. I see. The smell has disappeared. Bar isn't very tasty, but it's good to bring it as a secret ingredient. With so many ingredients, throwing some fruit in is not a bad choice. Though if it's a light soup, the taste itself will change. She tasted it over and over again. She doesn't like sour soups. Chris is basically on the salty faction, but Chris had learned that a touch of sourness and sweetness would bring out the flavor. The satisfied Chris didn't let go of the ladle and was absorbed in tasting the soup. Koza and the others in charge of cooking looked at Kalu and Mia with the wry smiles. Kalu, exasperated, confiscated the ladle, grabbed Chris's waist, and lifted her up. Okay, USA-chan, let's have a light meal before the bread is ready. Koza, please prepare some soup. Chris, even if the meal is a little later. Is USA-chan going to keep drinking the soup like that until it's done? That kind of thing. Koza and the others laughed happily, and Chris's cheeks blushed. While she groaned, she was carried by Kalua, then sat on a log that was placed in place chair. The piping hot soup was handed over. Chris looks a little dissatisfied, but was no match for her appetite. Blowing on the soup to cool it down, she sips it quietly. The kingdom's soldier meal is basically bread and soup, but the bread had not yet arrived. The bread was still being baked. The bread is basically hard-baked, stone-like bread, and is usually eaten while being soaked in soup, which naturally does not taste very good. Therefore, unless they are on the march, they often set up a simple stove. It takes about 2 days to set up, so it is not always possible, but it is lighter, lasts longer, and tastes better if it is transported as wheat than if it is transported after it is formed into bread. Considering the morale of the soldiers, there is a great advantage to having the bread baked on site, and freshly baked bread is often eaten during the encampment. Nozan seems to have issued an order to set up the stove on the first day. They will win the battle, and there will be many prisoners of war. A blow aimed at the enemy general's neck. Nozan, who was certain that it would settle the battle, had made such preparations in advance, foreseeing that the treatment of the prisoners would take time. The stay here would be only a few days, but the soldiers would feel differently if they could spend those few days eating decent bread. On an expedition like this one, these trivial pleasures are more important than anything else. Chris, who wanted to eat delicious bread, unreservedly praised Nozan for his wise decision. The contents of the soup change each time, but the base is potatoes, dried meat, and smoked meat, followed by onions and other vegetables that will keep for a long time. Root vegetables with low moisture content are also common. The kingdom has little difference in temperature between seasons, and the air is basically dry. Although the kingdom is located in a place where food does not easily spoil, when it came to provisions, the variety was limited. When they were close to the city, cheese and sausages were more common, but here they were able to enjoy a comparatively rich meal thanks to the large number of food supplies taken from Marsless Army. The Black Century has no work to do at the moment. By the time they had finished their soup, everyone had gathered there, and although some of them were suffering from hangovers, they were smiling as they watched Chris happily enjoying her meal. In the military, breakfast and lunch are especially important, while the evening dinner is modest. And between breakfast and lunch, breakfast is often emphasized. This is because some troops may not be able to take lunch properly. Even when camping, the breakfast is more lavish than usual, as it is still in enemy territory. Although it was a bit painful to eat right after waking up from sleep, this was the norm, as the leftover food could be used for lunch. Chris tore the bread and dipped it in the soup that was just served again. The taste of the bread that has been soaked in the broth with melted meat juice and the concentrated flavor of the vegetables danced in her mouth. While chewing it well and tasting it, she made an incision in half of the bread and insert lamb sausage and cheese. The cheese melted when it is grilled, and it goes well with the sausage. It popped when she bit into it. Its saltiness was mellowed by the bread. The combination of the three was outstanding. Chris's cheeks were completely relaxed as she munched on the bread with cheese and sausage in it. Mia, who was watching it from next to her, placed her own bread on Chris's plate. Chris's food preferences were already well known. Whenever there was sausage, she would eat it eaten sandwich style, so the Chris would have a second serving of bread that is dipped in the soup. Chris, who was absorbed in her meal, didn't seem to notice it. Basically, Chris's intellect will be severely stunted when she's having a meal. She didn't even pay attention to the bread that had suddenly increased. Today's performance is even better. Koza, belts. The 2nd and 12th squads won't need to work, except for the food for soldiers for today. Other teams should learn from these two teams in the future. Chris nodded with a serious face, and the soldiers of the 2nd and 12th squads raised their voices of joy. Compared to other groups, the Black Century attached great importance to the handling of food for soldiers. They work hard and improve their cooking skills day by day, although it is difficult to say that their cooking is perfect because of the rough nature of battlefield cooking. Chris greatly appreciates all the efforts that are made. The fact that they were given half a day off for cooking a decent meal made a big difference to their motivation when they were put in charge of cooking. As a result, when time permitted, the meals of the Black Century were often relatively elaborate, and Chris valued their cooking more than their combat prowess. Chris, after stuffing her stomach with food, smiled satisfactorily and called out to Dagra, "Bald Eagle, what's today's plan?" Training for coordination. The specialized weapon seems to have improved the individual abilities. But in yesterday's battle, the coordination seems to have become a bit crude. I think we should restart training in that area for a while. Understood. Chris will be inspecting each battalion, and after that, there will be a meeting. I'll leave the rest to you. But there is a possibility that we will make a move. The training should be to the extent that fatigue does not remain. Yes, ma'am. As Chris piled up her plate and was about to stand up, one of the soldiers quickly accepted it. Huh? Chris tilted her head, then someone else came with a small bag. Nurkana fruit. Corps Commander. Yes, thank you. Chris's meal was more lavish than usual today. The soldiers were very attentive, offering her juice, more cheese, and so on. She tilted her head in wonder seeing them, but could not think of any reason why. However, they looked at the bewildered girl with gentle eyes. Then, Chris will be back at noon. Chris stood up, thinking strange, but oh well. 5 people stood up following her. Mia's first squad. She didn't really need an escort, but for making contacts and errands, the first squad often acts with Chris. The layout of the encampment is basically the same no matter where you go. A corps consists of 5 battalions, each of which is assigned a post. In the center is the commander and 1 battalion. 4 battalions surrounded it. Each battalion was in charge of guarding its post. Each corps had an encampment of approximately 800 meters square. The tent positions and supply depots for each battalion were also determined to a certain extent, thus minimizing confusion in the event of an attack. It was also convenient, as the messengers running around in peacetime did not have to search for the tent of the corps commander or battalion commander each time they to contact them. The prisoners of war were also allowed to set up encampments in the same way, but there was no difference, except that they were temporarily deprived of their weapons. They were allowed to set up encampments for each of the original corps. After one night, only a little over 20,000 remained. Nearly 3,000 apparently fled somewhere. There was some fighting and a few deaths, but nothing to be particularly concerned about. Nozin had personally patrolled each encampment and had informed them about their treatment. They would not be punished for being enemies but would even be paid compensation equivalent to the conditions of our soldiers, though not necessarily in accordance with the conditions that Guildenstein's side had presented at the time of recruiting. Even if they didn't join, if they moved together, the army would guarantee them food and transportation to nearby towns. It shouldn't be a bad condition, and the reason for fleeing was probably due to political beliefs, or a grudge from the battle, or something like that. Of the 20,000 prisoners of war who remained, 15,000 chose to remain employed. Of those 15,000, about 5,000 were Chris's and Eluga's share. There was one point to consider in terms of how to distribute the prisoners of war. Did they want to create a new corps or incorporate it into the current corps? In the end, Eluga established 2 new battalions, while Chris decided not to create new battalions, but to incorporate them into the current battalions and increase them. This was due to the nature of the corps and the character of the commanders. Due to her personality, Chris often comes to the front line as a commander. In that case, there was a possibility that her command will be delayed, and increasing the number of battalions will have a significant disadvantage in terms of command and control. In contrast, Eluga prefers to stay out of the front lines and calmly command in the rear. Therefore, he chose to establish a new battalion because he judged that he could easily control it even if he increased the number of battalions. If it were possible to fight a battle with military superiority on their side, Chris, like Eluga, would prefer to command in the rear, but in reality, that was not the case. If anything, Chris and the Black Century were more likely to be on the battlefield where they are outnumbered. In that case, Chris would hesitate to establish a new battalion. Another reason was that it was easier to incorporate them into a battalion than to newly establish it. The division into century was convenient in this respect, and when incorporating them into a battalion, it was easy to reassign them because they were formed as a unit of 100 men. If the centuries were simply thrown into the existing battalions, the battalion reinforcement could be done away with. There were some units that disbanded due to wear and tear or escape, but there were generally no problems, and so far there was no major dissatisfaction showing. Keith, any problems? Not particularly. They're not bad soldiers. They are quick to learn. Accompanied by the 1st Squad, Chris visited the encampment of the 3rd Battalion. They were carrying out marching drills with the former prisoners of war that had been incorporated. Chris have included centuries who look excellent as much as possible. Your corps will likely be used as a reserve corps in the future. Reserve? Keith, the scrawny 3rd Battalion commander, stroked his beard and frowned. Chris will talk about it later too. But Chris and the Black Century will be working with the 4th Corps for a while. Chris and the 1st Battalion, Bagil will be offensive, and Keith will be mainly defensive, but Keith will be working in coordination with the 4th Corps and need to move while considering the overall layout of the corporation. In short, it's like this time, Chris said simply. Keith frowned more and more. The responsibilities given go beyond those of the battalion commander and were closer to the role of a corps commander or the adjutant. Since the 4th Corps has increased the number of battalions, it would be fine to entrust most of the front-line battles to the 4th Corps. Keith's role is to provide support from the rear. It seems like too much of a heavy responsibility to me. But Chris felt that Keith was the right man for the job. Keith was surprised by Cliché's words, which he had not expected. She must have hated him, that's he felt. When Chris used you as bait in the mountains, Chris thought there would be little more damage. But you seem to have understood Chris's intentions to some extent. As a result, despite the pursuit, the 3rd Battalion did not collapse and was able to pull its men to where they could receive the 5th Battalion's archery support. To reduce damage as much as possible under the given conditions and to maintain organizational leadership. That, Chris would say, is the most necessary skill of any military commander. Chris nodded while thinking about it a little, saying that it was really splendid. Keith was perplexed by the girl's unexpected words. Chris would have liked to have seen a decent proposal from you in that situation, but Chris also feels that such point could be honed by having a perspective on the big picture. In short, I have high hopes for you. Cliché nodded again with a serious face. Therefore, Chris has come to the conclusion to entrust Keith with the reserve as an officer equivalent to the 1st Corps adjutant. Do you have any objections? No, it's an undeserved honor, but the other battalion commanders, the 1st Battalion Bagil is highly likely to act together with Chris, so it's no good. The 2nd Battalion Faglan is stuck in front due to the nature of the heavy infantry. The 5th Battalion Gaines is commanding the archers. The rest was 4th Battalion Varga, but Varga said he would be happy if it was Keith, so don't worry about it. Chris nodded and continued. The rear commander is a very important role. If the responsibility is too heavy, Chris will think again about it. How is it? Keith pondered for a moment, then saluted with pleasure. Good. Chris will count on you. Chris bowed and left. Chris thinks it went well. Is it fine like that? Yes, Corps Commander. I think it was wonderfully phrased. Mia smiled and nodded. Chris had been thinking of entrusting Keith with rear command, but he was at a loss for what to say. She basically understands that Keith hated her. Mia, who was listening to the exchange with Eluga, also knows about the discord with the 3rd Battalion. Seeing Chris's hesitation as to how to explain it, Mia timidly made a proposal, and the conversation just happened was born. The 3 important points are expectations, qualification, and praise. Every battalion commander knew Chris's personality. Mia thought the same. Eluga, that no one would be displeased by her praise of their abilities. She is a soft-spoken and honest person, so anyone who hears her praise will accept it as fact. Mia then suggested that they start by getting the approval of the other battalion commanders. Luckily, Keith was injured and still had his arms casted. No matter how one thinks about it, it was only natural for him to be entrusted with rear command, and the other battalion commanders obediently agreed. Varga and others have a similar role and were in a relationship to compete for positions, but he was indebted to Keith for the incident the other day, so he also obediently agreed. If the outer moat was filled in like that, Keith can take on that role with peace of mind. When one becomes a battalion commander, they will certainly have a certain amount of self-confidence in their own abilities. Mia also came up with the phrase, "If you think the responsibility is too heavy." In effect, Chris was a puppet. You could say that most of the phrasing was thought up by Mia. Chris thought Mia was a stupid girl. Seems Mia is a good talker. Stupid. Mia stopped dead in her tracks, dumbfounded, and the four people around her burst out. Well, there is something missing with squad leader Mia. How to say it? The essential point was lacking. Why you guys? Squad members Bagu and Chris laughed, and Mia glared at them. Kalua happily put her hand around Mia's shoulder. Mia is smart, but she's kind of an airhead. Like, she can't do some things even though she normally could do them. Even though most of the scolding is Kalua's fault, I'm the one who was blamed. Corps Commander, Mia is trying to escape responsibility. Bad girl. Mia, basically, when your subordinates are wrong, it's your fault. It's not like wanted to be a squad leader or an adjutant. Chris pondered a little and said, "It's no good. Mia is the right person for the job." Chris made Mia, Bald Eagle's adjutant because Chris has high expectations for Mia's growth. Look, Mia is moderately smart, and she's pretty good at talking. Mia is bad, noob, with the sword, but Mia might be an idiot, but anyway, Mia is amazing. Corps Commander. It just makes it more painful, so please stop. That's strange. Chris tilted her head and the four laughed again. Kalua, for example, even held her stomach. Cuckoo, right, USA Chan said something nice. Squad leader Mia is amazing. I don't know what but she's amazing. Kalua, if you say more than that, I'll get angry. Wow, the amazing squad leader is unreasonably got angry at her subordinates. Mia, people who stand at the top must be calm. Chris and the others went around the camp while having a silly conversation, surrounded by soldiers, chatting and laughing, with a gentle atmosphere. The distortion was not completely eliminated. However, her appearance slightly filled the gap between her and her soldiers. A trivial change. And so the sun rose directly above them. Ch 74. Arc for the Beloved, Chapter 74. Evil. In the blank space between them, there were two men. They looked at each other from horseback and then spoke. Surrender, General Wiring. You have no chance of winning. Standing before the old general, Guts Wiring, was a man with copper hair. His armor, with its carved wings, glistened in the sunlight. Even if there is no chance of winning, it will certainly but some time, General Vraich. If I surrender here without crossing the sword, I will lose my reputation as a noble. I have already chosen this place as the place to die. I see, that is admirable. I pity the soldiers who will accompany you. He looked at the soldiers guarding the dragon's maw. From the north, which cannot be seen from there, was a 15,000 Christand army led by Celine. And in the south, 22,000 of Vraich troops led by Nozin. Against them, Gert's Wiring forces numbered about 12,000. They have no chance of winning. I won't die in vain. Reducing your military strength and buying time, then His Royal Highness will take care of the rest. He will bury you as traitors. As long as I can be of help to that end, that's fine. Who? Nozin's eyes narrowed sharply, and his mouth lifted. It was a malicious smile. Cuckoo, are you acting like a loyal retainer? My lord, Christand Bogan, is the enemy, Guildenstein's. Wonderful. His handsome face was distorted with rage. The raw hostility like that of a beast oozed out, and even the soldiers who looked at the two from afar shivered. You sure have guts saying that in front of me. Then I will show no mercy, no compassion. Regret those words in pool of blood. However, Guts accepted it head-on and spoke boldly. There is nothing to fear anymore. Let us talk with our blades. A warrior should speak with his sword, not with his words. Isn't that right, General Vraich? I agree. If you are a true warrior, that is, if you are merely accumulating years, even a dog and a beast can do it. I hope your words are matched by your sword, old General Dono. With a laugh, Nozen turned his back on him. Gertz also returned to his own camp. General, the young adjutant who approached Gertz had an indescribable expression on his face. No one thought they can win. Buying time, they knew they can't do anything more than that. Don't look like that. If we buy time, General Hilkintos and His Royal Highness will come to reinforce us. If we can hold out until then, we will find a chance to win. We have enough supplies, and this is also within our expectations. Actually, the siege itself was within the realm of assumptions, but he never thought that this place would be surrounded so soon. But to reassure his men, as a general, he had to tell them so. The battle between Karare Marslus and Nozen Vraich, that itself was bound to happen. If Krystand refused the truce, Nozen would surely move. Anticipating this, Gertz sent out another 10,000 reinforcements from here, giving Karare more than sufficient military strength to defeat Nozen. Even if not, he could bite time, or so he thought. However, looking at the result, it was Nozen's overwhelming victory. According to the stories of the soldiers who had escaped, it was 4 days since the start of the clash. It was an instantaneous event caused by a surprise attack on the rear. The Marsless army was cleanly decapitated, and as a result, the Vraich army increased its military strength. Gertz was completely cornered. Seeing that the two corps led by Krystand were out of sight, they must have gone west to suppress Hilkinto's armies and prevented them from joining up. He had heard that the Hilkinto's army had already departed from the west. It should be only 2 more days' journey to this point. If that was the case, it would make more sense to buy time here. The Hilkinto's army would probably raise a force of nearly 30,000. In contrast, Krystand's 2 corps would only have about 15,000 at best. They will not be able to hold off the Hilkinto's army forever. 1 week. It will be fine. We can last for a week. If we can endure much, the situation will be reversed. The soldiers lined up along the mountain and looked up at the old general with trepidation. We can't win in a head-on confrontation. But this heavy fortress that you have built, here we can buy enough time. And the good news is that the cursed child, Chris, does not exist here. If so, we can fight as usual. Without fear, the soldiers shouted in relief. What Gertz feared more than anything was Chris. After the series of massacres in Bernaik, some of the soldiers were still afraid of her. Due to the nature of the dragon's maw, it means that if they were pincered, they had no choice but to fight in the mountains. If she appeared here, it would be difficult to maintain morale. The trees have lost their foliage and the visibility has improved, so her elite units weren't as much of a threat as they used to be. However, ingrained fear is something that cannot be wiped away so easily. In that sense, the fact that Chris was not here was the best news they could have. The brave General Hilkintos is on his way here from the west, and His Royal Highness is heading here from the south while raising a large force. It was half a lie. South. He didn't know if they can expect reinforcements from the royal capital. This was because the royal capital was wary of Nozen going straight to the south. Even if they could come as fast as possible, there would be a delay in information. It would take another week or more from here. The only hope was in the west, but Gertz was not expecting Hilkinthos in the west to bring reinforcements to here either. If either of them arrives here, they will be the ones who will be driven to their deaths. Don't think of this as a desperate battle, but rather as a desperate resistance. The coming decisive battle in the royal capital. For that reason, the only objective here was to reduce the forces of the princess's faction and let Hilkinto's army link up with the army of the royal capital. From the beginning, Gertz never thought about surviving. His sole purpose was to keep the forces here and prevent reinforcements for Chris's army, which should be heading west. If they did so, Hilkinto's army would defeat Cliché. Even if they didn't, they would break through in an advantageous manner and join forces with the royal capital. Gertz's desire was not a victory here, but the final victory. Don't exert yourself to kill the enemies. Hope to drink today's sake, alcohol, with your comrade. If we do that, the goddess of victory will surely invite us to her banquet. The old general smiled with determination. The soldiers did not understand the true meaning of his words. They simply believe them. The battlefield is only filled with deception. In Merskronia, there were still remnants of the flames from the previous day. Burned down trees and half-bald mountains made Merskronia rather easy to defend. The elevation difference is an absolute advantage on the battlefield. If the trees that were in the way were gone, they would be able to make use of the archers, and the rain of arrows overhead would make it extremely difficult for the enemy to march on. Gertz had been fortifying the dragons more that had been burned down, especially Merskronia. He had also been training his infantry to be able to use the bows and had greatly increased the number of archers. The quality is poor, but if he can increase the number of arrows, then that's good. Although the situation was bad, their preparation was not bad. Seeing the inferiority of his forces, Gertz completely gave up the defense of Bernaik and focused on Merskronia. The reason was that he did not have enough troops to defend it, but the main reason was that he could not rebuild the fort in time, and he was afraid of another fire attack. The Kreistand army showed ruthlessness, even burning down mountains for victory. No one thought that there would not be a second time. To prevent it, they would have to defend from the foot of the mountain, and the recent incident was still fresh in their minds. The soldiers would not be able to keep up their morale. Gertz thought so and abandoned Bernaik. Either way, the Kreistand can't move forward unless they completely seize this place, which is a logistics relay point. Don't be afraid, keep shooting arrows. That way they won't be able to come up. The leftmost watchtower facing Vraich's army in the south. From the top of the watchtower, a large obese man gave the order. Take Iris Senja, commander of the 2nd Battalion of the 1st Corps of the Wiring Army, shouted at the top of his lungs, spitting in the air. His throat was dry and sore from the excessive shouting he had been doing recently. The battle was still going on, even on the 4th day, stretched over fences and countless watchtowers. As expected, it would be difficult for even Nose and Vraich to make a frontal breakthrough in the face of such a quagmire. He had come up with a strategy to thoroughly demoralize them. Taking advantage of their superior military strength, he attacked day and night, harassing them. They never stepped in and took no risks. It was intended to completely take away their physical strength. The North, Selene Kreistand also launched a similar attack, and it seemed that the slow march with a large shield over the troops' heads, maintaining their strength. Close the distance, set up the partition screen against arrows, and gradually close the distance between them. Then, on the western side of Merskronia, where there was still some green, a part of the enemy soldiers could be seen making a detour, waiting for an opportunity to attack. If the enemies were to attack, it will probably be from there. If they come along the mountain ridge, the advantage of the elevation difference will not work. However, since the defense was thickened in anticipation of such a situation, the main camp would not immediately fall. Although arrows rained down from Bernaik from time to time, it was really only effective at harassing the enemy. Even if an arrow can be shot from Bernaik, it is impossible for it to cross over here. How's it going, Alba? How are the soldiers doing? As expected, they're very tired. Whether day or night it continues. But the time the general said, it's only a few more days, he couldn't let up. But it was not over yet. Iris nodded his head in an exultant manner, and after confirming that there were no eyes around him, he said, I guess we chose the wrong master. No matter how I see it, this seems where we will die. I guess it can't be avoided. I thought it was impossible for Iris Stoner to die on the battlefield, but are you going to die while claiming loyalty and honor in the end? Haha, stop it. Well, putting me aside, I'd like to see you do the same, Alba. Dying to let me escape. If that happened, I'll pray for your soul to rest in peace while embracing a woman. I hope you will die a respectable death, at least for the sake of your men. By all means. They laughed and hit each other on the shoulder. It was a silly joke and exchange, but they knew that the time would soon come when they would no longer be able to do so. And that, for what it's worth, they would never run away leaving the other. Do you think reinforcements will come? It won't come. It's the serious General Wiring we're talking about. He must be thinking of becoming a martyr himself. He's a true warrior. I want to learn from him. Saying things you don't mean at all. Exasperated, Iris laughed. He thought he was doing well as he piled up experience on the battlefield, avoiding danger, but steadily gaining results. But even that will end in a few more days. This would be his last battle. Thinking that way, his heart was bright and clear. How old is your son? He's 23. It's a splendid one, not following after me. Already that old? His face probably looks like me, right? Haha, no way. It's definitely my seed. My wife is a chaste person, so she hates people like Iris Stoner more than anyone else. It's no good being fat, isn't it? Aren't yours the ones who look like me? I'll kill you. That's definitely. No, I can't say anything. To be honest, It's really doubtful whether both girls are my seed. The faces are clearly different. Alba burst out, holding his stomach and laughing pleasantly. Ha ha, that's why I told you to keep playing with women in moderation. It's karma, ... bastard. Saying whatever you like. I don't mind if you punish me if I'm disrespectful. Look, here's the neck. Take Iris sighed as Alba make a chopping motion on his neck with his hand. I must be the most unfortunate battalion commander in the world to die with a centurion like you. If I had to say, that's my line. I wish I would die in battle with a better battalion commander overflowing with honors. I heard that your dream is to die in your bed. Now, did I say something much like that? With a wry smile, Take Iris glanced at the scenery below him. Countless archers on fences that built over and over again. There were more than enough arrows. There were originally 10,000 arrows in this area. It would be no problem to continue shooting for several weeks. Many of the enemy soldiers could be seen making noise and resting in camps a short distance away. They took turns attacking day and night. They rested as if on purpose to show it, even though daytime in the middle of a battle. The soldiers approaching them also did not seem very enthusiastic. They were only advancing steadily, moving forward with their arrow shields in front of them. The height of the screen gradually increased. Alba, it's strange. Strange? That screen doesn't look like it's meant for our attack. Hasn't it gotten a lot taller? A screen that unfolded at the bottom of the mountain, especially the lower part, is quite tall for an arrow shield. If anything, it looks like a blindfold. It seemed like it took a lot of effort for just a screen. The trees cut down on burn were carried to the lower screen and processed there. He assumed it was used as a new material for the screen, but it was strange. You don't have to put into that kind of trouble. You can just carry the finished screen. What's the point of going out of your way to process the screen over there? And there was still something strange. There will always be surplus materials that cannot be used if it was processed there. However, there was no sign of them being transported anywhere, which would have been an obstacle to the work. Are they being transported somewhere during the night? If so, why? Take Iris wrinkled his brow and pondered. It's true, it's a little strange. But it doesn't seem like a bad idea to use that place as a workshop. In short, it's the same as the mole hole in siege warfare, and it's more efficient to put the workshop in front. If you know that we have no intention of counterattacking, it is not that strange of an idea. We should have installed a catapult. We use too much power constructing the fort. North side. He heard that the Christand army was using 4 catapults. They probably deem it effective on Merskronia, which had become a bald mountain. Its range was up to halfway up the mountain, and the situation was said to be worse than here. It takes time to prepare in advance at the workshop, disassemble it, transport it, and assemble it on site. Then adjust it. Because the catapult requires a large number of skilled workers, it was put on the back burner, ... and it can't be helped in that situation. Everyone was frightened. The disturbances in Bernaik by Chris Christand. The effect had lingered. As a result, the rebuilding of the fortress in Bernaik was temporarily suspended, and it was just last week that it was decided to focus on the fortress of Merskronia. The fact that the workers hated working at Bernaik was also a big factor. After a week of persistent disturbance, everyone was afraid to go up the mountain. The work was hurried but difficult, and the fort was only recently finished in its present form. If they were to build a fort in Merskronia, the wood would have to be cut from Bernaik, not from Merskronia, which had been burned down. Soldiers and workmen alike feared the headhunters of Bernaik, Chris and her Black Century. The sight of the brave men, who had gone mad or turned into mute corpses, had instilled more fear in them than the number of dead. They did not have enough time or mental space. With this much better visibility, the catapult can fully demonstrate its power. A wide field of fire and range could have forced the enemy to bleed a lot. But it's hard to expect that under those circumstances. It was too late. Cursed child, what a monster. I'm just thankful that the thing was headed toward General Hilkintos and not this way. I almost died myself. Alba also went up to Bernaik once. On the last day of the raid, the ascent was made with 4 Century in a tight formation. It was the Century opposite Alba's group that was targeted. It was a coincidence that he survived. If it was the other side, he would have died. Before they even had time to counterattack, the enemy had cleanly withdrawn, and what was left behind were frightened people who could hardly be called soldiers. Arond, Rawsil. What a shame. Yeah, Truly, I have no choice but to pray that General Hilkintos will take revenge. This time, the attacks continued day and night, and the state of fatigue continued. If that symbol of terror, Chris Christand, was here, that's something he didn't even want to think about. That said, it'd still work. I'll report up to the Corps Commander in the meantime. Messenger. Yes, sir. The messenger, who had been standing by a short distance away, immediately ran up and saluted to the Corps Commander, and asked for confirmation. The enemy at the foot of the mountain. At that point, a heavy metal sound resounded. It was the sounds of gongs being struck that even shook Takairu's steel armor. An assault. At this timing, Takairis immediately looked at the bottom of the mountain, at the plain. However, what was there was not the figure of an enemy soldier roaring and charging. It was something unexpected, and the appearance of what he had feared. Her silver hair, tied in two, swayed in the wind, wearing a black cloak, and behind her were men in black armor. In the girl's hand was a stained and torn flag, Hilkinto's crest, showing a two-headed lion. The black-clad soldiers were accompanied by a one-armed man bound with rope and gagged. The girl stepped forward boldly with them. While at a blood-drenched battlefield, she walked through like it was a town street, and on the flags lined up behind them was an unfamiliar drawing. On the black-painted banner was a crescent moon sharp as a sickle and a skull, as if symbolizing a neck cut by a blade. It was their unit banner. Even those who were raining arrows stopped moving for a moment. Hello, and long time no see to some of you. I'm Chris Christand. A voice that has been augmented by magic resounded everywhere. The girl said in a young voice, but emotionless. Then she threw down a Hilkinto's flag in her hand. Here is the former general of the kingdom, Margrave Oregon Hilkintos. And the treasonous Sine who pointed his sword at the first princess, Crescentafana Vera Alberon. In front of Chris, Hilkinto's body was held by his sides. He is then made to kneel over his crest. Some of those with magical powers noticed that Chris was smiling, a mad cursed child, and the tragedy at Bernick. Those who knew it instantly shuddered. As for why is Chris ripping off the limbs according to formal etiquette when it's informal? As you can see, this is an example. Chris raised her finger and said, as for Chris doesn't want all of you to shed unnecessary blood as fellow citizens of the kingdom. You probably don't know that your actions are high treason, and you are tempted by the evil General Gert swearing to fight here. So Chris wanted to make it known, she continued. I want you to know what the sin of high treason is, and as for Chris wants you to realize your mistakes here and surrender. Of course, Chris promises we won't treat you badly. However, if you continue to resist, that means you have acted out of your own will. There are no more excuses, and Chris will not hold back. Chris will do her utmost to make the sinner pay for their crime. Perhaps it was a signal. As the girl said that, she was handed a large curved sword by one of the women. She then cut the rope that bound the kneeling man's body. The man, Oregon Hilkintos, tried to escape at that moment. Then one of his legs was cut off by Chris, who easily chased her from behind. A spine-chilling scream could be heard through the gag. Chris grabbed the man by the neck as she moved, dragged him, and threw him onto his banner. Oregon screamed in pain, but Chris didn't show any mercy. She stomped him on the back. You cursed child. How dare you speak out against a general who surrendered peacefully with such a one-sided plea? Do you know not about the Holy Spirit covenant? Takairis raised his voice. An angry voice extended with magical power, followed by several other voices. Chris nodded repeatedly as she listened to the voices. Isn't it too outrageous? Some people may think so. It's much too cruel treatment for a general who had surrendered. Isn't it a violation of the Holy Spirit covenant? However, the figure that this man showed earlier, did you see it? Chris stepped on Oregon and placed the sword on his shoulder. This man is a disgrace to noble. Blood was dripping from the blade. The other day, this man pretended to surrender and tricked us. He had planned to escape from the beginning just like a moment ago. As a result, the lives of soldiers who should have survived unharmed were meaninglessly taken away. The offensive behavior disguised as surrender is a clear violation of the Holy Spirit covenant. That was done by a kingdom's noble, a general of the army. Then he swung down the sword and cut off his arm. The screams muffled by the gag were as ugly as they could be. This was not the appearance of a general who had commanded tens of thousands. The reason Chris is showing this is also to prevent the same tragedy from happening again. As you said, there are rules in war. Even in the midst of slaughter, there are rules to be upheld. There is a discipline to protect the honor and the cause of those who fight. There are rules to protect such aesthetics. She twirled the great curved sword, which was clearly too heavy even when looked at from a distance. Chris will always respond to those who adhere to it in accordance with the favorable interpretation. If you do not, then... She swung down and severed a leg. There was a scream. Some of the soldiers were shaking from fright, and others were crouching down, covering their ears. Like this, Chris does not have any mercy for you. Violation of the covenant is a grave sin, close to high treason, but in reality, it is a vague rule that leaves a great deal of room for interpretation. Remember, it is left largely to the conscience of the one who complies. If Chris wanted to, Chris could kill every soldier in this room with legitimate reason without violating the Holy Spirit covenant. The battlefield came to a halt while Aragorn had both his limbs chopped off. What had been a glorious kingdom general convulsed on the ground, looking like a caterpillar. Chris stepped through his neck as if to show it off, and after completely ending his life, she turned to the mountain again and announced. Chris is not good at talking, but if many people can understand by actually showing it like this, that's the best thing for Chris. I hope that you will understand what Chris just said and make the right decision. She returned the sword in her hand to the woman and continued. Also, Chris will bother you tonight. The battle will probably be over by tomorrow morning. To avoid needless bloodshed, please make your decision early. After saying that, she lowered her head deeply, and the silver girl returned to the camp. She was cutting off people's arms and legs, but she was still calm. All that was left was the cold air, awakening from the heat and madness of the battlefield. And a general who was brutally killed. Their will to fight was completely consumed by fear of the girl. Iris, who looked on in a daze, sensed the inevitable defeat that day. He slammed his fist into the wall of the watchtower. Ch 75. Arc for the Beloved, Chapter 75. Fortuitous meeting. Yes, it would be possible, given the terrain. General Vreich will go straight into the Dragon's Maw. Inside the tent were the 6 corps commanders and their adjutant. As usual, the Black First Squad, including Mia, was on standby as attendants, but Dagra remained at the Sanctuary for training. Today's agenda is about future movements. It was a question of who would hold back the Hilkinto's army approaching from the west and attack the Dragon's Maw. The atmosphere at this meeting was that Nozin, with its military strength, would hold off the Hilkinto's forces. The first thing that Chris did at the start of her speech was to turn their half-fixed ideas on upside down. Chris Sama, as expected, that is a bit too reckless. The bald-headed man, his muscular face scrunched up, tilted his glasses. Sardan Galkaran, the 2nd Corps commander of the Vreich army. General Hilkintos will bring a large force of more than 20,000 men. Unlike our eastern part of the kingdom, that side is stable. However, Chris Sama and Corps Commander Eluga combined had 13,000 troops, which would be difficult against General Hilkintos. Unlike General Marcellus, General Hilkintos is not easy. It was a natural opinion. The 4 generals who protect the kingdom's territory from foreign enemies are not incompetent. Unlike Karare, who was in the center, Aragorn Hilkintos is a person who should be called a great commander with a wealth of battle records. And even in the war with the Empire before, he freed Wolfeit without danger. Even if it's Chris, the proposal was too reckless with the difference in military strength. He felt that she was too overconfident in her own abilities. Well, wait, Sardan. Let's hear Chris Sama first. This is a meeting to decide on an important policy. As expected, I can't just say yes, understood, without hearing the reason. Could you tell me the reason? Nozin asked. And Chris nodded and then looked at Mia. Mia, who had not been told anything, was surprised for a moment, then turned to Chris's empty teacup and hurriedly poured tea in a panic. She was not signaling for her to speak, but simply signaling that she wanted a cup of tea. It's time. General Vreich will move in another 2 or 3 days. On the other hand, Chris and Skeleton will be able to leave tomorrow. The word skeleton made everyone startled for a moment and looked at Eluga. Did it refer to Eluga? No. Probably without a doubt. Everyone thought so, but no one could ask about it in this atmosphere. Eluga raised his eyebrows at the gaze for a moment and cleared her throat with a deliberate cough. If General Vreich and his men were to suppress them, the meeting place would be here. Even if the Hilkintos army moves earlier or later than planned, we can only choose a plain with no obstacles. It would be dangerous to try to advance further with a forced march. In any case, It would be too wasteful. To the south of the Dragon's Moor is a flat plain with no ups and downs. It was around that point that Chris indicated that the battle would begin. There are no hills where you can gain a tactical advantage, and fighting there would inevitably lead to a head-on clash on equal terms. They were prepared for that, but Chris dismissed it as a waste. A waste. No matter how strong General Vraich's forces are, it will be forced into a head-on confrontation here against the nearly equal number of Hilkinto's troops. It is highly probable that the loss will be in the 10,000. I see. If it is only Chris and Eluga, you can choose a battlefield further west. If you go further west, the north side is the base of the Atl mountain range, which extends southwest from the Dragon's Moor. From the forest extend out. It was a complex topography with several rivers running through it. Then Chris Sama will use the river in this forest to suppress General Hilkinthos. No. Chris sipped her cup of tea with plenty of honey and milk in it and smiled. There, Chris will dispose of the Hilkinthos army. Everyone in the room, except Eluga, widened their eyes in surprise. Among them, Nozen wrinkled his brow and looked at the map as if he was trying to bore a hole in it. After a while, he groaned and said, Then we have to hurry. This is where Chris Sama is aiming, right? What he pointed was the distance of 2 days to the west of the plain, which was supposed to be the expected battle point. It is a narrow road sandwiched between forests on the left and right. From the west, just across the river, there was no better position to ambush the Hilkinto's army. Hide the troops in the left and right forests, lure the enemy, cover the front, and bite them. If Chris was to defeat Hilkinto's army, which was superior in military strength, she could not find a better location. In fact, I think it would be better if we left at once. I can't accurately read General Hilkinthos' movements. If we can't take, skeletons also had their eyes on the same place, but if General Vraich also says so, then Chris felt relieved. But different. That's not what I'm aiming for, Chris replied, sipping the cup of sweet tea. Nozen frowned even more. You have a high opinion of General Hilkinthos's abilities. Is that right? Yes, if we take personal feelings out of the equation, I would say that he is excellent. He has not been protecting the west of the kingdom for many years for nothing. If we are talking about experience alone, he is better than me or the corps commander Eluga. If General Vraich thinks so, then Chris is more and more at ease. Chris smiled and continued. What Chris always finds difficult in tactics is the extent to which the opponent can be read. Even if you want to outwit the opponent's movement, the important question is how much the opponent can read your intentions from your actions. Enemy's actions, feeling around for the back, anticipating that and what's in the back of the back. Where do you stop the countless chains? That's where the difficulty lies. The act of reading the back of the enemy becomes fatal if the enemy acts without any back. Therefore, evaluating the enemy's abilities was a matter of priority above all else for Chris. Chris have been reading the records, so Chris have a general idea of what General Hilkintos is capable of, but there wasn't much in Gotoshu-sama archives, so Chris was still a little worried. But if General Vraich has taken note of that, it will most likely work out. That's assuming General Vraich was in the position of General Hilkinthos, a situation in which Chris is advancing her forces ahead of others, and if you have grasped that information, you would probably choose to move ahead and take control of the east bank of the river. Nozen nodded meekly. Finally, he was beginning to grasp Chris's intentions. That's where the enemy's throat will be cut open. That's what I mean. If you let them bite the bait, you can read their movements. Simply setting up an ambush position on the east bank of this river has a lot of uncertainties, so we use other means to meet the conditions. The key was the initiative. Like solving a simple problem, Chris said. Nozen looked earnestly at the map, thought about something, and shook his head. I'm still too green. Chris Sama force is small in the first place, so she doesn't need to pay attention to passive measures such as suppressing the enemy. Only think about taking the opponent's head, because it's efficient. It's if we take the head, then that's that. So Chris thinks that the solution is always simple, and that's all you should aim for. More honey was added to the tea. Chris savored the tea, which was now almost entirely honey and milk, and relaxed her cheeks. In the end, the number of battlefield selection options and the number of trials and errors will be affected by the number of troops. It doesn't make that much of a difference if you just focus on the objective. At most, there are only a few thousand soldiers that will be fighting at the same time, so it would be good if we could strike a decisive blow before the final battle occurs. Putting aside if the difference is too big, she continued. She never makes a mistake, and she will always achieve the desired result with all her might. Her words reveal an absolute confidence that could be seen as conceit, and the girl has the power to turn such words into mere facts. She may look young and pretty, but she is not just a normal girl. She was unmistakably a monster. I can't help but be grateful that you weren't an enemy. I can't believe in myself that much, Nozan said in amazement. Numerous copious amounts of flesh and blood on his hand, risking many lives, including his own, moving forward for glory. What arises is pleasure, fear, and elation that numb the brain. The conductor, commander, constantly savors it while striving to maintain his own composure. It is not a game on the board. The choice is always accompanied by fear. Is it right or wrong? Are you sure of your own sanity? But this girl was always calm and focused only on her goal. Celine Sama and I can hang for about 5 days? Nozan inquired. He already saw her victory as a foregone conclusion. She probably wasn't expecting the dragon's jaw could be brought full with force. He picked what could be her choice and looked at her. Yes, Chris, suppose so. About 5 days, at the earliest. Chris will be able to return by the 4th day. If possible, Chris would like to bring General Hilkintos alive. As expected, Chris can't be certain about this. The Hilkintos army waste the only thing the defenders in the Dragon's Maw can count on. Cutting it off would break the soldiers' hearts. She intended to make the Dragon's Maw surrender. Then let's prepare accordingly. However, the task is too easy on my side. It's too unbalanced. Gran Meld. Yes, sir. Choose 2,000 soldiers and accompany Chris Sama. Gran Meld saluted as his well kept seated. It was not good manners, but neither Nozan nor the others minded. I'm sorry to impose, but I'm a bit of a warrior, so. Chris has also seen the strength of Corps Commander Varkas. If there are no objections, I think this is settled. Does anyone else have an opinion? Nozan looked around and one person raised his voice. It was Sardin from earlier. What about the supply? Chris have hidden most of the supply we took the other day hidden in the woods, so we'll basically use that. I see. In order to ensure Chris Sama plan, it would be better to prepare the rear. It would be more convenient to make the other side think that Chris will take a delaying action. That's true. Chris was thinking of asking to connect from here. But Chris nodded obediently, and Sardin smiled. Although he complained about it earlier, he doesn't have any particular ill feelings towards Chris. His eyes were kind, just as they would be looking at a little girl, just like how she looked. Then, I have a suggestion for Chris Sama. Yes, what is it? Chris tilted her head and looked at him, wondering what Sardin would say. West from here, there is a merchant I know in the town of Kielzarin on the way. Let's talk to that man. If you stop by there as recognition of services for the soldiers, he will probably send a letter to General Hilkintos. He is a miserly scrapper with a lot of money but no class. Roland. Her eyes narrowed the moment he said the name. Tomorrow morning, Chris and her team set out. The first thing they were going to do was to find Marsla's supply, which was hidden in the forest. Most of the people who originally carried the trains were hired workers. Except for the guard soldiers and mercenaries Marslas attached, they were all ordinary people. After the raid, Chris made a written contract with a representative of the group, guaranteeing the contractual compensation they had agreed with Marslas in Kristan's name. And by paying some additional money, though it was forcefully, they made them stand by their in the current state and handed over the cargo to Kristand. Although the merchants themselves did not have military power, they had strong horizontal ties, and when viewed as a whole, they were a force with great financial power. Logistics-related contracts originally included a hazard fee, but the other party was a merchant within the kingdom. They cannot be too rough, even if the merchants were in favor of the enemy. They are only buying and selling goods based on contracts in accordance with formal commercial transactions based on the kingdom's law. They must be treated as neutral, good citizens. There are many difficulties in this area because of the relationship between the state and the merchant associations. The state has unquestionable force and power. The merchants fear it. The merchants have enormous funds. The state fears it. The best thing for both sides is to have a good relationship, and both sides fear the deterioration of that relationship. The relationship between the two was left more to conscience and tacit understanding between the two than to the law. Chris and her group take the merchants into custody by force and have soldiers standing guard in the forest to protect them as pretense. They will not hesitate to use force if necessary. That's what it meant. Naturally, those whose lives were threatened were afraid. They had no choice but to comply, even if the words were a bit aggressive. However, this alone would cause friction in the relationship, so Chris and her team guaranteed the contract with Karare, and then made a new contract and paid additional money in order to save the merchant's face. It was the end of such an exchange, and there was no problem that seems to be a problem. When they learned that they had easily defeated Karare Marsless, who was leading an army of 30,000 men, they were even eager to be on the winning side. During the attack, of course, there were some dead among them, but it was already clear that it was inevitable. Merchants are just creatures who move on profit and loss, and in that sense, they have a cold sensibility to the end. After retrieving Marsless's supply, which had been hidden in the forest, Chris and her group set out for the west, heading immediately for the city road. Although the distance was a little long and a detour, the fatigue of the soldiers would vary greatly depending on whether or not they were walking on a solid foothold. Naturally, it also affects the marching speed, and in the end, the time it took was not much different than if they advanced in a straight line. The roads around here were wide enough for 5 soldiers to line up side by side. Even so, a large army of more than 10,000 will create a long line of more than 10 rib 27 kilometers, but on a plain with wide visibility, there was no need to be on the lookout for surprise attacks, and the advantages of proceeding along the highway in this way were great. Without incident, they arrived at Kielzaren on the evening of the second day. Kielzaren, with a population of over 100,000, could be said to be one of the largest cities in the kingdom. The highways that stretch to multiple places, it's the key point of distribution that binds all of it together. The city is naturally more prosperous than other cities, but where there's light there's shadow. The city swelled chaotically to the point it was unmanageable. Further cities were built outside the city, and what existed between them was a slum. Even so, the city is still expanding endlessly. Kielzaren was in chaos. The sight reminded Chris of Mitskranisha, which was on the way to the royal capital. Even before their arrival, countless tents had been set up on the plains outside, ready to welcome them. The fast horses had arrived in Kielzaren the day before, but even so, the preparations were still this good. The ability to deal with the sudden appearance of over 10,000 soldiers would probably be as expected of a large city. That's just how many merchants were here. Even before they had finished unpacking, the merchants and prostitutes were calling out to the soldiers. "Oh my, what a beautiful young lady, are you from the nobility?" After giving a set of instructions, Chris went on a light inspection. After that, she was a little hungry and wanted to fill her stomach a little. The one who called out to Chris, who was buying skewers at an open-air stall, was a tanned beauty dressed with a lot of exposure. "Yufu, how about it? You're tired from your trip, aren't you? I'll take good care of you. Despite my appearance, I'm good at handling girls." "Ha, thank you. But Chris has a place to rest, so, yes, stop. USA-chan, this way." Chris, who doesn't seem to understand much, responded seriously, and Kalua grabbed her arm and pulled her along. Kalua scratches her own head roughly as she sighs in exasperation. "Geez, even if they called out to you, you don't have to answer." "Right when I take my eyes off her." "But it seems kind of bad to ignore them when they talk to you." USA-chan, if you leave her alone, she seems like she'll immediately be kidnapped before you can count to 3. Mia and the other 3 members of the squad smiled wryly at Chris. Chris was pulled by the hand and answered while chewing on the skewered thick sliced mutton. "Chris is strong, so, even if Chris is kidnapped, Chris will be able to return, so it's okay." She spoke confidently, but they couldn't help but feel uneasy because of her childlike appearance. The reason is that Cliché does not look like a soldier by any means. Although she has a coat of arms sewn into her cloak, inside she wore a white lace shirt and skirt. Although she wears a thick belt around her waist and carries a curved sword, no one would recognize her as the highest-ranking corps commander in the army. Considering her position and role as a member of the Christand family, she is the actual leader, but it is extremely difficult for someone who doesn't know to recognize her. The girl holding the grilled skewer in one hand, being led by the hand, and her silver hair swinging in the air. No matter how you look at it, she was a sitting duck. She was a beautiful girl who can be crowned as peerless, so she naturally attracts the attention of those around her. "Anyway, even if they talk to us, we ignore them and don't follow people you don't know." Chris isn't that stupid. I don't know about that. Exasperated at Chris that was puffing out her cheeks with a slightly dissatisfied look, she sighed again. Chris then looked to Mia. Mia, where's Bald Eagle? As instructed. Corinth's squad is resting. Is that so? Nodding in satisfaction, Chris loosens her cheeks over the grilled skewers. Chris will go to the banquet with Skeleton in the other. Chris'll leave the rest to you. Yes, please leave it to me. Mia smiled and saluted. Chris, Eluga, Granmeld. 3 people were invited to the mansion. It was a large mansion inside a wall. 4 fountains were placed in the large garden, and sculptures were lined up on both sides from the main gate to the door of the mansion. Without needing any signal from them, the double doors opened and a beautiful servant appeared. Welcome. Please come inside. However, she was dressed a little strange for a mere servant. Her black and white apron dress had a short skirt that exposed her thighs. Her black high socks seemed to accentuate her white thighs, and her bosom revealed a hint of cleavage. When she looked, all the servants in the mansion were dressed like that, and Chris is impressed by the appearance of an unfamiliar apron dress. Chris didn't like clothes that has high exposure, but that's when she was outside. Chris, who basically prefers comfortable clothes such as negligee, evaluated it from a serious point of view, thinking that it might not be bad if it was a little hot in the summer. Although it is a blatantly indecent outfit, Chris rather admires it as a functional construction for better ventilation. She even thought about discussing it with Barry the next time they met. Eluga, a man of common sense, looked blatantly uncomfortable when he saw the servants' outfits, while Granmeld, on the contrary, looked somewhat pleased and relaxed his cheeks. If the outside is luxurious, so is the inside. Everything was extravagant, from the gold and silver ornaments to the paintings larger than a person's height, to the railings of the stairs. While observing that cleaning seems to be difficult, they were guided to the large dining room by the servants. As soon as the door opened, the scent of the delicacies tickled their nose. Welcome everyone. And it was the smell of perfume that drowned it out. I apologize for inviting you to a place like this. Ah, nice to meet you. My name is Roland, the representative of Kielzarin firm. Earl Farin, Baron Varkas. I met the Princess of Christstand before. I remember that was ... That's right. In Mitskrenisha. He laughed intentionally as he said that. The white and gold jacket held back his belly, which seemed to be straining with flesh, and his thighs almost tore off his black slacks. His thinning was brushed back and decorated with countless rings and ornaments. ... Long time no see. Yeah, I never thought I'd be able to see that beautiful figure again. I'd like to thank the goddess of fortune, Arse. I am trembling with joy and would even shed tears if it was not in the public eye. I'm sure this what's called a fortuitous meeting. Fortuitous meeting, that's certainly true. Chris played with the hilt of the curved sword under her cloak. Chris's is also grateful for this meeting. With yesterday's and today's arrangements outside, the soldiers will finally be able to relax a little. This is a matter of course. I am ignorant of politics, so I can't talk much about it. But I loved the deceased king as a citizen of the kingdom, taking the life of the former king who, and even claiming to be the legitimacy of the royal family on top of that. Even I, a humble merchant, feel a sense of righteous indignation. He clenched his fists and shook his head as if to show his anger. Then he looked at Chris with feverish eyes. I want to do my best for Her Royal Highness and everyone who fights for it. That's what I think. Until now, I couldn't move freely and was forced to submit, but thanks to everyone who came as the savior of the kingdom, I can finally stand against the great evil. Words such as gratitude cannot be expressed anymore. Please use me as you will. He was a man of slick tongues. After saying all that, he said, pardon me, I become too excited, while guiding Chris and the others. I'm sure you must be tired from your long trip. It's a small amount, but I've prepared some food for. Let's start with that, and then we can talk later. Now, please come this way. The long table, which could seat up to 30 people, was filled from one end to the other with food. There was a whole roasted pig, a whole roasted lamb, and 3 whole roasted birds. There were countless kinds of soups, stews, and grilled dishes. All were of good quality. Roland sat in the innermost seat, and Eluga and Granmeld to his side. Chris sat next to Eluga. She did not want to sit too close to Roland. Everyone was seated, and wine was poured into the cups. Chris didn't like wine, but she can't help it for the time being. When Roland saw that everything was in order, He clapped his hands. For now, let's celebrate this encounter and to the future of the kingdom. He raised the cup while saying empty things as if it were a matter of course. Chris followed suit and sipped her wine. It was bitter and has a sour taste. Not sweet. When she frowned, the servant who noticed her chuckled and whispered, "Would you prefer juice?" Chris nodded obediently. Her dark hair was trimmed at her shoulders in a neat and tidy manner. The servant's atmosphere was somewhat similar to Berry's. Roland continued talking while eating. About cooking, about the economy these days, about people's lives. Eluga and Granmeld would handle such matters. Chris's role ended with a greeting. She decided to enjoy the meal. When she calls her servant San, the servant smiled wryly and asked to be called Elvina. The gentle atmosphere was exactly like Berry. Unlike Berry, who had a pretty childlike face, Elvina was a beautiful woman, and she was taller than Berry. But her mischievous, quiet smile reminded Chris somewhat of Berry. How unusual. It's a foul herb, properly kneaded. Is the seasoning seasoned with sun-dried salt and elkish fruit? You understand very well. Because Chris liked cooking. While Roland and the others were talking seriously, Chris was enthusiastic about her culinary research. The taste is similar to that of the food at the Royal Palace. I don't know much about cooking. But I heard that in the south they often use foul herbs. It seems to grows in the wild over there. I see. Come to think of it, Chris had heard about that. If it's southern cuisine. Ah, you might like this. Elvina, happily, began to divide the food and lay it out in front of Chris. It seems that there are many spicy dishes in the south, and many of them did not suit Chris's tongue, but there were still many things that felt fresh in her ideas. This is delicious, and that is also delicious. Chris was in a good mood by ignoring Roland. Elvina watched her with a smile and took care of her. Roland, also seeing how Chris liked Elvina, didn't say anything in particular. By the time the meal was nearing its end, Granmeld was completely drunk, his cheeks red and laughing merrily. Roland flattered him and spout out flowery words one after another. Ha ha, my, if the brave Baron Varkas is here, we can rest easy in the next battle. Even if it's a dragon's maw, it's probably useless in front of a big wolf. HMMN. For a moment, the conversation stopped unnaturally, and to kept up appearance Granmeld said, Ah, no doubt. Leave it to me. I'm worried about Hilkintos coming from the west, but I'm going to finish it before that. Corps Commander Varkas. Hearing Aruga's voice, Granmeld said I know while laughing and raising his hand. Roland's eyes narrowed slightly. General Hilkintos. I've heard rumors. Seems he is with His Highness the Royal Prince. I guess so. But they are not our enemies. His voice sounded as if he had somewhat sobered up. Granmeld's thick arms were crossed. Seeing the sign that he wanted to end the conversation, Roland laughed. I see, how brave. However, it was a rude conversation at a meal. I'm a merchant, and I don't have the bravery to fight with a sword, so I can't help but worry about that. It can't be helped. However, I would appreciate it if you could take care of even the smallest things since right now, we're in the middle of the battle. Eluga said so irritated and sipped the wine. Of course, I'll be careful. It's about time to end the meal. Let's go have some dessert, now, please bring it over. After the meal, Chris took a hot bath. Granmeld was sent back to his room first, and Eluga was discussing the contract. Until that is done, they probably won't make a move. You have very beautiful hair. I envy you. It's been a long time since it's been washed. It's a bit difficult if it's long. Chris closed her eyes pleasantly as the foam on her hair was washed away with hot water. Elvina smiled as she carefully combed her hair with her fingers. I have curly hair, so long hair like this doesn't suit me. I envy you. My older sister also had such beautiful long hair. Do you have an older sister? Yes. She is my prided older sister. Foo. It's been a long time. Since we met. The exchange was completely black, but it is also very difficult to take legal action against it. A kidnapper, a debtor, and a debt buyer. Everything was divided, and it's hard to keep track of because the debts are usually circulated left and right between multiple brokers. In this case, only the kidnappers and debtors were guilty. The traders who bought debts were often bona fide third parties with no knowledge of the facts. And the actual situation in the country was that they gave up on investigations and turned a blind eye to the situation considering the labor costs needed just for one slave. Roland was the owner of the debts, and by working for him, she was paying off her debts. Even if it was only in form, There was no ostensible problem. Such thin shoulders. Chris Sama is also going to fight, right? Yes. Is Chris Sama not afraid? When it comes to Chris herself, not particularly. She is not afraid of fighting, because it's not her who get killed, it's the person standing in front of her. Chris doesn't want someone important to Chris to fight, so Chris is just doing everything Chris can to prevent that from happening. Chris Sama is very impressive, even with such a small body. It's just a job. Chris doesn't think it's that splendid. Chris thought for a moment and said, Chris think the best thing job is a job that makes someone happy, like what Elvina is doing now. Chris is very happy. Thank you. Yes. Chris's favorite. The servant Chris respected is always kind like Elvina, so when the war is over, Chris wants to be like that. Pardon me, I don't know anything, but Chris Sama is quite the strange person, huh? Elvina laughed mysteriously and stood up. She took Chris by the hand and led her into a bathtub strewn with crimson petals. Is it strange? No, it's a very nice idea. It's just someone who is honest and kind. That kind of person is rare. Chris doesn't think Chris is that kind. Chris Sama is very kind. That's why I'm happy to take care of Chris Sama like this. Foo-foo, she chuckled. Elvina sat opposite Chris and caressed her cheek, her breasts and her narrow waist, as if to hide a little bit of her feminine flesh. Bringing her face close, Elvina admired Chris's beauty. Does Elvina not like it very much? If the partners are all like Chris Sama, it may be very happy. However, there are many different types of guests here, so even now that I've gotten used to it, I sometimes feel it's hard. I see. And slowly, to her neck, a little below Chris's thin shoulder, she kissed Chris's collarbone. Chris twisted her body from the tickle sensation, and Elvina moved her palms and stroked Chris's modest breasts. Elvina stared at Cliché without saying a word, and she went up this time. She rubbed the tips of their nose together, then pressed her lips against Chris's. Chris's eyes widened in surprise, and she looked at Elvina with her eyes wide open. Elvina, noticing this, looked into her eyes for a moment, and then, as her lips and body parted, her shoulder shook amusingly. When Chris tilted her head curiously, she seemed to enjoy it even more. Foo-foo, you foo-foo. It's no good. It was a bit of a mischief, but somehow, the poison was drained. Mischief. Since Chris Sama was saying so many cute things, it made me wanted to tease Chris Sama a little, but more than I thought. It's no good, foo-foo, forgive me. Cute and teasing. There, Chris understood the intention of her actions and Chris was convinced. And with her serious face, she thrust her fingertips to her lips. It's no good to tease. Chew, is for when you're with someone you really like. It became even more funny when she said that, and Elvina lowered her face and began to laugh. Is there something funny? Chris waited for Elvina to calm down, mulling it over with a mew. After a while, Elvina wipes her eyes and still smiling, she told her, ha. It's been a long time since I laughed like this. Chris don't really understand what was so funny though. Foo-foo, I'm sure Chris Sama is fine like that. But, yeah, really, Chris Sama's servant must be happy every day. I'm very envious. Elvina smiled as she sighed and wiped away the tears that have welled because of her laughter. I don't think it's okay for someone like me to say this in a place like this. I really wish you luck in battle. Thank you, Chris, you. May you be blessed with fortuitous encounter. Thank you for your kind words. But I'm sure today was a good, fortuitous encounter. For years to come, I will be able to remember and laugh remembering this day. Elvina said, then she stood up. Chris Sama will be returning to your tent today, right? Such a shame. Yeah, for Chris it is also a shame. But, nothing. Chris is also satisfied with being able to slowly soak in hot water. Thank you very much. No, it's a great honor to hear Chris Sama say that. She faintly smiled. Slits at the corners of the eyes, lightly pigmented lips, a slender face overall. The atmosphere of Elvina is similar to Berry's, but the facial features are completely different. But her face was also somehow familiar. It was such a strange smile. Ch 76. Arc for the Beloved, Chapter 76. Face. In the room, Elvina stood with her eyes downcast, and Roland was writing at his desk. And one more person. A middle-aged man was on his knees, silently waiting for his master. His face was indistinct, with no features. He was neither tall nor short, He had an average build. He was dressed in simple trousers and shirt like a man in the city would wear and carried a shoulder bag. In other words, he was a man whose appearance was not memorable. He was the kind of man that would only appear as a vague blur in your mind even if you tried to remember him later. It was Roland's spy. His name was Degris, formerly an assassin. He has been working for Roland for the past 20 years because of his impressive abilities. Degris thought that it must be a very important matter for him to be summoned like this. He had been doing this kind of work for a long time. If his isn't quick he wouldn't be alive now, even though he did not know the details. He understood what it was about. You understand, right, Degris? Yes. Just going through the army lookout is easy. To Margrave Hilkinto's economy, reputation, and military position. By picking up each piece of rumor and combining all of it, one can make a prediction. And what his master might want. Roland nodded in satisfaction at Degris's words. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to the Dragon's Maw. It's better to sell favor to His Royal Highness as much as possible. Roland trades slaves in addition to his front business. Of course, he never gets his own hands dirty. It would be correct to say that he lets others do it. Deeply rooted in the center of the kingdom, he has built his own kingdom. Who would be better for him to win the civil war? No need to even think about it. Guildenstern was one of Roland's most important clients. The downfall of His Royal Highness would also bring a heavy blow to Roland's business. On the other hand, Crescento is a weak and pitiful princess who valued peace. Surrounding her were idiots who valued honor and just cause, and pride that can't even be used as dog-fed. Under the reign of such a princess, his business would be even more difficult. It wouldn't even be worth weighing which one is better. Although he was aware of the defeat of Marsala's army, he did not see it as a big problem. The heroic cry stand without their hero. With his daughter at the helm, the only one they could rely on was Nose and Vraich. Roland viewed Guildenstern's victory as only natural. All he had to do is push it forward. If they head to the capital, it's not a bad idea to hire bandits and target them behind them. That would be enough to drown them in the kingdom, and Roland could strengthen his ties to the kingdom's capital. Smiling at such a future, Roland asked while running his pen. Elvina, did you hear anything from that cursed child? No. Useless. I didn't have any expectations from the beginning, but it's a different story if you didn't even put in the effort. Have you ever brought back information that is useful? Huh? Is all you can do is open your crotch and squeal? My deepest apologizes. Roland gave Elvina a sadistic look as she shuddered and said. It was a smile without any dignity. No, that's all right then, Elvina. If that's the case, I'm also a kind man. I'll find a master willing to use a whore like you. I suppose it would be boring if it wasn't a master who would at least be happy to cut off your limbs. Please forgive me, Roland-sama. How many times have I heard that word? Well, it's up to you whether I'm a kind master. You understand, right, Elvina? Yes, please, let me stay here. Degris was disgusted as he watched the usual exchange. That Roland couldn't hold a woman without threatening women at all times. His complex about his own appearance and power was oozing out of him. He felt that Roland was repulsive, but that complex is what made this man one of the greatest merchants in the kingdom. Because he is a coward, he is careful and has no hesitation licking other people's shoes for power. He was a piece of trash who gave up all his human dignity for the power of money. However, he laughed inwardly, thinking that he, who received money from him, was the same breed. He felt no righteous indignation at this scene, but only pity. He melted the wax in the fireplace and went to Roland's place, looking at Elvina with disdain, thinking he didn't want to be like this. Rolando rolled up the piece of parchment and placed it, and Degris dripped wax on it. Pressed on it was the emblem of a feathered scale. Scale represents fairness and equality. Degris accepts the crest, wondering where the fairness of this rotten merchant is. Well then, Roland-sama. Yeah. Be careful to not make any blunder. Elvina, I give you chance to make amends. Come here. Yes, thank you very much. Degris left the room without looking at it and went upstairs. He passed a few slaves but did not feel 1 ounce of emotion or interest in their indecent costumes or beautiful appearance. During work, Degris acted like a puppet, moving just for his mission. He proceeded down the corridor as he ignored the women who dutifully bowed their head and came to a dead end. He took out a dark blue-gray cloak out of his bag and jumped out the window. Then he melted into the night, and in that moment he realized, possessor of magic, multiple of them. He judged that it would be too dangerous to force his way out. His body had passed through the line of death many times. De Gris had no intention of falling behind one or two skilled people, and rough work was more de Gris' domain. Nevertheless, considering the feel of their eyes and the number of them, it was reckless to break through using the blade. In all likelihood, Roland had been targeted from the start. He was not surprised. It was something he was used to. It was rare for de Gris' work to go as planned. If it was an easy task that anyone could do, then de Gris wouldn't have been called. The other party was probably a soldier. Even if they were in the same line of work, it would be easy for de Gris to escape with his skills. He climbed over the wall and leapt to the roof, and then, immediately into an alley. This city was like his garden to him. From one alleyway, he would duck through the window of an unprotected house, and then, before anyone could see him, he would slip out from another location. Repeat that twice, and they'll lose sight of him. De Gris had already found the direction he should be heading. It was as if his eyesight was reflecting the gaze that he should not have been able to see. Even his cloak, which danced in the wind, felt like it as his consciousness. There was no sound of running, no sound of rubbing clothing. De Gris crosses the wall that divides the center of the city and goes outside. He pulled through the gap between the houses and lowered his posture, a technique ingrained in his own body, losing their last sight. Once that happens, there is no one in the world who can pursue him. His pursuers and observers were completely gone. Even after confirming that, he remained on his guard, and without a sound, he jumped off the roof. "Please stop!" And a blade was thrust to his neck! His body moved faster than he can think. The heel of his shoe, flinging the knife to behind him. There was no sensation, no sign, no sound. Just a faint glimpse of silver hair, only that swayed at the edge of his vision. Twisting his waist and then his arm, he swiped away behind him with the blade he had prepared. The de Gris world spun around. There was no pain, and before he knew it, he was looking up at the sky. His right arm was stepped on and the tip of a blade was inserted into the gap between his teeth. With her back to the crescent moon, in front of him was a silver outline. The dark cloak shimmered like a flame. Only the purple eyes shone colder than the moon. "Chris' demand is don't move. If you resist any longer, Chris will first crush your teeth so you cannot bite your tongue." A smile appeared on the girl's lips. "Then cut off the finger from the tip and peel off the skin. Don't worry. Chris is used to butchering animals, so Chris can avoid killing you." Beautiful, enchanting, yet poisonous flower. It was a chilling smile. "If you understand, blink twice. If you don't understand, close your eyes." "Why? How?" De Gris' mind was filled with confusion and fear that he had long forgotten. He was taken behind without a sign, and in an instant, he was forced into a situation in which he could not resist. De Gris closed his eyelids twice as the blade hit his trembling teeth. Thank goodness. Don't worry, Roland will die soon. If you want your safety, Chris guarantee it. Talk, make a promise, and work for Chris. As long as you do that, Chris will never do anything terrible to you." "It's a lot of trouble," the girl said as if troubled. He knew of the name Chris. Krystan's first Corps current commander. She was rumored to be a cursed child. Headhunter of Bernick. Chris the Cursed Child. The battle in the Dragon's Maw has been handed down even here. The victor of the battle was, of course, and also her name. A number of soldiers who went to battle have returned to this city. Some have gone mad and find it difficult to even lead a normal life. It is common for those who have gone off to war to come back devastated by the reality of it all. He did not take such rumors particularly seriously. She was probably a noble with some sword skill, he thought. He did not believe the words that she was a cursed child and a monster. Anyone that uses magical power is more or less seen as such by ordinary people. From the eyes of ordinary people, de Gris could be said to be more than enough of a monster. She is probably an excellent possessor of magical power accustomed to fighting in closed spaces among the trees, and the fear of that situation and the enormous damage they suffered caused her to be described as a monster. It's a common story, he thought, but it's true. Chris doesn't lie much. He felt his body trembled as she stared at him with that purple-colored eyes. Truly. This was nothing but a cursed child. De Gris didn't take his power lightly or heavily. He wasn't at the age to be overconfident or arrogant. Because he took pride in that, he could understand that she was an unreasonable monster. The rumors he had heard about her were nothing more than a dubious tales, and her appearance there as she talked. The girl in front of him was exactly as the rumors said. Is the guild you belong to Nightclaw, or Dark Knight's Feather? If it's the former, blink once. If it's the latter, no, it doesn't matter. The girl's mouth spun the words. It was a sweet, ear-melting voice. Chris doesn't really know what you're working for. But Chris, sure, you're working for some kind of profit in the end. But somewhere, it was distorted. If you cooperate, Chris will guarantee your profit. But if you refuse, at that time, it's interrogation, a thorough search. Her eyes conveyed that, like looking at a stone by the roadside, man looking to an insect, and God to a man. Those were the A's of the absolute. Chris will kill Roland and you, and the current structure of this city will be completely destroyed. Chris thinks it would not be pleasant, whatever your job is, whatever your desire is, if that were to happen. So, Chris suggests you nod your head here. The girl's eyes narrowed as she nodded. Chris can also take violent measures, but they are very inefficient and difficult. So Chris just wants you to cooperate. Chris wants a peaceful resolution as much as possible. Of course, there will be a reward. How about it? Slowly, she pulled the curved sword out from between his teeth. But there was no room for biting his tongue. Before he could do so, his teeth will be knocked out. A reward, you say? Degrees completely gave up and asked. As someone who lives in the underworld, he had some pride. However, he is neither young nor senile enough to abandon his unprofitable pride. Obey, or die. Everything, including your surroundings. Her request was just that, and she had no hesitation. And there is nothing he could do about it. It was over when she turned her eyes on him. Yes. What do you want? For example, if I said I wanted this city, would you agree? As long as you maintain order and promise not to do anything bad openly. Chris doesn't mind. Chris isn't really interested in your business. Exactly as she said, she also doesn't have any interest in Degree's life. He didn't know what the monster in front of him is up to. But there was something he knew. Okay. That's fine. I don't think it's good to turn you into an enemy. Roland made a fatal mistake, to whom he bowed his head. So, what do you want from me? Is it experience or natural instinct? His body, which had passed through many death lines, was telling Degrees. The one who will win this battle will not be the Royal Prince Guildenstein. We've got them moving as predicted. I'm sure we won't have any problem getting Roland's head replaced. From there, after some trouble, they headed for Eluga's tent. When they were done, when Chris approached him sitting in her chair, Eluga nodded and smiled wickedly. That's good. Is this what they said, having no worry about the future? The problem was that when she met Roland before, she had no reason to kill him. But not this time. From now on, this city will be treated as an important location that will serve as a base for logistics. Naturally, the ruler must be a cooperative partner for them, which means that Roland was inappropriate. If that is the case, there is no other conclusion but to kill him. Leaving a source of anxiety in the rear is a situation that should be avoided. Factors that impede the military's actions should be eliminated as much as possible, and when Cliché suggested disposing of Roland the other day, no one objected. It means that she could get rid of an unpleasant man in the name of justice. Chris was in a good mood. She had to do some work for the future, but she was not bothered by it. But really, Corps Commander Vacus is so troubling. Is it a blessing or a curse? Chris thinks Corps Commander Vacus did a good job acting though. No, it was after that. Sorry, please forgot it. It was necessary to tell Roland that their objective was Hilkintos, not the Dragon's Maw. However, Chris too was a country girl. She didn't really understand that part of humans, and didn't have any interest in it. Even Chris, who was as unsuspecting and defenseless as a chicken dancing beside a pot, had the knowledge of animal mating, and understood that some men were willing to mate even if they had to pay for it. Naturally, she doesn't have the sensibility to be embarrassed by such conversations. There was nothing for Eluga to be concerned about with this distorted girl named Chris, but that was the nature of an old man. He wanted Chris, whom he adored like his own granddaughter, to have nothing to do with such unbecoming talk. Assuming that Roland will be executed at a later date, what will happen to the servants? Well, seeing the situation, all of them are burdened with debt after all. They will probably be sent somewhere again. Is that so? Is there anything that bothers Chris-sama? Eluga asked Chris, who seems to be thinking about something. Well, the person Chris talked to was a kind person, so if possible, Christy liked to do something about it. Fume. Well, if Roland has the debt, it would be easy to apply the law as a de facto slave and release him. However, it is somewhat troublesome if there is another person who has it. After all, it's hard to blame someone for a slave trick like that. I see. It was an unexpected word for Eluga, but he knows very well that she has a kind heart. As if trying to persuade her, he spoke in a soft tone. Such things can be found anywhere. I pity them. But we can't help them all. Sometimes pretending to not see it is. Saying that Eluga shook his head. No, I can't even call this kind of advice. It's nothing more than a disillusioned old man's ramblings and imposition. It's not suitable for Chris-sama, who has talent and a future. If there are rich people, there are poor people. Those who are deprived will continue to be deprived. It was the providence of the world. Overturning something that has already been established is not an ordinary task and is beyond the control of ordinary people. But that's if it's just an ordinary person. The girl in front of him is not like that. If you pick up everything you can pick up, one day it will be too much for you and you will be crushed under the burden. You should know that there are many people who have fallen because of the charity they give to the poor. Indeed. Skeleton has a point. If it was just to pay off personal debts, it would have been fine. In the recent battle with the Holy Empire, Chris decapitated the general's adjutant, takes the general's assistant, advisor, and was rewarded even more than Celine for her other accomplishments. But it will be difficult to do the same for many more in the future. All of this is thrown into Kristan's house, but it was also an allowance system that Chris could withdraw at any time. If she wanted to help her, she could get by with that. However, in the future, it will be difficult if there are many people in the same way. Political, power, violence, and wealth. Those who have power are required to use it in the right way. After considering this carefully, what do you want to do? What do you want and choose? There is no such thing as the right answer, and it is a very difficult question. Berry said the same thing a long time ago. Troubled, Chris's eyes swam around, and she lowered her head. Thank you. Chris, we'll think about it a little more. Yeah, that's fine. However, whatever the conclusion is, it's up to Chris-sama. No matter what the conclusion is, I'm willing to help. Chris looked at Eluga happily. Eluga, too, had a happy face, a face like those of a corpse-eater ghoul rising from under the grave, and he gently stroked the Chris's head. Chris, flushing slightly, looks at his hand stroking her head and smiling. Chris have been receiving a lot from skeletons. Chris has to give back a lot too. Chris's doesn't need to repay anything. I'm just helping of my own accord. Then, Chris will help skeleton lots and lots too. Feel free to ask Chris anything. How troubling. Adjutant Quinez, who secretly watched the exchange alone, rubbed his eyes, thinking that it would be a heartwarming exchange if he only heard their voice. A good-natured old man and his granddaughter. But the sight in his eyes was wicked to the core. When he stands up, he is the Reaper. When he sits down, he is the Demon King. When he smiles, no one could make a sound. The evil look of Iruga, feared even by his subordinates, was made even more terrifying by the smile on his face. The other party also has the appearance of a pretty girl, but she is a monster who is called a headhunter by her enemies. There were some soldiers in Marcelus' army who fought in the Dragon's Maw, but all of them feared Chris. He had even heard that some of the captives even fled because they were afraid of her. What could she have done to be so feared? Many armies were known for their bravery, but none were so full of wickedness as this one. Quinez, did you hear that? Yes, sir. Make arrangements so that we can respond to everything. Yes, sir. Understood. The exact opposite Chris, a curse-like voice that seems to echo from the depths of the earth. Quinez performed a methodical salute. We will also investigate from our side too. But first, there is the battle in front of us. Yes, thank you. Chris will do her best. Yeah, so that Chris-sama won't have overdo it. Even though I'm not as untalented, I will help as much as you can. Fufu, Skeleton is a corps commander who does everything properly. Chris is also very reassured. Let's do our best together. Of course. When Chris finished talking with Eluga and left the tent, the first squad was outside as usual. The work is over, Chris told them. As expected of USH-chan, even though Mia immediately loses sight of him. That's Kaluya too, right? Didn't I properly find and chase after him? Kaluya laughed as Mia puffed up her cheeks and said that it was the Black Century that had surrounded the perimeter. Even for Chris, it would take a lot of time and effort to chase a single spy who escaped. Extremely efficient use of magic power, and handling of the body. Chris's physical ability can be said to be out of common sense even among magic holders. However, When considering various conditions such as simple physique differences, stride length, and the amount of magical power in the body, there were many areas where she is inferior to other people, and it was inevitable that she would have a certain amount of trouble chasing an opponent who was running away in a straight line. Accelerate using walls, ceilings, and trees as footholds, turning and jumping. Even though Chris has such high mobility, she didn't have a great advantage in simple speed over other magic possessors. Therefore, this time she used the sentry just to narrow down the route. Anticipating the escape route of the man who was preoccupied with the sentry, she hid her presence and ambushed him. With Chris's skill, that was enough. Once she knew where he was headed, it was easy for her to ambush him and take away his resistance. Degrees was caught in her trap. Adl, report to Bald Eagle. After that, we're going to take a big break. Tomorrow will be quite early after all. Yes, Mom. We'll be in the tent today, so why don't we sleep together, USA-chan? Kaluuya said teasingly. It hadn't rained so far, and since it was a completely open-air lodging, she had been sleeping alone, but today the tent is firmly set up. Chris was a little surprised at her suggestion, but thought about it, and nodded somewhat shyly. Well then. Mia, please sleep next to Kaluuya. Why yes. Or rather, me too. Mia won't sleep together? That's not. Chris fundamentally has no doubts about sleeping with others. There was some question as to how it was as she was the corps commander, but no one ostensibly complained about it. Given Chris's age and appearance, the remaining three men looked at the two with a slightly envious looks. And then Bagyu jokingly said, Corps commander, may I join you? With men is no, you know. The only members of the opposite sex who can sleep in the same blanket are family members. Wow. Enemies of women. The worst. Or rather, so USA-chan has at least that level of vigilance. It's a little reassuring. Kasama, Mother, Grace, properly taught Chris. Chris is a lady after all. Yeah, that's a good thing. Men are beasts, after all. With women it feels more safe and secure. That's right. Should I teach you various things today? Hiya, Kaluuya. Don't say stupid things. Mia sighed as she pulled on Kaluuya's ponytail. What will you do? My beautiful hair fell out. Geez. Because you keep saying things like that. From now on, every time you say something stupid, I'll pull it. Chris looked at Kaluuya's sullen profile and tilted her head. Illuminated with the face in her memory and overlapped. What's wrong? USA-chan. No, well, let's rest. Yeah. Foo-foo. Are you sleepy? A gentle smile. The atmosphere is completely different. However, the long slit eyes and slender features were somewhat similar to that servant. It's been a long time since I took a bath, so I want to just relax and enjoy it. How nice. I wanted to go too. Wondering if that could be the case, Chris swallowed her yawn and walks straight to her tent. Well, today Chris is going to wipe Kaluuya's body. Chris pretty good at it. I feel like I have accomplished something big. It's worth a try saying it. Chris and Berry always wash each other, but since today, Kaluuya is only on the receiving end. Do you want to wipe Mia too? Huh? No. By myself. Mia shook her head embarrassed, and Kaluuya tells her in amazement. You're so shy for someone who grew up in the country. It's because Kaluuya makes fun of me, saying, cutting boards. Cuckoo, are you still worried about it? I just said that you have a modest chest. Certainly, Mia, it might be smaller than Chris's. Chris looked at her chest and tilted her head looking at the frozen Mia. Chris headed for the tent as Kaluuya chuckled and grabbed her hand. CH-77. Arc for the Beloved. Chapter 77. Hilkintos of the West. As they pass westward through the central plains of the kingdom and enter a complex woodland area, Chris looked up at the sky and told Dagra, The sky. Rain is coming, Bald Eagle. It seems so. The shape of the clouds, their position, and changes in wind and humidity. Dagra, with his many years of experience, agreed with those words, which were based on her vast knowledge and intellect. Predicting the weather was a very important military skill. Is something wrong? Dagra asked, and Chris thought for a moment. She wanted to minimize the fatigue of the soldiers, but it was difficult for Chris to find the right balance. Rain exhausts the soldiers more than you can imagine. We've covered a fair amount of distance so far. I think it would be fine to rest early and let them eat. Dagra, immediately sensing it, said that, and Chris nodded. The words of an experienced centurion were closer to reality than those of anyone else. As a man who deals with soldiers on a daily basis, he is well aware of the impact that marches, breaks, and other trivial things have on soldiers. This is one of the reasons why Chris trusted Dagra and keeps him by her side. His many years of experience was one of the most reliable factors for her to make a decision. Chris did not take that lightly. She knew the limits of what she could learn from books, and she did not believe she could understand the soldiers' feelings. After one koku, we should be in a slightly open area. Shall we take a rest today? Yes, Mom. Tegel, send out 2 fast-footed men. Send a messenger to Corps Commander Farin and Varka's Corps Commander. After that, to Battalion Commander Quilton's. For this anyone is fine. Immediately, Captain Tegel raised his voice and called out 2 men. It was quicker and less time-consuming to use them than horses to send messages after entering the forest. There is a considerable distance behind Chris, at the head of the column to the rear, and it is very tiring to run the horse on the edge of the road where the footing is not good. Keith Quiltons, commander of the 3rd Battalion, who was the equivalent of adjutant, was in charge of sending out messages within the 1st Corps. He is right behind them, so anyone is fine. Right now, Chris hadn't trusted Keith with even the most trivial matters, and the transmission of orders within the Corps. Keith's control of the Corps is essential for Chris to be able to move freely, and Chris took advantage of Aluga's suggestion to force Keith to take care of some troublesome matters. Keith himself accepted it as an honor, so there were no problems at the moment. But Rain, huh? That's good. Chris had a few candidates for where to lure him, but this decided it. Chris said this somewhat happily. Oregon Sakis Renner Krinia Hilkintos. For many years he had single-handedly took care of the invasion from the Eldrant Kingdom in the west of the kingdom, and in the last war, he liberated the occupied Wolfiat. In his battles, there are no spectacular reversals from a position of inferiority. There are no daring offensives or brilliant tactics. He always establishes a superiority in terrain and force and settles the battle with that superiority. He believes that the solid and royal road is the one that leads to victory, and he has always been victorious and undefeated because he has thoroughly practiced it. His strength was his cool-headedness, forsaking all emotion and giving up everything for the sake of victory. Rather than losing, he would rather burn the city and withdraw without hesitation. His grizzled brown hair was cut short, and his carefully shaved cheeks looked hollow. His eyes were large and big on his face, giving him a somewhat reptilian, eerie, highly strung appearance, which was indicative of his nature as a general. A tall, skinny man, Orgorn was in the tent looking over a letter that seemed to belong to Roland. No, to be precise, it was delivered from one of his subordinates, Alkenes. It seems that Roland was under supervision and could not issue a letter, and had his subordinates send it instead. However, that in itself was a trivial matter. When the soldiers who had been sent out on a reconnaissance mission returned, the fact that his written on the letter would be confirmed, and the information itself was highly accurate. He had had several dealings with Roland. He had also had a long relationship with Gildenstein, a slave trader who was a trash but was good at making money, and if Roland was going to wag his tail, it would have to be their way. Good work, but I am surprised that it's not that youngster, Vraich. Seems I'm being underestimated. Oregon muttered in a fed-up manner. Chris Christand, Elugafn, and Granmeld Varkas. The enemy force was about 14,000, and their side was 27,000. You may go home, dog. Tell your master that I will thank him later. Ha. Before that, please dispose the secret letter. I can't go home until it's over. Kyuku. Well done. Oregon burnt the letter with a candlestick fire and tossed it in front of the kneeling spy, Degrees. Secret letters are very important, especially for those who send them. If Orghorn were to fall in with the princess's faction, that alone would put Roland in a tight spot. You have been disciplined, huh? Why don't you come to my place? I'll treat you favorably. Ha ha, you must be joking. Keeping a lowly person like me by your side will only damage your reputation as a general. Thank you for your kind words. Then excuse me. After watching the secret letter burnt and turn to ashes, Degrees immediately leave. He liked his curtness. He didn't waste any words, which is good for a secret agent. Orghorn silently saw it off, then lowered his eyes to the map. But even for stalling the number is too small. What do you think? He asked the bald adjutant. Adjutant Bellers, who seemed to be thinking about that, wrinkled his eyebrows and put his hand on his chin while answering. Aside from Corps Commander Vakas, I have heard that the other two are good in the mountains and forests. In the battle against the Empire the other day, their surprise attack decided the outcome, and they did quite well in the battle at Dragon's Maw. We should be on the lookout for ambush and surprise attacks during the march. We should slow down the pace and be vigilant. They may be planning to harass us with a small number of fast men. It's hard to track them in the woods. In front of them, a complex woodland area spreads out between the central and western part of the kingdom. Oregon must pass through here to aim for the Dragon's Jaw in the northeast. It is possible to bypass the forest from the south. Some amateurs might think that they could just ignore it and continue on their way. However, the march of tens of thousands of soldiers would inevitably lead to a long line. There was an army-sized enemy lurking in the forest. If they do something foolish like exposing their flanks, it was only natural that they will be divided and destroyed. A surprise attack in the marching column was a situation that everyone feared. If they were to engage in battle without any formation, without control, without information, and without knowing the scale of their opponent, even if they had more than twice the strength of their opponent, they would be nothing more than a mere ragtag band of rabble. A disorganized army is very vulnerable. It is easy to understand if you think of a battle between poisonous snakes. An army inevitably drags along its fangless body. If that body was aimed at, both of them will unilaterally have their stomachs ripped open, and their entire bodies will be paralyzed by the poison. And to prevent that from happening, they must always turn their heads to the enemy's head. An army must always advance against a powerful enemy, destroying it as it goes. Alternatively, they could bypass them further away, but if they did this, they would never be able to participate in the Dragon's Maw battle that Hilkintos was aiming for. It would take too much time. It was more likely that the battle in the Dragon's Maw will be over by the time they arrive. Even if they arrive before it ended, the Krystan's army now in this forest will relentlessly aim at their flanks and back. Oregon judged that there is no other way but a decisive battle in the forest. Gertz Wiring, who was defending the Dragon's Maw, only wanted Oregon to link up with Gildenstein in the royal capital, but Oregon was different. His primary objective was to stop the enemy advance from the Dragon's Maw. That alone would ensure victory in this battle. Varaich's army is operating with logistics connected from the east. Even if Oregon did not confront and win against Varaich's army, he could stall its forces so that they would not be able to participate in the battle for the Dragon's Maw. Then it would be easy for the central army to cut off the rear of Varaich's forces, which would leave them without food within their own kingdom, exhausted, and ultimately forced to surrender. If he had at least reduced their forces, if he had bought more time, that alone would have ensured victory. His adjutant Bellas smiled wryly when he said that. It can't be helped. He is a central general after all. HMPH, the only merit is the pedigree of the family. The one we can count on is His Royal Highness. Well, Wiring is not a bad general, but he seems to be quite weak after being cornered. Let's just hope Wiring isn't a fool like Marslus. Oregon folds his arms and frowns at him. He didn't see any problem with the current situation. But why are there so few of them? That was all he was concerned about. Did they think that was enough? No, normally, they would have chosen stability here. The opponent would have to break through the Dragon's Maw. If by any chance they failed to hold off Oregon and thereby failed to capture the Dragon's Jaws, the princess's faction would be thrown into a deadly situation. The Dragon's Jaws should only need to be brought into a pincer attack situation. They would not need much in the way of troops. In the first place, the main attack in the Dragon's Maw is the Krystan's army in the north. Oregon thinks that a supporting attack is enough to sandwich it from the south. If they had intended to finish the battle in one fell swoop, they would have had no problem moving toward the Dragon's Maw with the entire army, or alternatively, make the Krystan, who has come to stall them, assist the Dragon's Maw, and the Varaich army face off against Oregon. In such a situation, Oregon would have no choice but to hesitate to go on the offensive. But the number of people who came this time was small. That's why Oregon was determined to get rid of them. The mysterious behavior of the enemy aroused his suspicions. Why were they resorting to these means? Think of it the other way around. If I'm the enemy, what will I do? Back to basics. What would you think and how would you act if you were the enemy? Stalling? In that case, Varaich's army should be the one coming for them. Why is only one of them heading this way? It's probably mostly a matter of dealing with the prisoners. But even if that is the case, It's better to let the army of the cursed child that is coming this way head first for the dragon's maw. That would be more certain. If the enemy's aim is to attack the jaws of the dragon, the more he focused on that single point, the more he will lose sight of their intentions. There was a possibility that he was fundamentally mistaken. At the very least, the enemy was acting with the knowledge that Ulgon would move. The information must have leaked out. That part was fine. They thought of a countermeasure and sent the cursed child ahead to stall them. Why did she went ahead? Because they wanted to avoid a decisive battle on the plains. Yes, if it's a small force, there's no choice but to fight in the forest. Otherwise, they would be no match for them. But if it's a forest, and they excel in forests and mountains, no way. Aragorn glared at the map with wide eyes. They chose the battlefield not to stall, but to finish him off. The enemy was few, and that was why he chose to fight a decisive battle. He will choose to fight, and they will step into the forest. The army of the cursed child was small in number, and anticipating this, they entered the forest as if to lure men. What were they aiming for? Of course, it was an ambush surprise attack, ripping through the throats of those who looked down on the small force! He slammed his fist into the desk. The wooden cup on top fell to the ground and makes a noise. The premise was wrong. It's not a stalling. They seem to want to get rid of me. No way, that's probably the target is here. Shortly after entering the forest, there is a large river and a bridge through which soldiers and trains can cross. It is surrounded by forests on the left and right, and they will reach here in 3 days. However, 3 days later, this place will probably already be occupied by the enemy. After leaving town, the enemy must be approaching here with a forced march. Even if they fail to ambush, if they have this place in their hands, they will be more than enough to stall them. It was certain that if they slowed down and guarded against the enemy, they would take this place. We can't move the army now, but tomorrow we will start a forced march. We can delay most of our rations. Yes, sir. Are you saying I'm the same as that maskless fool? I didn't think you would underestimate me this much. I won't be satisfied until I drop you guys. There was anger in his voice. His hand searches for the sake cup, but it had already fallen to the ground. Attendants, squire, what are you doing? Alcohol. Why yes, sir. Excuse me. The attendant, who seemed to be frightened by Aragorn's fury, poured sake into a new cup. When he handed it over, Aragorn took a cigar in his mouth and the attendant hurriedly lit it. I have to thank Roarland for this. One more day late and it would have been too late. True. But, beyond that point, they will be just another trap. There is no escape. Just like the west side, there are several small rivers in the center, which is a little further east. The reason why the decisive battle took place on this side rather than the other side was probably because the river was wide and there was only one bridge that was the most suitable for advancing the army. None of the bridges on that side are that large, and there are several of it. It would be difficult for the enemy to anticipate their movement and narrow down their target, and if they were superior in terms of military strength, it would be possible to split up the soldiers and then make a detour to encircle the enemy. Easy to chase, hard to escape. If this ambush fails, the countless rivers will become obstacles that make it difficult for them to retreat. Aragorn inhales the smoke and exhaled it with his fury. He maps out the Christand army and finds a way to hunt them down. His round eyes were hectically tracing the map. Ch 78. Arc for the Beloved, Chapter 78. Wolfpack. Christand's army was moving northeast through the forest, but their retreat was blocked by a river. After crossing the first river, there was a big problem. The rain that had been pouring down the previous day had swollen the river, and unfortunately, the bridge they had to cross had been swept away. Facing the broken bridge, the Christand's army hardened their resolve and chooses to make camp there. From marching columns to /horizontal formation, the Christand formed up to face Aragorn. It was truly fighting with one back to the wall. Behind them was a raging river whose color had changed to earth and sand. Aragorn, seeing this, also moved from a marching line to a horizontal formation. The place where the decisive battle took place was a grassy plain that had opened considerably even in this forest. A deep forest spreads to the north, and a tributary of the river that flows behind Christand flows to the south, sandwiching them between the forest and them. The two sides lined up their armies on the grassland in the center, but from the air the difference between them was obvious. Just with a glance, the difference in strength was double. HMPH, so you're the commander. Was you, Corps Commander Farhan. If it's now, I'll allow you to surrender. Your scheme has failed. Then I won't have any face to meet Her Royal Highness. Besides, no battle is certain to be lost. The lines were 400 meters apart, and in the center were two men on horseback. The dull steel was carved elegantly, accompanied by countless scratches. They were proof that he had passed through countless battlefields. Raising his visor, which was shaped like the face of a goddess, and squinting his eyes, Aragorn looked at the man in front of him. His gauntlets, leg armor, and breastplate were chainmail. The helmet was the same as that of a centurion. His armor, which lacks any semblance of grace, was covered by a greenish-gray cloak, and he smiled with the sinister visage of a skull. Elucafaran boldly met his gaze, his wrinkled face showing no sign of fear. You always have an evil face. I've always wanted to peel it off and see what's inside. Ha ha, if you say that, then so am I, General. I wanted to take out those big eyeballs and compare them with others. Displeased, Aragorn lifted his cheeks. Cuckoo, I'll definitely cut off all the flesh from your body and expose it. As for that Chrystan's lass, she's quite the tempting woman. After I catch her, I'll make sure to give her lots of love. No matter how things fall, that kind of thing surely won't happen. Eluca replied with a pleasant laugh, his face showing what could only be described as malice. You're the one who will lose everything you've built so far, Aragorn Hilkintos. HMPH, nonsense. Well, surely both of us don't want to have a long-winded talk. Let's start, Iruka said. Then he went to the Chrystan's camp. Aragorn also returned to his own camp and informed his adjutant. HMPH, it seems they have no intention of surrendering. Their aim is probably to reduce our force as much as possible. Or there's some kind of plot. Aragorn looks to his left wing, the northern woods. If they want to hide it, it can only be in the forest. How is it? We're investigating it, but for now there's nothing. I doubt it only be a head-on confrontation with this difference in military strength, but it's not like it was impossible. With the situation now, no doubt there were many deserters from Chrystan's army as well. Chrystan's military strength that can be seen from here is over 10,000. More than 3,000 were missing from Roland's report of 14,000. He didn't think the number was too low. More than 5,000 of Aragorn's troops had also fallen in the forced march. The situation on the other side, where they were being pursued, must have been worse, so it was not surprising that they had lost that many men. The situation was rather harsh for them. Looking at the current situation in which we have cornered them, this difference in the number of soldiers is rather natural. On top of that, the stragglers on their side were being picked up by the supply train that was left behind, so their troops will be replenished later, and the troop ratio hasn't changed much from the beginning. All things considered, their side had the upper hand. But there was one thing that bothered him. Aragorn has not picked up a single enemy straggler along the way. Of course, in a situation where any decent person would be being chased, it's only natural that they would run away in a different direction than Aragorn's, but the fact that he hadn't picked up a single one of the 3,000 people was a little worrying, and slightly increased his concern. No enemy soldiers have been confirmed in the forest to the north yet. However, there was a good chance that they were hidden far away. Strengthen the vigilance against the forest. It's really bothering me. Yes, sir. The river to the south was in no condition to be crossed. Most of the rivers were more than 7.2 meters, wide, and with the current and broken bridge, it was in an unfavorable condition. That one could be completely ignored. Soldiers, listen up. Aragorn raised his voice. It seems the remnants of the Chrystand are a bunch of fools who can't even count against us who double their force. They didn't surrender but pointed their sword. Seems they want to be thrown to the bottom of the river. He galloped his horse and rode around the front ranks of the soldiers. Then he shouted, "Let them hear your voices. With a single voice of yours, they will realize their mortal destiny and be frightened. Now, let's march. Raise your roar." He draws his sword and thrusts it into the sky. At that moment, 22,000 soldiers raised their voices all at once. The sight of the soldiers lined up with swords and bows soaring high in the sky was truly imposing and majestic. They were the army of Aragorn Hilkintos, the ever-victorious and undefeatable army that had defended the West for many years, as if using the fervor to deceive the fatigue from the forced march with that heat. At the general's signal, they let out a cry into the forest. "Archers, step forward. Rain arrows on the enemy." And with that voice, they began to advance. Aragorn, watching, moved backward to slip between the soldiers. There was still a distance of 1 rib between them. The effective range of the bow was about 60 to 70 ken, 108 to 126 meters. If the distance between the two sides was not reduced to 1/3 of the current distance, they will not be able to fire their arrows effectively. It seems that the other side also sent the archers forward, but only in the center. Not deployed on both wings. There were probably not enough archers for some reason. The number of archers in the center was equal. The enemy's central infantry held a long spear and heavy infantry on both wings. Behind each wing were medium and light infantry. It can be said that it was a relatively orthodox formation. The only failure was that their side had not prepared long spears. Although they had brought them in anticipation of a decisive battle on level ground, they had left them behind as they conducted a forced march. Their main attack was in the center, which was thicker. The opponent would probably try to catch them with long spears and break through one of their wings. Looking at the current situation alone, it was hard to imagine any other way. There was no sign of approaching from the other side. They were waiting for them to close the distance. He watched the orderly march and glanced occasionally toward the left wing, the woods to the north. After all, that side was what he should be worried about. If it's only a head-on confrontation, there's no element to lose. Now, what are you planning, Farhan? You've made such a big deal about it. Surely you're not just hoping for an honorable defeat? 5 days ago, rain was pouring down on the tent, and only the sound of the rain was echoing in the quiet tent. Inside the tent, men surrounded a spread-out map. Among them were the main battalion commanders and Dagra, the first squad of the century, and 2 captains. Then there were the figures of the 2 corps commanders. Standing in the center was a silver girl. Her slender body is wrapped in a black cloak, and her fingertips traced the map. Her body seemed to lean forward on the desk in front of the large map. A battalion commander shifted the map and pulled it closer to her, and Chris politely thanked him. If we think about it as General Vreich and Skeleton predicted, the enemy will force their way across the bridge to the west. The probability of this happening is about 80%. We will ambush them here, or defend here and nail down the enemy force. A tone that was unsuitable for the battlefield. It was a sweet, young voice like that of a child. Nevertheless, Chris doesn't really like just nailing them down. It will mean leaving the dragons more completely to Celine and General Vreich, and Chris's purpose won't be achieved. After all, Chris personally wants to completely get rid of the Hilkinto's army here. Well, that's fine, Chris continued. If the enemy crosses over here, they will think we have failed in our ambush and blockade. If we can't hold down this place anyway, Chris, we will only be a trapped mouse, a delicious prey for the enemy. If we try to retreat, this time we'll be blocked by countless rivers, and if we run away, we'll be eaten from the back. Chris's fingertips danced on the map, tracing each of the countless rivers that run through the forest. Yes. When I was young. The man who answered was an old-looking man, Gaines, the 5th Battalion commander of the 1st Corps. He was a hunter-turned-battalion commander. He is one of those rare individuals who rose from being a foot soldier to a battalion commander while not being able to use magic power. His age was over 40 and he already looked like an old man, but he was smart and dependable in the forest and in the mountains. He was the man who single-handedly controlled the 5th Battalion, which has many archers who were trained as hunters, and was highly evaluated by Chris. How do you bring down your prey? It's the moment it bites the bait. It's the most defenseless, easy to aim, and the moment it stops moving. Shoot an arrow there or set a trap and capture it. Excellent answer. That's what Chris is aiming for. The moment the prey tries to bite Chris, we, who look like a delicious prey, that's when we strike. Chris put her hands on her hips and smiled contentedly as she puffed out her modest chest. Her lovely appearance, the doll-like serenity and an occasional contradicting innocence that she has. Such a gap sometimes makes her look even more attractive. Haha, putting aside us, Corps Commander certainly looks like prey that you would want to bite on. Mew. Does Chris look that weak? A quiet laughter leaked out because of Gaines' playfulness, and Chris, who didn't understand what it meant, and tilting her head. Oh, fine, continued Chris, looking at the map again. Chris, we must be delicious, tasty prey. Being chased, turning our backs, and cornered, the place to escape is the northeast, where we can get closer to the dragons more. Maybe the chased Chris, us, will go to General Vreich for help. She pointed her finger to the northeast from the bridge. The area is slightly open, with a forest to the north and a river to the east and south. There was a small bridge, where the wagons could not even stand side by side, crossing the river to the east. But that's where Chris, we, will be surprised. When Chris, we, tried to escape and cross the bridge, there was no bridge. It seems that the bridge here has been washed away by the rising river. Hearing Chris's words, seriousness again appeared on the faces of the men in the room, and their brows wrinkled. The bridge she indicated was the one they planned to cross tomorrow. Chris-sama, are you saying that we're going to deliberately destroy the bridge? Chris nodded when Grameld placed his hand on his chin and asked, isn't that the best reason for the fleeing Chris, us, to challenge General Hilkintos to a decisive battle? Certainly. That's good. I'm going to leave Gaines' 5th Battalion and some other battalion commanders here to do simple maneuvers, and then move as an ambush. It's a trap to kill the prey. Chris narrowed her eyes. She plots the virtual army onto the map and did the math. According to reports, the enemy forces range from 25,000 to 30,000. Unlike Chris, we, who have a fixed destination, they will lose about 20% of their army in a forced march with no clear destination. At best, they are 20,000 strong and exhausted. While we are moving with the intention of fighting here from the beginning, so we will fight with less exhaustion and create an advantageous situation. At this point, there is no element of defeat. After saying that it's just a matter of how to kill it when it gets this far, she put the nearby sake cup on the map and reached out for another sake cup. Mia, who understood her intentions, immediately moved and placed a piece that had been placed on another desk in front of Chris. It was a carved wooden piece. It is carved with carvings representing simple military classes. Chris thanked Mia, and she used the piece to draw a simple battle map on the board. The enemy will be outnumbered, and the archers will be pushed to the front. Archers will also be used in ambush, so there is no way we can win even if we shoot each other with this. The right wing on the forest side is for defense, and the left wing along the river is the main attack, right? Eluga said, helping to arrange the pieces. Yes, the right wing will have to face the archers without any support. It can't be helped. Are there any volunteers? The right wing will be in charge of the most dangerous part of this battle. Naturally, the damage would be enormous. Eluga took the lead before Chris appointed someone. The intention was to soften the blowback against her as much as possible. Then I'll be in the front row. 4th Battalion Commander Varga raised his hand first. Keith widens his eyes in surprise, and Varga looks back with a manly smile. Whether he wanted it or not, he still had regrets about using the 3rd Battalion as a decoy. He has a single-minded personality, and as a warrior, he always asks himself how he should be. Wonderful. The brave goes to the front row of the dead. Who is the next brave one? Several hands go up at the sound of Granmold's voice. Chris chose 2 of them and said, thank you very much. Oh, Chris forgot to mention. Chris'll leave the overall command to Skeleton. Yes. Guess I need to do my best to not look bad, huh? If it's Skeleton then Chris can relax. Eluga smiles wickedly, without a hint of displeasure despite being called a skeleton. Chris also smiled like a granddaughter, like that of a little girl. Seeing this for the first time, the battalion commander was increasingly puzzled by the mysterious relationship that had developed between the two. The right wing is commanded by Keith, the commander of the 3rd Battalion of the 1st Corps. Keep your men's fasciu and keep as many of them alive as possible. Loss is not what Chris, we, want. Yes ma'am. I swear by this name. It is the most rewarding duty of all. Keith, whose wound on his dominant arm has yet to fully heal, salutes with his left arm, holding his hand to his chest. However, contrary to his appearance, his voice oozed of imposing spirit. For the sake of his friend who had come forward to take on this dangerous role, there was not even a shred of falsehood or pretense in his words. Chris nodded at Keith, who was full of motivation. Then Granmeld took the lead and said, then, leave the left wing to me. Yes, Corps Commander Verkus. To be honest, Chris is glad that Corps Commander Verkus is here. Thanks to that, this battle will be a little easier. Haha, it's more of an honor to be evaluated that way by Chris-sama than by anyone else. The role is also good. Above all, the main attack makes my blood boil more than anything else. He laughed with a beast-like face, the scar on his left cheek twitching. The toothy grin was like a wolf facing its prey. Chris looked at Granmeld's face with an excited look. Wolf, dog, woof, woof, grrrr, woof woof. Feeling a revelation descending in her head, Her gaze wavers as she hesitated. He was very much in the mood for giving a nickname, but now it's a serious meeting. She squeezed her cheeks in an effort to endure the urge. Woof woo, Commander Vacus, yes, being aggressive. Granmel tilted his head at the unfamiliar words he heard at the beginning. Dagra and Eluga looked at each other as if they had realized something. It was a semi-unconscious reaction. Kalua burst out, and the men's gazes go slightly in that direction, but Mia hid it in a panic. Ahem, that's strange, Chris continued, holding her throat while clearing her throat, and Dagra and Eluga, convinced by the deliberate clearing, quietly nodded at each other. That is the situation. Without a doubt, the Hilkinto's army will have many reserves on that side to guard the northern forest. On the other hand, the enemy on the left flank where General Varkas is located is thin, and if we can get past them, we can deal them an irreversible blow. Chris drank the juice from the sake cup. Compared to when they had started talking, the air was just a little softer and warmer. The same goes for Chris's tone. However, it's quite thick, so if you do it properly, it will take some effort. Yes, to some extent. Therefore, we will use an ambush. However, the words that followed changed the atmosphere again. The first target will be the enemy's right wing against our left wing, roughly 5,000 to 6,000. At first, we will focus on this one target. Since we should have been a prey that is hunted down, they shouldn't be on guard. We will massacre them all. With the same tone and smile as before, she continued. The advancing Hilkinto's army and the stationary Krystand army. There was movement at that moment when both archers captured the enemy within range and got close enough. On both wings of the unmoving Krystan army, assault flags flew, and earth-shattering trumpets and cries echoed through the forest. Both his right and left flanks raise their large shields above their heads and begin a ferocious advance. Unlike the center where they can shoot arrows at each other, there were no archers on either wing of the Krystand. In order to minimize the situation where they were shot one-sidedly, they took measures to reduce the number of times the opponent can shoot as much as possible. The Krystand army bravely charged forward in a hail of arrows, never stopping. During this time, the Hilkinto's army fired 6 volleys. Even though they were charging, they, after all, holding up their large shield. Soldiers of the Krystand army, their shields and bodies were pierced by arrows, causing countless casualties, but the damage was far from fatal. The commanders of the right and left flanks, judging that it would not be an effective shot in this situation, immediately withdrew the archers on both wings. To the south, from the other side of the river, a great black rain poured down. It was a torrential downpour of arrows. The Hilkinto's army, which had been wary only of the spears of the enemy soldiers in front, was hit by arrows on their defenseless body, and screams echoed through the trees. It was a mere one volley. Considering the number of arrows that the entire Hilkinthos army had just fired, it was less than 1/10 of the number of arrows they had just fired. However, they suffered more damage from that single volley than the damage inflicted on the entire Krystand army earlier. Soldiers basically hold a shield in their left hand and hold it up. As a result, the formation is particularly vulnerable to attacks from the right and inevitably becomes defenseless. If an unexpected downpour of arrows rained down there, the result was self-evident. And there was a bigger factor than numbers. The soldier's round shield is held in the middle, with half of it protecting him and the other half protecting the soldier on his left. Fear of death naturally led soldiers to try to put their bodies inside the shield of the soldier on their right, which often caused the entire group to slant to the right-hand side, unable to go straight. To prevent this, the formation of the centurions, with the unprotected right side, would always be formed by courageous and skilled soldiers, to hold stop hit. However, the arrows that were fired from the unsuspecting right side pierced the bodies of the brave men, the bodies of the skilled soldiers, who naturally exposed themselves. As a result, in an instant, the right flank of the Hilkinto's army lost many skilled soldiers. A slightly disordered formation that overlapped with the retreat of the archers. The loss of skilled soldiers. What happened to them was confusion and a momentary paralysis. Across the river that passes to the south, centered on 5th Battalion Captain Gaines, who had separated from the Krystand army in advance, they knocked down trees a little further into the forest to create a square, and their well-coordinated fire poured over the tall trees and onto the enemy right wing without interruption. Ha! As expected of our princess. Faglan, clear the way. First Corps, move forward. A volley that was decided at the best timing. Granmeld, who saw the success right in front of him, lifted his cheeks and shouted, "The wolf pack under the heavens is going through." "2nd Battalion, clear the way." Faglan, the commander of the 2nd Battalion of the Christand Army, responded. The heavy infantry that acted as their shield immediately created a gap in the formation. For this reason, they had planned their placement from the beginning, and there was no hesitation in their movements. Originally, the 1st Corps had many subordinates under Nozenvraich, and Faglan was one of them. There was no problem in coordinating with Granmeld. Grameld's army of 2,000, which was hidden behind heavy infantry, moved forward. Each grabs a javelin and began sprinting. Many of them were the 1st Battalion, which was said to be the strongest in the Christand Army. A genuine combat group composed of a light infantry group nicknamed the Wolf Pack. Even in the midst of an assault on enemy lines, the smile on their faces was one of madness. "Let's eat those bastards." After forming a fairly dense formation while running, they all threw it at the enemy in front of them in unison with Granmeld's command. The disorganized front ranks of the enemy were completely disrupted, some with blunt weapons, some with swords, and some with axes. Some took up blunt weapons, swords, axes, and other deadly weapons that felt comfortable in their hands, and let out a wolfish roar. And running at the forefront was the great wolf, Granmeld Varkas. On his shoulder was a steel club, 6 shaku 7 sun, 2 meters long. The further it was beyond the grip, the thicker it is, and the tip was larger than a skull. At the tip of its diamond-shaped tip were numerous blunt protrusions, repeatedly smeared with blood and cerebral fluid. The iron club was blackened with rust and irremovable dirt. Granmeld further increased his speed from there. Even the name of the great wolf was no longer enough to describe him. He lifts the iron rod with ease with one hand and looked down at the enemy's face as it approached. There was terror in the face of the enemy, and he saw fright. With his cheeks lifted like a madman, Grumbled smiled a toothy grin and swung his great sword to the side. A dull sound that could not be thought of as being emitted by a human body resounded, and the accelerated steel was swung through. One person's torso was easily broken from the top of the armor, and the spine of the soldier next to it was broken. The formation of several people was blown away, and the distorted body of the soldier danced in the air. "Follow me. Now you can eat whatever you want." Twisting his body, this time to the right, flesh and armor crumpled, and a few men in armor flew into the air again. Monsters beyond human. The distorted drumming of the wolf pack's leader, the great wolf Granmeld Varkas. A little later, the others cut into them, and the battlefield music of countless blades and screams echoed in the place. The first corps of Vraich's army, which had raised a battle cry to the chorus of the enemy's screams, bites through the flesh of the frightened enemy. The impact crumpled the fragile bodies of flesh, and some fell into the river from fear. Granmeld was convinced of his victory and shouts with a maddened laugh. "Carlos, split to the center. You should scratch the archers in the center." "Yes, sir." "1st Battalion forward, talks. You follow me. Don't worry about the rest." "You guys heard it." Strengthened the corps commander's side. Everyone had a cheek-ripping smile on their face. A group of beast-like men, unable to blend in with the city. But here, they can release their hidden wildness to their heart's content. In front of them was a crowd of frightened prey. In the rear of the enemy's line, arrows were raining down, and the line was in disarray. It was the perfect assault situation that anyone would be hoping for. Their eyes were clouded by the glory they would gain from shredding flesh and blood. Ch 79. Arc for the Beloved, Chapter 79. Hunting Ground Without Hope. The most painful part was the right wing, which had been pushed back significantly. Aragorn glared to the south, over the river, his face turning red. They were under fire from their flanks, and on top of that, in front of them was the mighty Granmeld force. If he did not send in reinforcements quickly, the collapse of the right wing would be imminent. "Send reinforcements to the right wing." "Regroup." "Yes, sir." "Where will the reserves come from?" "From here." "Don't move the reserves on the left wing." The left wing quickly retreated its archers and repositioned them. In the center, the archers on both wings were retreating a little earlier than planned, but the opponent had long spear. If they continued to shoot arrows from their heads, which cannot be protected without a large shield, the enemy will eventually collapse. No, wrong. They won't come. At the same time, Aragorn thought so. The archers and long spear infantry in the center of the enemy stopped. They had only moved forward a little from their previous position. Then, they started shooting furiously at the archers, whose numbers had been reduced by the attacks from both wings. Their central infantry, the vanguard, was within the enemy's range. Their center was also firing back, but their number had decreased as the left and right units have been pulled back because of the attacks of the enemy's wings. There was no doubt that they would be the ones losing in the central firefight. I see. Farin, you've sure done it. The smaller the force, the more they will be caught up in petty tactics and schemes, but in military organization combat, the important thing is to advance and retreat. The timing of pushing in and withdrawing the force. It is the simple movement drill that ultimately decides who wins and who loses on the battlefield. Even though he was the enemy, Farin was able to discern this and manipulate their army. Well, what should I do? Think. Bring the archers forward again? Impossible. Throwing in their forces one by one is something that should be avoided. The center, which was once outnumbered in the shooting battle, cannot be expected to have dramatic change even if the number is increased. The archers who have moved back will operate in a different way. Their right wing will surely be pushed back. It was only natural after such a brilliant assault. How did the enemy conceal it? While receiving such well-controlled shots from across the river, the opponent was Granmeld, whose name was famous as a warrior. At this rate, a breakthrough was only a matter of time. Should we push in on the left wing? No, with this much preparation, the enemy is surely hiding its force in the forest to the north. If he pour their strength in this situation, they will be eaten by the rear. There was no doubt that their left wing, facing the enemy's right wing, would now thoroughly fortify itself and use delayed tactics. Even if left alone, they would still have the upper hand. He should not move them. Pull back the center archers. We will charge. The center front line charges is with heavily armed infantry. We will crush them with our numbers. Move the light infantry to the right wing, and half of the pulled back archers to the right wing. Yes, sir. Message. Drive them down the center. Aragorn concluded. The right wing would apply reinforcements and then hit Granmerd with competent light infantry, who would then turn in archers from the center to replace the collapsed archers. Send reinforcement to the right wing, hit Granmeld with skilled light infantry, then send archers from the center to replace the collapsed one. The enemy's left wing led by Granmeld is troublesome with its breakthrough power and archers from the side, but that's it. There was no further increase in force, and once the breakthrough is broken, they can be disposed of as is. Assault arrowhead formation. Focus on the center. Push from the front. In a flat push assault, the flank will be eaten through by the right wing. Break through the center in the shape of arrowhead. Then the enemy will be half encircled on each wing. Judging that the center could be overwhelmed by numbers, that it was Aragorn's misjudgment. No, there was no mistake in what he chose in that situation. His mind was clear even in the chaos of the battlefield. As ordered, the soldiers in the center advanced without delay. The soldiers were exhausted from the forced march, but they still faithfully performed their duties. Most of them were soldiers who had defended the western border until now. Their quality was by no means low. In a situation where anyone would have feared the assault of the long spear that was waiting for them, the heavily armored infantry who were leading the way gathered their courage and moved forward. The soldiers near the front of the line knew that many of them would die. Even so, if one man crushed one spear, their allies behind them would be able to move further forward. The long spears boast unparalleled strength in battles of equal strength, but they know that it will eventually lose its resistance and collapse in the face of being outnumbered by heavy infantry, and because of the length of the long spearman's weapon, it was impossible to rebuild once it collapsed. Even if they die, those who follow will avenge them. That is why they can raise a battle cry and carry out a charge. But, in front of the long spear, one by one, they fell to the ground, and the allies in the rear line also stumbled over them. The terror and tension of the charge, of course. There were some who get their legs tangled by those. There were some who choose to fall on purposefully because of their fear. But there were too many of them for it to be just that. They fall over as if something has caught their foot. One after another, a non-negligible number of soldiers fell in a hail of arrows, oblivious to the fact that it was just a small knot of grass. Maybe they were more tired than we thought. We are forced to march. TCH. That's fine. We can push it with number. From a distance, it was not clear what had happened. Unable to imagine that the momentum of the charge was being dampened by something as small as a knot of grass, Aragorn and his adjutant, Bellas, determined that it was due to exhaustion. Looks like reinforcements are heading for the right wing. That's the end of that pack of dogs. Then, Oraghorn saw an impossible sight. A raging river 4 wide. It was the figure of soldiers in black armor jumping over it with ease. Is the preparation done? Yes, ma'am. But it sure is exciting, outsmarting the enemy, attacking from an unexpected location. Really, I'm proud to have been given this unit by Chris Sama. Really? But don't overdo it, Bald Eagle. The general's head will fall on its own following the flow if you do it properly. Of course. Chris smiled and looked at 5th Battalion Commander Gaines. Gaines, put only good archers in front. From here, go out to the riverbank and shoot straight instead of curved. You can't shoot Chris, even by mistake. Okay, leave it to me. But I might just shoot Chris Sama heart down with my courageous figure. Huh? Chris tilted her head, not quite understanding the joke, and Gaines laughed and asked, will the following unit go immediately? Yes. The situation is very good. Let's end it here. Yes, ma'am. Chris then ran through the forest, and in a single breath, she reached the bank of the river and jumped over it easily. To a body that can manipulate magical power, this distance doesn't pose any obstacles. The sentry followed, and it was the rear of the right wing of the Hilkinto's army that appeared in their sight. Don't cut in too deep. It's enough to temporarily block their movement. Dagro shouted. Chris danced forward, into the rear of the right wing. Her cloak fluttered, and her silver hair swayed from side to side in front of the black sentry. The commander herself led the way every single time. There was no soldier who would not follow. Ahead of them, there were soldiers whose backs were completely turned toward them. Some noticed them and turned around, but it was too late. Bald Eagle, throwing spear, ready. Each of them carried a spear on their shoulder. Fire. 5 shaku. 1.8 meters, spear was shot out with a speed that surpasses that of a human body. The cloth wrapped around the hilt unraveled, and the wind pressure makes it spiral. About 90 spears pierced the formation in front of them. A spear fired by a magic possessor at that speed. The power was completely different from a mere spear throw. They easily pierced through the shields and armor that were set up hastily, and countless screams covered the sky. In the midst of confusion, they turned their eyes clouded with fear toward them. Chris accelerated further. She leaned forward, almost scraping the ground with her chin, and stepped in, splitting wind, the curved sword at her waist gleaming. Sharp and thin, the blade passed through the neck of the soldier who turned to face them without any resistance. Even the gushing blood couldn't keep up with her. 1, 2, 5, 10. She cut the heads of soldiers easily, and her violet eyes saw through the gaps of soldiers who were in the middle of confusion, bathed in countless throwing spears. Assault from the rear. The desired opponent was soon found. A man on horseback wearing old armor. He was the corps commander in command of this right wing. As if weaving through the gap between the soldiers, she passed through their shadows and blossomed flowers of blood. She stepped in, and the soldiers fell into a desperate battle. The corps commander took a spear from his squire and was roaring. He sends instructions to deal with the attackers from the rear, but it was already too late. Chris's blade, which had easily passed through the line of soldiers, reached him first. Agar, the commander and messenger who commanded and controlled the infantry, several men on horseback were cut open, and the flag bearers lined up were taken care of. At that point, Chris' awareness was already no longer there. She retreated just as she entered, through the disarrayed ranks. Behind. Enemy is coming from behind. The head of the man who shouted so was torn apart. It took only a short time to dive through the arch of blood and reunite with the black sentry. Picking up 2 spears at random, Chris slowed to a crawl as she recognized the black sentry. Kalua, who was in the lead, looked at Chris and laughed, while Kelths, next to her, shouted, "The corps commander! The corps commander has been killed!" Surprise attack. There are thousands of enemies. The other member of the century laughed at Gelth's words and raised their voices in the same way, as if to spread confusion, letting it be known. As a matter of fact, there was no longer a corps commander to command them. He was dead. His neck ripped open by Chris Krishtan's blade. At the front, several of the men who were confronting the monster Granmel turned around and trembled when they noticed that the corps flag indicating the commander's location had fallen. The flag is one that the soldiers, the one they must risk their lives to protect. It is what makes them an army. The presence of the lost flag sends them into despair, and the soldiers of the right wing along the riverbank felt a different kind of despair. High, on the right rear, that thing that emerged from the forest was a thick board made up of stacked logs. It's over 6 can. 10.908 m in length. It was carried into the river and slowly lowered down with a rope. It was a simple bridge. The width was narrow because of its length, but it was not just one bridge. 2, 3, 4, one after another. If they were linked side by side, they would form a bridge sufficient to carry more than 1,000 soldiers. And, as a matter of course, countless soldiers emerged from the forest behind it until they saw it. The soldiers of the Hilkinto's army thought they had cornered the Christand army here, but then they finally understand the fact that they have been caught in a trap. They didn't corner the enemy. They were lured into this hunting ground. The spiritual superiority that had remained in them had now completely collapsed. Bald Eagle, keep pressing from the enemy's right-wing rear. Please join up after the reinforcements have crossed over. Yes, ma'am. Mia, Tegel. The first squad will lead the soldiers and accompany Chris. Reinforcements from the center. We will hunt down the archers who are deploying here. Yes, ma'am. The soldiers were separated into two. Dagora disturbed the enemy soldiers who were thrown into the vortex of chaos, stopped them, and bought time for the follow-up unit. Chris headed to eliminate the archers approaching from the center. New enemy reinforcements came from the center. About 1,000 light infantrymen stood in front of Granmeld, who was trying to pull out between the right wing of Hilkinto's army and the center. Behind them, there are about 2,000 archers who seem to be heading there. The enemy must have been thinking of killing Granmeld with a ferocious volley. The only way to defeat someone with magical power like Granmeld is to clash him with someone with similar power or to use a saturation attack by archers. Aragorn Hilkintos was not a bad general. Just like Eluga and Nozan said, he kept his calm in the midst of chaos and his judgment was also appropriate. And because it's appropriate, they can't let it be. Putting aside from the light infantry, they need to take care of the archers. Tegel, let's split into 3. Please divide the soldiers between Mia and you and paralyze them. Yes, ma'am. As usual, Chris doesn't like to lose men. Tegel's 10 squads were further divided into 5 squads. There were about 25 men on each side, enough to hunt down the archers that is on their way. The opponent was not ready for hand-to-hand combat. The target is not always the sheep, but the sheepdog that commands it. Temporary paralysis was enough. Mia on the right, Tegel on the left, Chris in the middle. Yes, ma'am. The archers in front of them were running their way. Those who were shooting from the center front must have quickly headed here after retreating to the rear. It seems that they intended to line up after they got to the shooting position, and they were completely in a skirmish mode. Chris raised one of the spears in her hand. Her body at maximum speed, Chris twisted her upper body and kicked the ground with her heel to make a sudden braking motion. All the force that propelled her body forward went into the spear in her right hand. For a moment, her slender hips and back flexed like a bow before she released it, and all her strength was concentrated in the spear held in her right hand, which was released with a force that seemed to blow her entire body away. The roar of the spear on the battlefield was so thunderous that it could not even be considered a spear. Even a siege bow that pierced the castle walls would be insufficient to describe her spear throw. The spear easily shattered the skull of the leading centurion on her left, along with his helmet, and easily took the lives of several of the men behind him. What she has in her hand was not a throwing spear, but the hand-to-hand spear held by an enemy soldier. The spear, which was over 6 shaku long, had a solid weight. It was made of heavy, sturdy argina wood, which could easily kill an opponent with a blow from its thick handle without using the tip of the spear. Faster than an arrow. The kinetic energy of the melee spear, which even the castle walls could not withstand, was well beyond the power that a person could receive. Like a cat, she landed with her hand, rolled, straightens up her posture, and repeated the same action. A second spear followed, this time to the right centurion. The man was a veteran, a skillful swordsman. Realizing that he is being targeted, the man pulls out his sword and tries to parry the spear away, but the spear, which had an odd trajectory, spiraled through his shoulder and shredded the right half of the centurion's body. Then they finally realized, the small, slender, silver-haired woman was a monster. The power of her spear was clear to anyone's eyes, precisely because they were in a skirmishing state with some space between each other. It didn't stop after killing one person, scattering broken bones and spear fragments among the soldiers that follow. Even its fragments were powerful enough to kill a person. A person who possesses magical power beyond a certain level was a force comparable to a battalion in its own right. Kolkis, Guildenstein, and Granmeld, Small soldiers on the battlefield were worthless in the face of such men, and many experienced soldiers know this firsthand. There was no way to stop them except by using numbers and arrows to kill them, or by confronting them with magic possessors of equal or greater power. If they had been crowded together, dozens of them would have been killed by the spears alone. The fact that they were in skirmish formation saved them. However, confronting such a monster in skirmish formation where they can't cooperate with hand-to-hand combat, in their minds, it clearly indicated the arrival of the next tragedy. Dense formation. Don't let them slip, someone shouted. Before the voice could be heard, arrows were being fired from the archers in front of them. But their measurement of distance was very much mistaken. Not only the girl but also the black-coated soldiers, all of whom were infantry, were running faster than the cavalry, leaving the released arrows behind. They slipped between them and the 46 black soldier cut in. As expected of USA Chan, the best. With a maddened laugh and bloodshot eyes, she cut down the enemy in front of her. Kalyua was the first to cut in on her left. Swinging her curved sword like an axe, she bisected both enemies in front of her. The spear that will even pierce a castle wall. The archers were terrified when they were hit by Chris's spear. Then, the black-coated soldiers cut through the frightened soldiers and lifted their cheeks in mad laughter. Everyone who confronted them understood that they, too, possessed unusual abilities, and they were coward. And the ones they were afraid of were only after the dog that commanded the frightened sheep. Kalyua, left half. Yes, yes, there. After cutting off the head of the enemy in front of them, they turned their eyes to the red helmets. The other side had already drawn his sword. Kalyua dropped her posture and stepped toward the left-hand side. A low posture like that of a quadrupedal beast, moving forward without wasting the propulsive force generated by her strengthened legs. She, too, learned her moves from Chris. Keeping the posture low was not just to dodge enemy swords. This was to reduce wind resistance by adopting a low posture that would cause a normal person to fall over, and to use the propulsive force generated from both feet to move forward without waste. Those who could manipulate their magical power need to reconsider each movement and think about how to use their excess power. Kalyua was the one who understood it better than anyone else. With her ingenuity, the reaction of the enemy centurion to Kalyua was swift. He, too, must be able to manipulate magic. He quickly leaps backward to avoid Kalyua's attack, which an ordinary person would not even be able to react to. GGH. Wow! Kalyua laughed happily. She stepped in further. This time it was a horizontal slash. This too, the centurion distorted his face and dodged it. He looks young, but he is skilled. However, there is nothing more unreliable than the outward appearance of age. He has probably spent many years in the military and has been through his fair share place of death. But that was the end. A dagger was thrust into the man's neck from behind. It was another black-coated soldier, Abdul from the same squad. You owe me, Kalyua. Don't be silly, I'm the one who gave it to you, didn't I? Don't fight one-on-one. This was also the rule of the Black Century. Against a strong enemy, go at him with multiple people, surround the enemy in groups, and choke him out. Relentlessly aim at the opponent's hero, a person who possesses magical power, and kills them to lower their morale. The Black Hundred, a small group of elite soldiers, must avoid being surrounded. Their opponents are always numerous. If all of their enemies were willing to die, there was no way to survive. Therefore, they must frighten them, scare them, disrupt their unity, and bite into the flesh of their corpses. Like Chris, they avoided unnecessary battles as much as possible. They knew that it was this thoroughness that would keep them alive. There was no one shooting at them. The enemy's coward who survived were also shields for the Black Century. Misfire is inevitable on the battlefield. There were plenty or people who died by the arrows of their comrades. Even so, no one can rain arrows down on dozens of people among 1,000. In the midst of the enemy, who had lost his will to fight, that place was safer than any other place. Mia on the left, Tagle on the right. Chris broke down the center, and Dagra and the others were heading there. The right wing of the Hilkinto's army, the 1,500 who emerged from the forest and crossed the river, surrounded them from the rear. Most of them were archers, but they were soldiers too. If they form up and drew their swords, they can engage in hand-to-hand combat. Chaos after chaos, right-wing morale was half destroyed. And there, okay, corner them into the river. Kill them all. Graham Eld, who pushed through the right wing and the center, was covered in blood and shouted. It was a beastly voice. While allocating some of his time to deal with the reinforcements, He joined up with the 1,500 who were mainly archers. They established a complete encirclement using the river. In front of the enemy's right wing, the 2nd Battalion of Christ and 1st Corps, Faglin's heavy infantry formed a wall. Grunwald began to press the enemy in the direction of the river. To the south, there was no support from enemy archers. Chris and Black Century's delayed attacks work well. On the enemy right flank, there was nothing but despair. They are surrounded by walls, squeezed, and pushed out. And the destination they're pushed to is a raging river. Stop, stop, don't push. Hey! The soldier shouted as he hears the impending disaster before his eyes. But only those around him understood the intent of his voice. They tried desperately to hold back. They even threw out their swords. Archers were lined up on the opposite shore of them. They saw the bows slowly being drawn. Stop it, please stop it. Help me, Igu. The arrows were fired all at once. It broke the last resistance. Countless arrows took the lives of these men who had been holding out and enduring desperately. Immediately, resistance was gone from them. Help! A.Gh. The men were pushed into the river, and the sound of water echoed with one scream after another. The men in armor were forced to commit unwanted suicides in the raging water. Once established, the flow cannot be stopped. Some of the soldiers in the center of the right wing were even crushed to death due to pressure from their surroundings. Every time those corpses piled up, they stumbled, swayed, and the river rippled. Soldiers fighting in front were frightened and retreating back, those in the rear screaming in fear of being dropped into the river. Most of the soldiers, who initially numbered about 6,000, were killed cruelly in this way. The fewer people there were, the more accelerated the process was. Some shouted for surrender, but there was no need to listen. Surrender must be offered by the commanders of the soldiers present. But their commanders were no longer present and no one has taken over yet. And the whole battle was still going on. New recruits, old veterans, cowards, brave men, it didn't matter. They are all being slaughtered into the raging river. It was a massacre. The disappearance of the right wing, the Central Army, who witnessed that scene, understood that they have been driven into a corner. So did Aragorn, who was in command. Shit, Darkins you trash. It was a mistake to put such an incompetent as a corps commander. Aragorn shouted, cursing the right-wing corps commander who had been killed by Chris. His eyes were bloodshot with rage, and veins appeared on his forehead. He was so angry that even his longtime adjutant, Bellers, was frightened. General, retreat. With that much preparation, it was a trap from the beginning. Make me watch out for the forest on left wing side, then the right flank, from across the river, will be encircled and annihilated. I see, it's so brilliant, it's almost laughable. Then, use the left wing reverse. First, stop the right wing. The left wing that still has the upper hand will maintain its current situation. Retreat from the protruding central left wing. Yes, sir. Messenger. And that was the word that decided victory and defeat. Reinforcements headed from the center to the right wing faced Grunwald while witnessing the tragedy, and spread their wings to the east and west in an effort to prevent an attack on the center. Grunwald tried to bypass and take the rear but was met by reinforcements from the left wing reserve. The main camp, which had exhausted its reserves and was now bare, had no room for anything else. There are at most 100 soldiers, and from among them, Aragorn calmly gave instructions in anger while spewing saliva, directing the retreat. He was, after all, a general who has defended the West for many years. Even when trapped and in a tight spot, he never lost his ability to use his brains and command his troops. However, a situation arose that deprived him of thoughts. From Morgorn, diagonally to the left, the northern forest. From there emerged 300 cavalries and 1,000 light infantry. On their banners were the eagles and thunder of the Christ and "Rejoice, we are just in time for the glorious decisive blow." All hands, charge! Bagil shouted from horseback, followed by the soldiers' howls. They were also the ambush soldiers just like those across the river to the south. They had taken up a camp far north of the battlefield and were on standby, but when the battle started, they headed south. Aragorn's reading was correct. Their presence in the northern forest was the decisive move on the battlefield. After confirming that Aragorn had withdrawn his men from the forest, they left. To decide victory or defeat, they roared toward the center, and black-coated soldiers cut through the ranks from the south to the center just as the leading cavalry was charging into the enemy. The battle began with an army of 15,000 Krystand and an army of 27,000 Hilkintos. Although the Hilkintos' army had an overwhelming military superiority, the result was a complete defeat for the Hilkintos' army. Ch 80. Arc for the Beloved, Chapter 80. Fate of the Battlefield. However, the right wing of the Krystand army suffered heavy damage, and the 4th Battalion led by Varga suffered more than 60% of its losses and was completely wiped out. Varga himself was slightly wounded, and they lost 7 centurions. While receiving enemy arrows, they maintained the battle line without any archer support. Rather, if one considered that 30% of them survived, it can be said to be an excellent result. The 4th Battalion needed to be reorganized, but there were many undertrained soldiers to begin with. The 30% that survived can be regarded as excellent soldiers who returned alive from hell and will be the pillars of the 4th Battalion in the future. It was not bad if one considered it to be a rough training. As in the previous battle, Chris worked hard to deal with prisoners of war, doing miscellaneous tasks such as arranging reorganizations, and in the evening she visited one tent. In the center of the tent, the one lying on the bed was Dagra. His brow wrinkled, his eyes were closed, groaning, and he was sleeping with a grim look on his face. Around the bed stood a circle of soldiers in black armor. Chris stared at them, her brow furrowed, and she looked around. Chris heard that unclean air will make the wound worse. Go outside. Yes, ma'am. As you've all heard. The one remain. Chris will stay here for a bit. Everyone go outside. It was a cold tone that did not allow any objections. Mia was momentarily frightened by Chris's appearance, and she saluted as she lowers her eyes sadly. One by one, they went out of the tent. After they left, Chris slowly traced Dagra's side torso. The stab wound in his belly, it was by no means shallow. The military doctor said that making it through the night will be harsh. Bald eagle is silly. He came after cliché, so why didn't you just let him be? Sighing, Chris closed her eyes. Surrounded by his surroundings, Aragorn was helpless. Aragorn's individual ability was not low, but it has already surpassed the situation that can be overturned with just one brute force. Commanding the cavalry and light infantry, Bagil's force, which raided the central rear of the Hilkintos' army, numbered over 1,000, and all of them were excellent elites in the First Corps. A man as skilled as Aragorn's could see the extent of their skill. A unit that was in disordered formation and did not lose command and control was a sign of high quality. Aragorn gritted his teeth in front of 1st Battalion Commander Bagil, who pointed his sword at him and urged him to surrender. The battle was still going on the battlefield. In order to minimize the damage, they needed him to surrender or take his head. Any further resistance was meaningless. The only difference was whether or not he would still have his neck or not. It was a total defeat. Aragorn dismounted his horse, lowered his spear and fell to his knees. The surrounding flag bearers who saw it knocked down their flag, and the people around them followed suit. I swear by the name of the 1st Battalion Commander of the Krystand Army, Bagil Linia Sandika, and by the name of the Kingdom, Her Royal Highness the Princess, that I will abide by the Holy Spirit Covenant. It was a valiant battle, General Hilkintos. Aragorn didn't answer. A silver-haired girl appeared with black-clad troops, splitting the line of soldiers at his side. Chris took one look at the defeated general, her purple eyes, and exchanged glances with Aragorn's. Chris will take you, prisoners, in accordance with the Holy Spirit Covenant. Naturally, Chris will swear on her name that Chris will protect your rights as a Margrave of the kingdom. Please accompany us for a while. As you know, Chris, we must go to the Dragon's Maw. Those were the only words she said to Aragorn. The bare minimum of words. Without a shred of interest, Chris then turned to Bagil. Bagil, send the cavalry to the battlefield and let the whole place know that it is settled. Yes, ma'am. Even though she had announced the settlement with her voice augmented by magic power, the skirmish still continued in the front line. Chris gave instructions one after another while raising the flag of Krystand. Without hesitation, as if the outcome had been decided from the beginning that this would be the case, the girl was not basking in the afterglow of her victory over Hilkintos, the undefeated general of the West. The girl must have taken it for granted while inflicting a complete and utter defeat on Aragorn. A cold glance was directed at him as if he was just an insect or a stone on the side of the road. Aragorn looked at Chris, his eyes harboring darkness. Ha ha ha, it's a perfect victory, Chris-sama. My, what a trouble. With this consecutive sweeping victory, I'm afraid I would grow overconfident. Due to the circumstances, Grunmeld, who finished cleaning up earlier than the others, approached Chris with a smile. Yes, it's a relief. Woof Woof was also very active. This was tough. Even the mighty Grunmeld was no match for the twinkling purple eyes of this girl looking up at him. In front of the delicate girl no taller than his chest, Grunmeld took a step back. Hey, can Chris call you Woof Woof from now on? Hee. You can call Chris whatever you like. Chris was told by Celine to get along with a lot of people. Feeling pity for the situation, Dagra sighed and approached the enemy general, Oregon Hilkintos, who was surrounded by soldiers. Pardon me, General. We will need to bind you. Still sitting down, Oregon turns his gleaming eyes from inside his helmet, which is modeled after a goddess face. His eyes were filled with anger and hatred. A defeated general who was caught in a scheme. It was not unreasonable, Dagra thought. He continued in a soft tone of voice, trying not to irritate him as much as possible. Pardon me for any inconvenience this may cause you. We will keep the sword at your waist, but in accordance with the Holy Spirit Covenant, we will take the appropriate steps to return it to you later. He motioned with his eyes to the two men at the general's side. The two black-coated soldiers approach Oregon with a rope. Then Oregon's bloodshot eyes turned to behind Dagra. In that split second, Dagra felt the murderous intent that could not be concealed. Hold him down. But he was too late. Oregon stands up vigorously and drew the sword from his waist. He then cut off the head of one of the two men who were trying to tie him up. He stepped forward without stopping his momentum in the direction of Dagra back to Chris. Why should I be humiliated as a prisoner of war? I can't allow it. Why? Unbearable humiliation and anger. These mixed feelings was directed at one girl. Chris will take you prisoners in accordance with the Holy Spirit Covenant. Naturally, Chris will swear on her name that Chris will protect your rights as a Margrave of the kingdom. Please accompany us for a while. As you know, Chris, we must go to the Dragon's Maw. After saying that one-sidedly, she didn't show even a shred of interest in Oregon. Like looking at livestock and insects, like looking at roadside stones, Chris Christand has no feelings and interest whatsoever for Oregon Hilkintos. He was looked down upon as a piece of trash. Not Helugafaren. It was also not Grunwald Varkas. It was probably this girl who led this battle. He doesn't consider himself incompetent. But in fact, the girl in front of him surpassed him. The word genius was not false. That was fine. However, it was unforgivable to look at Oregon Hilkintos, who has won countless battles and is said to be a name known to everyone in the kingdom, with such eyes. It was an unbearable disgrace. And now she was going to exhibit his captive body in the Dragon's Maw and humiliate him. As an incompetent general who had failed miserably, she intended to rot his reputation and everything else in mud. She wanted to take away all the pride that Oregon has, without even changing a single look on her face. That is the one thing I cannot stand. He wouldn't allow such a little girl to deny him everything he has done for the past decades. It was not a matter of logic, simply refusing to be dishonored rather than death. Oregon moved forward. The girl who smiled at Grunmeld looked at Oregon again. Seeing him approaching her, there was no surprise on her face. She just looked at Oregon coldly, anger so fierce that his gnashed teeth cracked. He directs all of it at the girl, but his body was flung off from the side. Stop! Don't do anything unsightly. It was a man with a black painted armor, Dagra. His anger turned to the man who interfered. Who do you think you're raising your hand to? GGH? His mind may be in the midst of the red-hot fury. The sword was accurate. Against a very skilled centurion, the sword pierced the side of the body. But the opponent was also skilled. Oregon puts force in pulling out the deeply inserted blades. But the centurion dagger grabbed Oregon's arm and sealed his movement with force. Basta, GGH. And then, in a moment, the arm that was gripping the blade. The sensation was suddenly lost. He didn't even feel any pain. His right arm, his upper arm was cut off along with the steel armor. His body fell down, losing its posture. His neck was tightened by the girl's slender, gauntlet right hand, and he was suspended in the air. Oregon's eyes captured an inorganic purple light. The darkness behind the cold glow. What he saw was fear. Mia, immediately treat Bald Eagle. It was a cold voice that was the opposite of the tone that she had been used to Grunmeld. Kalua supported the falling Dagra, and Mia gave instructions as in a hurry. Why yes, Berza, First aid. Why yes, Adl, Bug you help Kalua. Kells, get the army doctor as soon as possible. Chris's eyes never turned away from Orukhorn. Her expression as blank as a puppet's. Chris-sama, I understand how you feel, but if we don't do anything, he will die. First of all, we have to stop the bleeding. It would be pointless to just kill him after having captured him and caused so much damage. The only one who could speak to Chris's bizarre appearance was Grunmeld. He traced the wound on his cheek uncomfortably and looked at Orukhorn. You're right. Orukhorn, whose face had turned blue, was thrown away and crushed by the heel of the reinforced boots. Her face was cold, showing no emotion at all at the high-pitched, ear-shaking Orukhorn's screams. Smiling bitterly at the way she treated Orukhorn, Grunmeld slashed at Orukhorn's cloak with his knife and bound his severed right arm over the top of his chain mail. It was a violent hemostasis, with no thought for what would come after. He then looked at the severed surface of the arm. The armor was elegantly carved. The steel that had encased the arm had been cut into 2 pieces. The cross-section looked as if it had originally been made that way. And the curved sword held by Cliché, while cutting through the steel, was without a scratch. Mia, please temporarily take over command on behalf of Bald Eagle. Yes. Tie it up and put a gag on it. Burn the cut surface to stop the blood. Someone. I will. It was Bagu. His frivolous-looking face, that was always smiling, was laced with rage. He had no parents and respected Dagra like a real father. You can't kill. Hurting him too. Later we will execute him, but until then, no matter how he is treated, he is a prisoner of war. Chris does not tolerate violations of the Holy Spirit Covenant. Punishment for sin must be imposed by punishment, even if that's just the official stance. Yes ma'am, that's all. After that just take a big break appropriately. We will run from the morning, tomorrow. Looking at it, Chris sighed quietly, although she was worried. There were a number of things that needed to be done. Mia, Chris leave it to you. Chris will go to where the skirmish is still continuing. Yes, take care. In the tent, Chris breathed quietly while stroking Dagra's forehead. Dagra should have just left Orukhorn alone when he charged at Chris. But it must have been a spur-of-the-moment reaction. It was the same with Grace. If they had stayed quiet, everything would have ended without incident. There was nothing she could do about that. Chris is just Chris, and she couldn't just freely bend their will. If everyone could only think logically, Chris would have ended the war already. She had a vague understanding that this is how human beings are. She knew that, so she couldn't blame him. But she also didn't want to commend him. Somehow, she felt like she wanted to scold him. And to do so, he needed to be alive. Berry, probably won't get angry, right? As she muttered, she closed her eyes. She stretched her magical power and go to the bandaged wound. A faint bluish-white light fills the tent. A great number of geometric patterns were floating there. She felt the inner wound using magic and grasped the laceration of the flesh there. The surface was cleaned by alcohol and salt, sewn, and compressed, but not inside. Sensing it with her magic, Chris squinted slightly. There was a slight laceration in the intestine. When a magic possessor eats, they will process the food into magic before excreting it. Dagra too handled magic power, and such filth did not overflow from his wounds. That was a fortune among disasters. It was not a knowledge that she had since long ago. She had read a few medical books and learned a lot because of Bogan's death and the fact that she had to rest the other day because of severe pain in both limbs and body. Wounds must be cleansed with alcohol and salt and kept clean, and lacerations must be closed. Otherwise, the wound would become infected and inflamed, and new miasma would enter the body through the wound and eat away at the body. It was said that even the miasma that a healthy body could withstand becomes intolerable. She had never verified this, but when she felt the amount of blood overflowing inside, she could not just leave it there. It was the first time she did something based on that knowledge, but it would be better than not do it. The principle was the same as moving the imaginary muscles. Carefully move the laceration that had ripped inside Dagra's belly and corrected it to the shape it would have been in originally. Carefully and slowly. The idea was that if there was a tear, it should be physically held there. It is no different in theory than suturing a wound. Dagra groaned a bit because of the pain, and Chris took care not to overburden him. And when she was done, she weaved the formula inside Dagra. Heating things, cooling, or emitting light. It was the same principle as such magic engraved on the magic crystal. The formula was engraved and created with the magic power that had been submerged inside Dagra to keep the wound sealed. The geometric patterns that were unfolding in the tent entered the Dagra as if being sucked into it, and when finished she felt dizzy. While it does not take much strength to construct and move virtual muscles, it was more consuming when handling them on outside the body in this way. The more complex it is, the greater the consumption of magic power, and it's something that Chris, whose body was constantly being moved by magic power, couldn't ignore. Maybe Chris should practice these things properly at least once. Just as it happened to the bald eagle, it could happen to Celine. There was a good chance that the slightest carelessness could result in a wound. Even she couldn't relax about Berry and Crescenta. It was very different from the time when Grace died. It's a shame, it can't be helped. It was easy to dismiss it as such. But if she had reflected and studied better at that time, maybe Chris would be able to treat her as well as she does today. Perhaps she would have been able to help Bogan, too. But by dismissing it as inevitable, she felt as though she had dismissed even the chance for reflection. She was thinking that the next time she met with Berry, she should discuss it with her properly. There were so many things that have happened in the past few months that she needed to reflect on. She should think of a solution to each and every one of them. Speaking of whose fault it was this time, it was that general. But it can't be said that Chris was not one of the causes. The reason was that others misunderstood that they could kill Chris if they caught her by surprise. As a result, Bald Eagle was stabbed meaninglessly. Crash thinks that it would have been nice to just kill everyone who was in that place. This time it was Bald Eagle. But there were many other things that were important to Chris. There may be more in the future. Mia and Kalua, skeleton. Little by little, it was not a bad idea to physically silence the enemy so that he could not hold the sword. More, she needed to make them fear her more. Make an example of everyone who defied her and kill them so that they won't even have the will to defy her. Teach them thoroughly what will happen if they oppose her. Then one day, those who defied her will disappear, and the damage will be much less. In the first place, that was what the military is for. The military is an organization that is allowed to do so. USA-chan, it seems that the Corps Commander Skeleton is calling you. Yes. Coming. Chris stood up, responding to the voice from the outside. Outside, the black-coated soldiers were watching the tent, concerned about Christ's. Dagra was a strict, but gentle man. He was strict when he needed to be strict, but always considerate of the soldiers' feelings and guided them. There was not a soldier in the unit who does not respect him. Not just Dagra, but one member of the century has died a meaningless death. If it had been during the battle, it would have been understandable, but the story was different if it was after the victory. The soldiers' faces were dark. Whatever the case may be, we will let Bald Eagle rest for a while. Even if he were able to move, it would be impossible for him to accompany us any further in this battle. The temporary commander is the adjutant. Maya, seeing her work so far, even if she's not sufficient, at least Chris thinks she is suitable. Is that fine? Mia pondered for a moment and looked at the two captains, Corinth and Tegel. She saw them nod with a meek look on their faces, and then turned to Cliché. Yes. Then, from now on, I will take charge of this unit as Commander Dagra's representative. The adjutant equivalent officers are the same as the regular century, Corporal Corinth and Tegel. Unlike Bald Eagle, Mia is a bit stupid, so please follow her up. Yes, ma'am. Chris's words caused a slight laughter, and Mia blushed embarrassedly. Berza. The 17th Squad is the right team for taking care of Bald Eagle. Until Bald Eagle is sent to the rear, you guys will take care of him. Yes, ma'am. Berza, a slender young man, was formerly from a family of apothecaries, and although he was not a doctor, he seemed to have done something similar to a doctor in the village. Examining injured people was mostly Berza's role. Because of that, the 17th Squad was accustomed to first aid. That's it. Disband. From tomorrow, everyone other than Squad 17 will move quickly. Let's rest early today. Kalua then handed over a bag of Nakana to Chris, who sighed. I thought USA-chan might be hungry. Thank you. Kalua asked something. She was curious as Chris thanked her. USA-chan, were you doing something in the tent earlier? What's wrong? A wave of magical power. She must have noticed it. Chris shook her head nonchalantly. To begin with, Chris didn't feel any guilt about lying. Is it just my imagination? No, it's nothing. It's a little far away. Can I borrow a horse? Chris will be walking. USA-chan really hates riding horses, huh? Sighing in exasperation, Kaluuya patted Chris's head. Well, don't worry too much about Bald Eagle, he's though after all. Yes, he love USA-chan's after all. He won't die without seeing USA-chan's face. Kaluuya, talking nonsense again. I want you to say that you are unkind. Probably it'll be fine. But she's not sure. As much as she liked Douglas, she also didn't want him gone. She hoped that the thing she did earlier will work. Something swirled in her chest. Perhaps her emotions were in turmoil. That's why the feeling of being caressed like that was comfortable. Chris quietly leans in close. Kaluuya laughed and hugged her. CH81. Arc for the Beloved. Chapter 81. What comes along with the crawling despair? Eluga and Grunmeld remained to process of the prisoners, and only Chris together with the Black Century hurried to the northeast. They went through the forest to the Dragon's Jaw, and to Nozen's tent in the southern part. As expected. To think Chris-sama has arrived already, Nozen said sincerely, looking at Chris who had arrived. He ruffled his red hair and looked at the bag carried by one of the Century's members. Yeah, it's not a difficult opponent, it was easy. Though the finishing touch went a bit poorly. The finishing touch did. Unzipping the bag, and the emaciated Orokhorn was inside. His right arm is missing. Tightly bandaged at his shoulder base, his body was clothed only in clothing. Of all things he resisted after surrendering. One member of Chris' Century died, and Bald Eagle, Centurion Dagra, was also stabbed and is seriously injured. I see. Nozen frowned. Orokhorn was gagged, tied up, and weak. The situation was akin to being abused prisoner of war, POW. But he could guess the reason. The fact that no bruises were visible on his body was probably out of mercy. Though the Holy Spirit Covenant restricted military command and action, many other parts were left to individual conscience. It was common for captured prisoners of war to be killed by private execution and reported as emaciation or suicide. It's a clear violation of the Holy Spirit Covenant. Chris thought it would be fine just to show him. But Chris changed her mind. Tomorrow, Chris is going to execute him as an example. I understand how Chris-sama feels, but I can't really agree with it. He understood the words she said. The violation of the Holy Spirit Covenant is punishable by death. But even so, if the general was to be executed by their one-sided arguments, it will hurt their reputation. On the contrary, it may invite desperate resistance on the enemy's side. It's after Chris considered the merit and demerit. The other day, the soldier that was in the Dragon's Maw seemed to remember vividly the delaying action that Chris had taken. There was no anger visible on her face. The girl occasionally turned into an inorganic doll, like something without emotion. Nozen put his hand to his chin and frowned. Reinforcements from the Dragon's Maw in Marsless army. The opponents were soldiers who are frightened by Chris, and some even run away from being captives. It's convenient if they become frightened by Chris. Chris thinks it would be a good to make them thoroughly scared of Chris, until the enemy soldiers are no longer willing to resist Chris. Her smile was accompanied by a chilly atmosphere. Therefore, Chris decided to use this man. Since he violated the Holy Spirit Covenant while holding the position of the kingdom's general, he will be executed anyway. If one violates the Holy Spirit Covenant while in the position of commander, the punishment is dismemberment by horse. Chris wants to show that to the enemy soldiers. I understand, but nevertheless, when I think about the future, I think it's better not to do it. Chris-sama is the one who will protect the kingdom in a long time to come. If we do that, it will damage Chris-sama's reputation. Even with that in mind, Chris is hated anyway, so Chris thinks this is a better role for Chris. Role? Yes, Chris nodded and looked at Orokhorn. He was gagged and on his back, but he could still hear everything that was being said. The reason for his rebellion was that he underestimated Chris. He made the foolish mistake of thinking that he could kill Chris, and this wounded Chris's important subordinates. In Chris's opinion, this is a serious situation. Considering the purpose of the military. The military purpose. Chris-sama is saying some difficult topic again. No, it's simple. An army should be something that makes the enemy fearful, preventing them from causing unnecessary conflicts. It's something that forces the opponent to obey with fear, with the threat of violence. That's the nature of the military, isn't it? Her eyes narrowed as she looked at Orokhorn, as if she's just seeing bugs or rocks, and not a person. The battle could have ended well, but we failed to do so. and that's what gave birth to idiots like this one. That's why we should think about it again. Nozen put his hand on his chin with a difficult face and thinks. Certainly, she was not wrong. Avoid needless warfare by establishing and holding dominance with great violence. Make your enemy fearful and hesitant. There was some truth to Chris's words. Kill him mercilessly in front of the enemies, make an example of him, and urge them to surrender. As a result, unnecessary bloodshed can be suppressed, and Chris can dispose of the enemies with minimal danger. The resistance or surrendered powers will be suppressed to some extent. That is the direction Chris intends to take from now on. From now on, if Chris can frighten them that way, Chris will feel much more relieved about Celine than now. The more the enemy thinks that Chris is very scary, the more we can avoid unnecessary fights and finish the battles without any damage. Chris doesn't care what they think, and Chris herself won't need to do anything unnecessary. It's all merit. Kill the enemies with brutal means and then make them surrender before they could fight through sheer terror. There have been many such figures in the past, until the Holy Spirit Covenant, said to have been made under the dragon in ancient times, brought order to warfare. Not bad if you look at it. In fact, she was already feared, and if the fighting continues, either way, her unusual power and character will no doubt increase the numbers. The problem would be treason. But while there may be those who disliked her, not many would be foolish enough to think of becoming her enemy. Even if there were, he didn't think they could kill her. What about Corps Commander Farhan? He was a little hesitant, but if that's what Chris thinks then, is what he said. I see. The daughter of the esteemed Bogan. There was some hesitation in him, propping her up that way, and he didn't think Celine would be happy either. But either way, it would be difficult for her to become a great general who would win the respect of others in the military organization. She loves cooking and housework, loves peace, and cliché is a kind girl. But as you know, she's a little different as a person. She is too good as military personnel. I'm not worried about letting Celine succeed me, but I am a little concerned about letting Chris stand in the public eye. Bogan's decision to send her on to train the general staff, which he was in the process of establishing, was based in part on her personality. A distorted ingenuity that was clearly different from humans. There is something that makes people unconsciously afraid of her. Even if he stopped her here, if the war continues on and she's in there, eventually it will be inevitable. Weighing emotions against logic, Nozen sighs and nodded. Now that Bogan is gone, this was not the time for whitewashing. Considering future battles, they would want to reduce their losses as much as possible. Northern responded, putting logic first. Understood. But thinking about what Celine Sama would say. My stomach hurts. Chris will properly talk to her later. But Chris thinks this is the best way to do it. Chris wants this all to be over as soon as possible. Even if everything goes well, there will be a lot of commotion around the kingdom for the next few years, or even a decade or so, as the kingdom will be exhausted from the civil war. That is why it was necessary to settle the matter as soon as possible and put the kingdom in order. Then, let's talk about the current situation. Originally, I was thinking of a strategy that coincided with Chris Sama arrival, but what are they planning? Gertz Wiring, the veteran general who was defending the Dragon's Jaw, played with his long white beard and murmured at the mountaintop fortress. Since then, they had ceased their attacks and remained in an eerie silence that added to the fear of the soldiers. In the heat of battle, the fear of imminent death and the excitement it generates would suppress these emotions. The silence, however, it's slowly eating away the soldier's heart. He had already understood the abnormality of Chris Christ and the cool-headedness to not hesitate to even burn mountains for victory, and her overwhelming power. Among the victims of the mountain hunt, there was a battalion commander whom Gertz trusted. He was a warrior who, even if not a match for 1,000, deserved to be considered a match for 100. A battalion commander who was accustomed to the mountains and deeply trusted by the soldiers. He entrusted him with the mountain hunting, but according to the story, he was beheaded and killed by the cursed child Chris without even a fight. It was not normal. After that, he used human wave tactics, but it only resulted in sending military force one by one against about 100 men at the most, resulting in a situation in which they were defeated one by one. She and the black-coated soldiers under her command showed tremendous strength in the mountain terrain. Reports of their appearance here added to Gertz's anguish. surrender. Those words crossed his mind. Unwanted Heroic Epic was easily defeated by the cursed child. The veteran General Gertz didn't think that he was incompetent. Each of the generals defending the four corners of the kingdom was a monster in his eyes. They were certainly not incompetent. Gertz was not exceptionally gifted, but he learned a lot from his experience. War was more than a battle between soldiers. It was a comparison of the intelligence and self-discipline of the generals. Sometimes they held the responsibility of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of lives in one hand and had to make decisions under extreme pressure. And they're the ones who have won countless victories in it. They are therefore entrusted with the four corners of the kingdom. Gertz, who always questioned his abilities, knew more than anyone else of their abnormalities, and Chris's abnormality, who could easily defeat them. He had noticed it. They were fighting an even battlefield, but only because they had been led to believe so. Selene Krystand in the north, Nose and Vraich in the south. The two enemy generals were just waiting for Chris Krystand to arrive. They did not doubt her victory against Unwanted Heroic Epic, and that's why they didn't go on the offensive and exhausted us, just buying time. What kind of a monster is Chris Krystand that they can trust her that much? He didn't think he can measure her with his own diminutive ability. If His Royal Highness had failed to defeat the Hero Bogan, they would have lost the battle that day. The Black Lion and the Thunderbolt, the foreign element that intervened in the even battle between the two monsters, would easily upset the balance. Give them a light meal of meat before the night. I'm worried about the morale of the troops. We've been cutting back so far, but I don't mind giving them a little extravagance. Yes, sir. General Wiring. A messenger ran, and the brown-haired young adjutant opened his mouth fearfully. He may be young, but he is quick-witted, and although his experience is limited, he will make a good general in the future. The adjutant Rubens looked lost and his gaze wandered. Gertz laughed. Just say it. The adjutant is allowed to say anything. The adjutant sometimes reprimanded the general, sometimes inspired him, and is required to become the general's sword and arm. He said in the kindest tone possible. Gertz did not approve of putting on air to his subordinates. Yes, sir. The current situation. Besieged, with no reinforcements, the morale of the troops no longer in a state to continue the siege. At this rate, defeat will be inevitable. I believe we should surrender. It was a reasonable opinion. The majority here would agree with him. The messenger and the squire at his side both had a look of tension on their faces. That's what your role is, Rubens Kun. The adjutant needs to stop the superior officer's recklessness and calls for rational judgment. What do you think about the option of trying to break out? South would be the most suitable. Even if we escape to the north, we'll just be drowned out and die. If we want even a little bit of hope, south, at sunset, to the royal capital and His Royal Highness. If the enemy is thinking of a surprise attack, the possibility of getting through the gap exists. A wonderful decision. However, the enemy is General Vraich. Naturally, in this situation, we assume that we will break through. Impossible. He was asked for an opinion and was denied. Rubens looked at Gertz with confusion. Gertz laughed. Let me tell you something good for the future. Unless you're dealing with barbarians, the premise is that both allies and enemies know the basic tactics. If you're going to break through with a surprise blow, you must exceed your opponent's imagination. Otherwise, the only way it will work is if the enemy is incompetent. And it's foolish to act with the belief of the enemy's incompetence. Yes, soldier, sake, Gertz added, as if it had just occurred to him. Give everyone here a drink. With that, he sat down in his chair and indicated for Rubens to sit down. Rubens nodded with a meek look on his face and sat down. On the table were two sake cups, each filled with sake. Always imagine the smallest move that you can make over your opponent. It may be a movement to exploit an opponent's weakness, or it may be a tactic not written in the books. Understand? Yes. Gertz lifted his cup and Rubens followed suit. The battle the other day, I turned my attention to the left wing led by Selene Krystand, and Chris Krystand jumped down from the cliff top with the elite. This was a move I would never have imagined. As a result, the enemy light infantry joined up with the strong Second Corps. If we had gone on like that, that would have been enough to win the battle. A man who leads an army must always think of method outside the enemy's awareness. Though my ability wasn't enough, he smiles sadly. If you have military superiority, you can win the battle by pushing with a single stroke, but that is usually not the case. Even if that is so, It is natural to assume that if they choose to fight a decisive battle, your opponent will have a plan to win against your superior forces. Train your eyes to make such observations through various viewpoints. You are still young and talented. You have time ahead of you. I am sure you will become a better commander than I am. General Wiring is a man worthy of my respect and is the most splendid general that I should aim for. Please don't say such things. Thank you. It's an honor to have an adjutant like you. Tears welled up in Reuben's thin eyes. He understood why they were having this kind of conversation now. I think they're going to settle this tonight. Defeat is inevitable. But if I surrender without a fight, I will not be able to face the soldiers who have died so far. There must always be someone to take responsibility. Do you understand? Rubens could not answer. Gertz laughed softly. I will go forward. I entrust you with full authority of the center. When you see me fall, surrender. If they had wanted to attack us, the enemy could have chosen to do so at any time. However, the reason they waited until now was that they feared the loss of military strength. Even the demonstration was also made in the hope that we would surrender. No matter what, they will treat you too badly. But I hope you understand. Do I have to order you this? Rubens hesitated for a moment but puffed out his chest and put his right hand over his heart, hitting it. It was a heartfelt salute. Gertz laughed with satisfaction and returned the salute. His face was radiant. That evening, the south side of Merskronia, at the foot of the mountain, the partition screen was in flames, and smoke billows up. All the trees were cut and carried in burn-a-queer for the smoke screen. The watery branches and leaves created a large amount of smoke in the fire. It crawled slowly over the surface of Merskronia mountain. Well then, shall we go? And then the Dragon's Moor, the narrow central part. Chris moved to the spot closest to the fortress and announced to her sentry. The smoke rising from the foot of the mountain would have the enemy's attention completely focused on the south. It should be much easier than going down the cliff. Follow me as you see fit. Mia. Yes, ma'am. From first squad. Captain Corinth, it's a lot of luggage, but please. Yes, ma'am. Don't drop it, you guys. Some soldiers carried jars of oil on their backs. Climb up the cliff and burn down the mountain ridge fortress. The north. That was enough for the soldiers against the Krystand army that Celine led. The objective is to temporarily take the fort and plant the flag. Chris glances at the flag. It was a flag with a crescent moon and skull, like a sickle that reaps the ears of rice. The sharp crescent represents Chris, and a severed neck, a hollow skull profile that indicates death. Chris smiled, being reminded of Eluga. The banner was recently completed and delivered from Serene to Chris via Nozin. The soldiers of Merskronia were shown this banner at the demonstration, so when they see it at the fort, they will know at a glance who has taken the fort. If you encounter a general or someone who looks strong, make sure you fight with 2 or more squad. If you can escape, do so. Chris will do something about it. Please don't get seriously injured like Bald Eagle. Yes, take care of our life. Right. That's right. You have to take care of your life. It's hard to recruit new soldiers after all. Foo-foo. Yes, understood. Mia answered a little happily. This has been Chris's habit since Dagra was injured. Her words were soft and simple, which was why they are so true. At least they were more fortunate than anything else to have been chosen as her special subordinate. They saluted without anyone saying anything, and Chris accepted their salute. This time Chris, we are few, we don't have to worry about the Holy Spirit Covenant. No matter how much advantage you have, ensuring safety is the top priority. And we won't take prisoners at the fort, so don't worry about it. Even if the enemy doesn't show any resistance, as long as they don't run away, kill them. Her usual tone, but somehow cold. If you kill everyone like that, it will be a relief. Chris smiled at them. CH-82. What was at the foot of Merskronia mountain was more than just a partition for arrows. And the winds from south to north, blocked by the Dragon's Moor, carry it away, covering the entire south face of the burnt-out Merskronia. The gongs and cries of the Krystand army resounded from the foot of the mountain. Some noticed it and shouted. They're going to take advantage of the smoke and climb up the mountain. It doesn't matter if you can't see it, keep shooting arrows. The bonfires were meaningless. The smoke that had rolled in covered everything. Soldiers coughed and shoot arrows in a frenzy, fighting with their fear of death. Many were so frightened that they threw down their swords and ran away. In a situation where they can't see, and the headhunters of Bernick and the black-clad sentry were there, the forest is gone. Visibility is secured by a massive bonfire. So they felt safe. No tragedy that took countless brave men ever happen. This smoke was enough to break their hearts. If their vision is blocked, there is no telling where it will appear from. The sight of the kingdom's general being dismembered was seared into their eyes. The body was left out in the open, and it was still left there. If you go against her, she will do the same to you. One person, 2 people, 5 people, 10 people. If the one next to them ran away, then they will run away too. They will be killed. They will be killed. They will be killed. If one who went crazy with fear screamed, the others mistakenly believed that the enemy has appeared was only natural. What they caused by the unbearable terror could only be called mass hysteria. Screams were raised from everywhere. It made them imagine a one-sided massacre. Deprived of sight, their imagination was stirred. The rumored black-coated soldiers and silver hair. They imagined their friends killed one after another, and run away. This situation, where the commander was out of sight, was rather an opportunity for them. In order to protect their own lives rather than a noble mission, they can follow their instincts and escape without being reproached. The screams overlapped, transmitted, and spread to the entire mountain. Those who were facing the Christand army in the north also began to tremble when they saw the smoke covering the sky and heard the screams from the south. The Christand army has built countless bonfires and was forming up in an orderly fashion. It was not for an attack. It was to watch them so that they could not escape. If the enemy appears from the south, then they will be attacked in the rear with no escape. Death crosses their minds as well, and screams covered the entire mountain. Everyone was afraid of being killed, and the control of the army broke down. Rubens, I leave it to you. Yes sir. And Gertz Wiring, who was on the mountain ridge, left the fort. Climbing up the mountain in the smoke, it's not that simple. He did not think the enemy will close in on them through the smoke, which made breathing difficult. They had no need to do so. They just covered their vision with smoke. That alone rendered Gertz's soldiers useless. Frightened and confused, imagining the monster coming toward them, most of them were no longer soldiers. His soldiers, exhausted from the siege in the mountains, were at their limit. The enemy only needs to add one push in the right place. Gertz continued westward along the mountain ridge, and when the smoke cleared, he saw the figure he had expected to see. It was a marching army emerging from the western mountain ridge where the trees still remained. The one in the lead was recognizable from a distance. The general, Unwanted. The banner depicted a pair of graceful wings and a howling wolf. Although drawing a hawk that represents the Christand is considered an honor, he still draws wings to show that he is a wolf that protects Christand. A flock of wolves that devoured everything that harmed the hawk. With the crest that was permeated by his reverence for his dead lord above his head, Unwanted marched towards them up the mountain ridge. So it ends here. The enemy numbered about 5,000 men. Not that many. However, there were less than 2,000 soldiers gathered around him who were confused and out of control. Through the gaps in the smoke, he could see the backs of his own soldiers running away. The enemy, deployed at the foot of the mountains to the south, was shouting, "Advance! Kill them all, Chryssama is coming!" They shouted, but they did not seem to be advancing. However, the soldiers in the smoke did not know what was going on. Even those soldiers who had barely escaped were under the illusion that they were really being attacked, and their fatigue only increased as they shot countless arrows. They would eventually collapse. Without a single attack, no matter how much Gertz shouted, it would be meaningless. His words wouldn't reach those who went mad with fear. As expected, brave soldiers gathered here, listen. Gertz raised his voice. Soldiers who still followed him even in the face of inevitable defeat. Everyone there was a hero. Some may be trembling, some may be frightened. Still, they suppressed those feelings and stood together with Gertz. Whether it was for honor, faith, or friends, they were here for something beautiful. Gertz had nothing but gratitude for them. Ahead of us is the mighty foe, Unwanted, the one under the hero Christand, the man who was said to be the strongest of them all. There is no more victory for us, and ahead of us is the road to death. Knowing this, you are here as soldiers, as warriors, stronger and braver than anyone. Gertz saluted toward everyone that stood there. Gertz saluted not as a superior, but as their equal, with a flat hand pressed to his chest. You guys have gathered here. That alone is enough for me. To have soldiers like you under my command, That's what I'm most proud of in this lifetime. Hai closed his eyes for a moment. Defeat was inevitable. Today would be his last battle, and that's why I say to you, treasure your life. His words left everyone perplexed. The only reason they were able to hold on was because they were with the general. I will now move forward, aiming for General Vraich's head. There may not be the slightest hope, and I will not allow you, the brave soldiers who are to carry the kingdom in the future, to go along with me. You will remain in this fortress, and if I am defeated, you will surrender with my adjutant, Rubens. There was no longer much hope of fighting to reduce his forces. With such a collapse, organized resistance was impossible. What good would it do to take hundreds, or at best, more than 1,000 enemy soldiers with them? If that were the case, at least as many as possible. Gertz's decision was based on this. Although we crossed blades because of our differences in ideology, I still respect the hero Bogenchrist, and he is a man who prided himself of being a warrior than anyone else. And I believe that that man, who was his trusted retainer, also felt the same. The previous example was aimed at the collapse of the army. He will not behave violently against those who surrender. He has gained experience at the cost of many lives. His body, trained under countless blades, can still fight. He is unremarkable and has a body that does not exceed the realm of ordinary people, but he still has pride as a warrior. It's fine as long as you witness my fight. I'm grateful to you guys for sticking with me in my selfishness. He got off his horse. It was no longer useful here. A body that transcends humans through magic does not need a horse. Forward. His footsteps were sure. His mind was clear. Several soldiers followed behind him, from few to dozens. Then over 100, over 300. He didn't know the exact number, but Gertz laughed. Ha ha, not as much as General, I bet. One of the centurions said, and laughed. Will us our lives and pave the way. As expected, he would be lame if after all the talk, General didn't even manage to meet with the enemy's general. The next person to speak was the fat battalion commander who has a large stature. The battalion commander speaks lightly to the general. Depending on the situation, it was a word that could have been severely punished, but Gertz didn't get angry and just laughed. Cuckoo, that certainly won't look good. Don't worry, I used to be in the same position as you, with a sword and a spear in my hand. I'm not going to show you that much of shameful figure. That's good. If there is an opportunity even after we die, I definitely want to ask for a match. Ah, I promise. Gertz nodded. The centurion by his side laughed. Whoa, I've never seen the battalion commander wield a sword. Alba, you bastard. Haven't I shown you many times? To think you called that wielding a sword. At best it's only swinging a stick. I thought you climbed up here to surrender, but it's not like you. Battalion commander, did your rotten nature got switched? Just saying whatever you want. I'll whip you next time. Gertz looked at the situation happily and nodded. Then he asked, what is your name? I am the commander of the 2nd Battalion of the 1st Corps, Takhiris Senja, General. And you are Albakan? The 2nd Battalion should have been the defending of the South. I don't know what to say. Most of the soldiers have run away, so I had no choice but to come here, and what I saw was this. I see. The only thing that gives this battalion commander dignity is his mouth and his stomach. The soldiers all ran away because they didn't want to die under this kind of battalion commander. I can't help but think that my last days will be with a battalion commander like him. How to say it? It's a very empty feeling. Bastard, Takhiris bellowed, pointing his finger behind him. Look, dozens of people are full of motivation to die with me. You understand? I've earned that much respect. Several dozen out of 1,000 men. Most of them are my soldiers. Who among you would want to die for the commander Zenj? The words no one, Captain Alba, and such were returned, and the laughter echoed around the people who had been listening to the conversation. Ha 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 ha, that's good, really good. I wish I had gotten to know you guys a little earlier. Sitting down and have a drink together, Gertz said happily and tapped Takhiris and Alba on the shoulders. Thanks to you guys. The coward bug that remained inside of me seems to have flown away somewhere. Seeing what's in front made my legs trembled, until just now that is. He nodded deeply and continued. Let's show them that even a cornered mouse will bite a wolf. Yeah, now that's the only choice. But Alba, you can protect me and risk your life to let me escape, you know. That's the role of the battalion commander. Unlike your daughter, my son is my biological child. Bastard. And so, they proceeded to their deaths. Smoke is only a temporary distraction. It faded as they advance. The distance between the two armies closed. Gertz and Nozen came out in front of the two armies that had formed up. Both generals were the same as the other day. The only difference would be the number of soldiers and whether they were on horseback or not. A youthful voice resounded. He raised his visor of his winged helmet and held a steel shield in his left hand. The man with reddish bronze hair smiled with his teeth bared, distorting his beautiful face. It was a smile that was like that of a wolf. If I can become the foundation for future soldiers, that's fine with me. Like you, I dislike needless bloodshed. Let's settle this. I see. Nozen smiled at those words and looked at Gertz, observing him. After thinking a little, he said, "If you say so, this is probably the crossroads. Before it's too late, I'll ask you, why don't you surrender for the sake of the brave soldiers here who haven't fled yet?" At this point you still expect me to nod? Choose your words wisely, General Wiring. There was a half-pitying look in his eyes. It's easy whichever you choose. At least for me. That's why I'm only asking this out of mercy for you and your soldiers, Nozen said roundaboutly. Gertz frowned. What do you mean? Well, think about it. Nozen laughed, showing his fangs. Gertz pondered what he means and shook his head, wondering if he's stalling for time. Win or lose, it will be by blade. The answer will not change. Is that so? What a shame. At least I'll offer those words. Nozen pulled back the visor and turned on his heel. He then drew his sword. Gertz also turns back and pulls out his sword. A battle cry echoed through the mountains. It would be apartment to say that the battle was one-sided. About 5,000 against 300. It was a number that was essentially can't even be called a battle. Gertz and his men were immediately surrounded, but they were determined. They were originally dead soldiers. They were brave men who were determined enough not to fear even their own deaths. All the soldiers were going for the enemy general, Nozen Vraich. Leading the way was Chika, a centurion known for his valor even within Ger's army. He wields a huge hammer on his huge, bear-like body, and knocks down the enemy. Those around him were fascinated by it and wielded their blades. Soldiers who are prepared to die are strong. By giving up on the life that lies ahead, they turned their own lives into fuel and moved forward as if to burn it all up. At the beginning of the battle, it was their rapid march. But that ended immediately. What they saw in front of them was a silver-winged armor, and a large shield of steel. A blow from the sledgehammer that was raised above his head. It was easily parried by the large shield. Then, as he slipped through, Nozen stabbed his leg with the long sword in his right hand, and pierced the shoulder, then thrusting his blade into the opening, ending his life. A shield in his left hand and a blade in his right. Lorca swordsmanship, which is famous as a battlefield swordsmanship, demonstrates its true power when the shield is held up in front of Nozen, who has mastered it. A person who is simply strong cannot be said to be his opponent. He uses his shield as a blow, as a defense, or even to crush the skulls of his enemies with its steel. To those who faced him, it seemed as if he was a castle wall. Everything in sight was covered with a steel shield, and the sword that was suddenly unleashed was sharp, as if the flowing torrent was split by a huge rock. The soldiers who were cut down beside him piled up. A trained body and bravery that does not fear death, although they were hastily created. They were all fierce men who could be called elite. Even so, Nozen's progress was unstoppable. Full body armor and steel shield. Although the total weight exceeds that of an ordinary human body, his movements maintain the speed and accuracy of bearskin. Not a single person could scratch the graceful armor or the sculpture of the falcon's wings. Only fresh blood colored its silver. He was one of the corps commanders in the army of the hero Christ, and Nozen was also a monster of a monster slayer. He surpassed even his Lord Bogan in swordsmanship, and his shield and blade, which had slaughtered countless fierce warriors, were without a single blemish. A single blow from his shield can knock several people off their feet, and he can defeat his opponents with sheer physical strength. When a sword is pointed at him, the blade was misdirected, splitting the empty air, and that will be your last swing. There was no one who could defeat the shadow hero who possessed both power and skill. GGH? Battalion commander. A well-dressed battalion commander was knocked off by the shield. A centurion raised his blade to protect him, and the shield gleamed as if scooping up from the base of the raised sword. A dull roar resounded. The centurion's arm was snapped off by the impact. A sword line runs down his neck, and he died. Alba, you bastard! As soon as the battalion commander regained his stance, He stepped forward with his body and readied his sword. Stab each other, or at least one blow. The earth sunk foot as he stepped forward. The distance between the two was crushed. However, the silver-winged warrior remained calm. He lowered his posture against the man's blow, who was quicker than he looked. Using his momentum, Nozen throws his giant body overhead with his shield. Then, he brilliantly cut the neck of the man who was floating in the air. Blood rains down, and there was no longer a single sign of interest toward there. Only a pair of glazed eyes looked forward through the visor that represented a pair of wings. Ahead of his line of sight, there was the veteran general wearing a simple armor. His long beard was slightly shaken as he offered a moment of silent prayer for the deaths of the two men, and then he readied his spear. "Let's fight, General Vraich. I appreciate your spirit, but..." Gertz stepped forward. He was an old man, but his movements are incomparable to those of ordinary people. The hand spear swung around with force that seemed to crush the wind. The spear bends sharply, at the silver-winged warrior. If he were a mere soldier, that alone would shatter his spine along with his armor. Nozen easily parried the blow with his shield, but Gertz was no longer there. Gertz went around to the left of Nozen's shield and drew his long sword. The spear was a feint attack from the beginning. He had slipped around the flanks and used all of the skills he had trained in the past. He was betting it all on that one sword. The blade was sharp as it aimed at the seam of the armor. Gertz, as if sinking his body into the ground, delivered a brilliant thrust that could be said to be the very model of swordsmanship. "It's no use, old general." Nozen didn't even turn around. On top of that, Nozen's foot pierced Gertz's torso with precision, a blow that warped even steel armor. Gertz was slammed into the soldier's body, rolled over, and coughed. I acknowledge your courage to face me, but this body, trained in the service of the hero Bogan Christand, cannot be scratched with that level of skill. Not yet. He gave a pitying look to Gertz, who still tried to get up. "Even this. I was intending to be merciful though. Look, old general. The smoke has cleared," Nozen said and pointed somewhere. It was Muskronia's main camp, the fortress. It was burning before he knew it, and there was a black banner with a crescent skull on it. No way. It should be said that time is up. It seems that you were so absorbed in it that you didn't notice. Suddenly, a series of screams echoed. It was from the soldiers led by Gertz. "You had your last chance when I asked you just now. You turned it down. And now you can't take that choice back. It is already over." With Nozen words, innumerable blood flowers bloomed from the soldier rank, and a silver shadow descended. A battlefield between two generals. What appeared in this intentionally created space was a girl who was out of place. Her long silver hair tied in two, and her shirt and skirt were hidden by her cloak. Her beauty shining in the moonlight was like a fairy's, and her purple eyes showed a quiet radiance. Her slender petite body, not a drop of dirt on her pure white skin as she dives through the drizzling blood. In the hands of this dainty girl was a graceful blade that undulates like that of a woman's naked body. Only the distorted curved sword, smeared with blood, shone with a somewhat obscene and bewitching radiance. The figure of a girl who was not suited to the battlefield. However, there is probably no other girl who is more suited to the battlefield than she. Her mere presence freezes even the heat of the moment. Everyone here knew her as the embodiment of the fear that clings around the dragon's maw. The cursed child, Chris Christand. Seeing that figure, Gertz trembled and dropped the sword he was holding in his hand. "I've been going around the fort, searching every last one, but he is here after all." Her sweet voice traveled far and wide on the silent battlefield and tickled their ears, like a bell ringing, like a bird chirping. The sound of her voice, detached from fear and tension, was beautiful, and if it were not on the battlefield, it might have been a voice they want to listen to. "Yes, Chris-sama." Here. Nozen saluted with a natural motion in the frozen air as he gripped his sword. The victory had already been decided. No one attacked Nozen, who was showing an opening. And, as a matter of course, not to Chris, who stood there. "So that person is General Wiring. I saw his face briefly the other day, though from a distance." Her cherry-colored lips were gently smiling. "Every last one, you mean ... The soldiers on the fort are?" Gertz asked in a mumbled voice. "Rubens, the face of the adjutant he had left behind, comes to mind. Because Chris is only after you after all. Chris thought you were hiding somewhere, ... But you see, even if Chris wanted to look for you, it was in that smoke." The girl covered her mouth with her cloak and makes a troubled face. "Innocent, without malice. Chris also killed your adjutant, she informed him with a mad smile. Reuben's linear Alkeld was born into a noble family, the son of a concubine. In a family of male lineage, all the children were born female. It was said that he would be the heir to the family until the age of 10 or so, and Rubens continued to live up to that expectation. He worked extraordinarily hard, in his studies, in his swordsmanship. For his sickly mother, even though he was called a child prodigy, he continued to show results without being arrogant, and even though he was a concubine's child, Rubens studied so hard that he was said to be worthy of inheriting the name of Alkeld. The turning point for him was the birth of a boy between his father and his legal wife. It was a very common story. The way he treats him and his mother changed. Rubens no longer had any other way to live but in the military. If he took credit, if he rose in the ranks, he would be able to take back what he once held in his hands and save his mother. He would spend every waking moment training, learning tactics, wielding sword and spear. His good fortune was that he had a respected superior officer. It was Gertz Wiring who spotted his talent, when he was less than 30, and appointed him as his adjutant. He was a man who rose to the rank of general not because of his good birth, but because of his ability, which is rare in the kingdom's center. Gertz was not a man who was arrogant with his men, but his education was always rigorous, and he imparted all the experience and knowledge he had to Rubens. One careless move could end the lives of hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of people. A commander must never be lenient with himself. Many of them have been unable to endure his excessive training and have asked to be transferred. But Rubens was the only one who did not run away and desperately tried to follow his instructions. This was an opportunity that Rubens would not let go of even if he died. The position of general's adjutant is sometimes recognized as acting command on behalf of general and is number 2 in the military both in name and reality. It is not so rare that someone who has no connections and no power as a noble is chosen as an adjutant. Rubens could not think of throwing away this opportunity. Rubens, a brilliant man from the start, absorbed more knowledge than Gertz could ever hope to. As soon as he learned one thing, he would learn another. Polite and enthusiastic, Rubens was a good student. Looking at this, Gertz's face began to show more kindness than harshness. One day, he said to Rubens, "I know I have no talent. That's why I've learned to not lose even one bit of experience but there are many times that I wished I had just a little bit more wisdom. So, before I finished my role, I wanted to entrust everything I had to someone with talent. Will you please accept it?" "Rubens, I think I can entrust everything I have so far to you." The words were heavy, yet sent a shiver down his spine. He knew that he was wanted, that his past had been recognized. Meaning of Gertz's word was the word he wanted from his father. He worked harder than ever before. He worked harder than ever before. As Gertz Wiring adjutant, as the successor to receive all of it. However, too bad. It's a miss. Seems the general is not here. Nipping that in the bud was a girl. In a single breath, she killed all the soldiers at the top of the fort, shook her silver hair, and tilted her head. Her somewhat inorganic eyes, as if she were a doll or something, stared at him. The purple color of her eyes shines with an eerie, cold radiance, and her well-formed face makes a somewhat distorted expression, like a doll imitating a human being. Not even a few moments have passed since the bell rang to warn of an enemy attack. She appeared before the bells had stopped ringing and killed 12 men in a haphazard manner, with a precise cleave to their necks, and stood before Rubens' eyes. "Your adjutant Alkeld, right? Where is the general?" "Oops, there." A soldier who climbed the ladder from downstairs was killed by stabbing him with a corpse's sword. It was more elegant and beautiful than any sword he've ever seen. No wasted movement. He already knew too well that there was no way to win. She was a monster that could kill people with the ease of kicking a pebble. "We should surrender," his reason whispered. But Gertz was still fighting. His emotions rejected reason. "I'm sorry, but I can't let you go." His right hand is on his left hip, on the hilt of his sword. The drawn sword, however, ... "So you won't tell Chris?" The sword, along with his right arm, rolled noisily onto the floorboards. The voice came from behind him, and the floor was in front of him. Before Rubens knew it, his body was on his knees. "Well, that's okay, if Chris just asks at random, eventually someone will." "Chan, did you find it?" She grabbed the collar of his armor, and Rubens' body floats in the air. With a momentary feeling of floating, His body on the third floor of the fort was slammed to the ground. The girl likely landed on the side of Rubens, who was writhing in severe pain and was unable to take a decent defensive posture. Squad 1 and Squad 2 were there, with Mia in command. Only the adjutant. It's a miss. Mia, ... Nothing so far. The chestnut-haired centurion distorted his face and looked at Rubens. Around them, wiring soldiers stopped fighting the black-painted sentry and looked at the girl. Some of them even threw down their swords, realizing that the cursed child in front of them was Chris, and that the one-armed man who has fallen is Rubens, the second in command. They do not seem to have the will to fight. But, Kalua, don't slack off. Chris's hope is safety first. Yes. A curved sword like an axe was swung at them whose heart already broke. Two heads flew off and they screamed. Hi! And with that as a signal, the black-coated soldiers mercilessly attacked them. It's hard to get your energy back once it's lost. The men, who had been maintaining a slight coordination, were killed one by one, as if they were being devoured limb by a beast. Rubens watched in agony. How is it, Mia? Yes. I think we have taken care of about 70% of them, since they have escaped. Takel's squad will continue to deal with the remaining enemies, while Corinth's squad will be setting fire to them as planned. That's right. Please do so. Battle of Forts. Fighting in such obstacles and uneven terrain was the most comfortable situation for the Black Centurion. Battle of Forts. Fighting in such obstacles and uneven terrain was the most comfortable situation for the Black Centurion. If pressed, they would jump onto the tops of turrets, huts, and other structures to escape. Then, they would do the opposite and smash the heads of unsuspecting soldiers from overhead. Soldiers who could only maneuver on a flat surface could not catch them moving three-dimensionally. Chris nodded and asked Rubens, who was wriggling on his back. Chris is going to ask you one more time, where is the general? The general said ... Here. Surrender. So, it was no longer possible to resist. Rubens gives up everything and throws away even his pride. It's no good. You surrendered arbitrarily as an adjutant while the general is still alive. But Chris said, admonishing him, when surrendering, if there is a possibility of suffering damage due to confusion in the chain of command, the receiving side can reject it. This was to prevent counterattacks from units that had not been notified of the surrender, or from higher-ranking units, after stopping the attack at the word surrender. If the condition of the general's survival overlaps with the situation falling into chaos, the general's orders will take precedence. It is also justifiable for a general to withdraw the lieutenant's surrender declaration later and move on to a counterattack. Given the risk, she had no intention of allowing him to surrender. Thoroughly kill all those who oppose her and ensure safety. To not make a second Agra. It was already decided in Chris what to do, and no way. Sorry. Chris doesn't intend to take prisoners at the fort this time. It would have been a different story if there was a general though. Rubens stared dumbfounded at the screams that echoed around him and the soldiers being killed. That's all he can do, and he looks up with tears running down his face as if clinging to the smiling a mad girl. I beg you, please, Chris-sama. The general seems to have led a small group to the west, General Vareich's place. He headed there. Well then. That's enough. Take a rest. The inorganic purple eye and his gaze met for a moment. Chris stomped and crushed the neck of the wriggling adjutant. You are. Then Chris will go to the general. Mia, you understand right? Mia nods, trying not to see her adjutant's corpse. Yes. If there is a counterattack from others, we will quickly withdraw. Good. That's what a centurion is. Chris proudly puffed up her chest and shook her head, as if she was the boss. The victory has already been decided. Chris doesn't think there will be resistance, but it's a pointless battle. Don't let anyone die. Yes. Mia happily salutes, and Chris nodded satisfactorily. She then looked at Kalua. Mia is so bad, noob, at swords that it's better to start counting from the bottom. So Kalua, please protect her properly. It's a big deal if Mia gets hurt. You are. Of course. Leave the clumsy, noob, Mia to me. Kalua. Mia glared at her, but Kalua didn't care. Chris saw it and turned her gaze to the other three. The three salute as if they understood. Well then Chris will be going. Chris will arrange for all to rest in the city for at least one day, so do best. After she said this, Chris ran west in the direction of northern Angkowitz. Naturally, there were enemy soldiers, but visibility was poor, and the situation was chaotic. But she did not run to an obstacle. Those who were frightened by her appearance made way for her, and the brave men who were not frightened were cut down and killed. There was no one chasing her. Everyone knew it was suicide. And the direction she was headed in, the direction of the fort, they understood. Fall of the fort. That they were defeated by the cursed child who visited them as declared. Chris cuts down anything that gets in her way as she runs through the thinning smoke of the mountain ridge. Chris stepped into the place where the two generals of the two armies were facing each other. Chris thinks we should avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Will you surrender completely? Chris slowly approaches Gertz. Now only General Willing can make that decision. She walked with a light gait. Chris is sure the general will think that there is no way I will surrender. And you were reckless enough to fight General Vreich with such a small force. Gertz's actions were not based on logical judgment. It was too reckless and pointless. They would not affect the outcome of the battle, nor would they inflict a crushing blow. But it was not hard to understand why he made this choice. Chris doesn't understand it. But the general has an aesthetic sense that respects death, just cause and honor, right? Even knowing Chris wants you to surrender, she smiled and nodded to herself. Besides her, no one speaks a word. Everyone was taken in by the peculiar atmosphere she had. I swear I won't do anything wrong. I threatened you during the day, but unlike General Hilkenthos, Chris will follow the rules properly. Chris, I won't treat prisoners badly, and properly protect them as a citizen of the same kingdom. But the mad purple eyes look down at Gertz, wiring. If the general refuses, Chris will kill all the remaining soldiers on this mountain for the sake of the future, so that all opponents who fight Chris from now on will think that they should surrender rather than fight Chris. Her sane mind was consciously drowned in madness. An army with no command and control, frightened soldiers, the darkness of night. You know how easy it is, right? After that, no matter who declared surrender, Chris will kill him. As you know, surrender by self-judgment can be refused if one considers that the battle is continuing. And she asked with a smile, General, keep that in mind and give your response after careful consideration. Honestly, Chris is fine either way, since the result is not bad. It is a smile that is endlessly lovely, charming, and devoid of humanity. The curved sword in her hand glistens red with blood and shakes. But after all, if you're going in line with general ethics, isn't it true that the fewer people die, the better? If you think about the lives that can be saved just by the general's words, Chris thinks the answer is obvious though, right? The moment he refused, she will cut his head and do what she said. She didn't even have the hesitation she should have as a person. Render. Chris can't hear you like that. Say it again clearly so that everyone here can hear you. What are you going to do? Gertz clenched his fists and repeated, I will surrender. Please help the soldiers. The person who he tried to entrust his future to was killed, but he was not even allowed to die as a general on the battlefield. Yes, that's wonderful decision. Foo. Chris is glad General is understanding. In front of him was despair that took away everything. The girl's heart was distorted to the extent that everything Gertz had piled up was broken. Ch 83, Arc for the Beloved. Chapter 83. Idiot. Celine was already used to military service. Kristan's main army suffered almost no damage. Repetition of the phony offensive, their all this time was to inflame the enemy's vigilance and anxiety and exhaust them, so there was no chaos even while they were undertaking the majority of processing the prisoners. After giving out a set of instructions, she left the northern part to Gallon and headed south through the Dragon's Moor to its center. Celine was accompanied by about 30 cavalrymen. If she leaves her camp for even a moment, she will always have her bodyguard, even in her own camp. She couldn't say that Bogan, who was killed the other day, was not careless. Speaking in what if he had had a little more escort, he might have been able to escape, and if he had, the Kristand would have won the battle that day. Even though he was the general of an army, her father took his own safety lightly. That was the cause of the previous defeat. Serene was already simply looking at her father's death with the ease of a commander. That is, south through the Dragon's Moor, abandoned in front of Merskronia, were a mutilated corpse and a flag. Oregon Hilkintos. It was his pitiful figure. Celine furrowed her brows and lowered her eyes. She's been told by Nozin about Chris's actions. It was a semi-ex post facto approval. He probably knew how Serene would react to it. Why did they leave him there? To show it to the surrendered captives. Plain and simple. Just like hanging a dead raven to avoid a raven. If it's Chris, then she could do it calmly. She didn't wonder why she would do such a thing. Something that was worthless to her, didn't have any value for her. And if she could make use of the thing that was worthless to her, she would do so without feeling anything. Should I order a burial? She gave it some thought and stopped. It would be pointless to do so now. Besides, the soldiers were busy. Then it would be better to continue and make the best use of the effect. Celine passed by, her golden hair swaying like a horse's tail. The cavalrymen who followed her averted their eyes from the corpse. The corpse's face, already becked by ravens, was frozen in time while contorted in pain. Then to the headquarters of the Vraich army. As they headed for the commander's tent where Nozin was, they naturally saw Chris's century. Since it was a forced march with just 100 men, they borrowed Nozin's tent. They saluted Celine as soon as they recognized her, and Celine politely responded, "Where is Chris?" "The corps commander is, Celine." Along with the voice, a shadow suddenly appeared from the side and hugged Celine like horseback. After a beat, the horse, Celine, snorted in surprise, but it doesn't go berserk. The impact of Celine being hugged was light compared to its momentum. Celine, who had imagined what would happen after hearing the voice, didn't seem surprised. Even though Celine makes a troubled face, she stroked her silver hair and scolded her. "What will you do if you fall, you idiot?" Celine is a reasonably good horse rider, so it's fine. It's not that kind of problem. Good grief. Chris's cheek, pinching and stretching the soft white flesh, Celine smiled wryly. Her face and cloak were spotless and clean. It probably wasn't that hard of a job for her. Once relieved that Chris wasn't fatigued, Celine lifted Chris's dainty body, carrying her like a baby, and stroked her cheek. "Chris sure is energetic." "Were you lonely?" "Yes, Chris might have been very lonely. Chris only brought the black ones, so our job is done." Chris thought Celine was coming, so Chris prepared breakfast. She looked up at her with puppy eyes. Her lips were puffy, and her large eyes were a little sleepy. Growl. Her stomach growled. Eat together and then sleep together with her. That's probably what she wanted. Serene smiled as she saw through Chris's mind. "I'm going to visit General Vraich for a little while. Shall we eat together after that? Yes, elites, I'm going to have a little rest with Chris, so you guys should also rest. Gather the corps commanders here at noon for a meeting." "Yes, Mom." After interacting with Chris for a short while, she took off her armor in Chris's tent. Then she left her and went to Nozin. It's just a greeting. The meeting will be held later, so there was no need for Chris to accompany her. Rather, it would be better to say that Chris, who wanted to cook for Celine, left voluntarily. Chris was in a better mood than usual. "I thought I would get yelled at first thing first, but it seems I don't have to worry about that." Nozin smiled wryly when he saw Celine. "Then that will just be me venting my anger. I'm not that short-tempered." When Celine glared at him and sighed, Nozin ruffled his hair and smiled. "The general often asked me for advice because of Lady Celine's tantrums. That was a long time ago. Of course, I'll grow up." "Ha. Celine Sama has become a lot calmer since Chris come after all." Celine sat down on her chair blushing. "Thanks to Chris and General Vraich we had it easy. It's also become a good opportunity for the drill. Thank you for that." "Of course. From here on, stability in the rear led by Celine Sama will be important." "Yes, I didn't think the West would be cleared up so easily, so it may be excessive though. From now on, they will the Dragon's Maw as their main supply route." The battle with the Holy Empire that happened the other day, the eastern part, whose wounds had yet to heal, didn't have much strength. The Empire had looted many parts of the country, and it was possible to hire people who had lost their jobs after their villages were burned as soldiers. It would be difficult to come up with a long-term supply to feed them. This was one of the reasons why the invasion of the Dragon's Maw was hastened. By stabilizing the Dragon's Jaws, they would finally be able to provide enough logistics to freely operate in the center of the country. And the role of Celine and the Christand army this time is to maintain the rear communication line leading from the Dragon's Maw. If the Vraich army was the sword, the Christand army was the shield. If the Hilkinto's army was late in joining the war, the Christand army would face them, and the Vraich army would invade the royal capital. Excessive is fine. His Royal Highness is scattering money from the national treasury after all. Celine nodded in agreement. There were rumors that even national treasures are being sold in large quantities from the royal palace's treasury. It seems that Guildenstein was thinking only about winning first rather than what would happen after the war. They didn't know how many troops he would be able to gather, but 5,000 new soldiers the Christand army been able to recruit since then would be nothing compared to it. Together with the Vraich army, their number settled down to around 60,000 strong, but the enemy will definitely outnumber them. It was possible if he spit out a lot of money from the national treasury. Regardless of the just cause, that's what it means to deal with a state that has the royal palace in its hands. Rather, we are equal now that we have defeated Hilkintos. It is better to see it that way. Right. I'd like to hear your opinion about General Geiger. From my personal point of view, I like him. He's a great noble, but he's not interested in politics. Let me see, he's similar to General Tebogan Sama. Celine thought of her father's face for a moment, but didn't show any reaction in particular. Can we rest assured then? I wonder about that. From his character I don't think he will move. But that doesn't mean he can't be unguarded. I don't think there's much point in thinking about it, though I understand how Celine Sama feel. I don't want him to move either. Nozen chuckled. Well, true. It's no use thinking about it. Celine stretched with her hands above her head. I'll take all the prisoners here. Is that okay? Yes. We are close to the limit here. And also, it would be better to keep them separate from Chris Sama and her soldier. Celine froze for a moment and glared at him. You're saying to let Chris take the blame alone? I'm sure Chris Sama would like that to be the case. It's just her role. A candy and a whip mixed together is useless. Even so, it depends on how one thinks about it. It has already passed. Then it is the proper courtesy to make the most effective use of it. In the same way you shouldn't take pity on a soldier who is going to his death and not extend a hand to the soldier who took the rear. It's the same thing. Nozen said it as coldly as he could. Celine clenched her fists so that they were white, and her gaze shook weakly. Putting aside how you feel, Celine Sama understand, right? Seeing Celine unable to answer, Nozen spread out his hands as if troubled. Well, it's up to the General Celine Sama to decide what to do. I won't force it, but no matter what, it will be like that after the war. After the war, peace is just a preparation period until the next war. At that time, where will Chris Sama be? Serene tried to glare at Nozen again and stopped. She sighed as told him. Thank you for the advice, but you sure have a bad personality. Haha, you need someone who can scold you after all. I hope Celine Sama won't hate me for it. But, yeah, what you said wasn't wrong. I'm powerless. After saying that, Celine continued. But more than anyone else, I want Chris to be happy. As much as possible, as much as I can, even if it's just a little. If Celine Sama say that then it's true for me too. I wish for Celine Sama and Chris Sama happiness. On top of that, I said it. Well, it might be an unnecessary concern. Besides, Nozen then stared at Celine. The tone of his voice was admonishing. I'm sure this is what Chris Sama has been thinking about. If Celine is so worried about it, it will also worry her. She is a kind person after all. Celine Sama understands that, right? Celine did not answer. What? Chew. Chris kissed her. She clung to her, rubbed her cheeks against her, and kissed her. Chris was Chris after all, an idiot. Celine was exasperated and stretched Chris's cheeks with a wry smile. After finishing the meal, they took a short rest before the lunch meeting. It was a rather extravagant breakfast to eat on the battlefield. With the chance to meet Celine, Chris oversaw the breakfast while fighting her drowsiness. In addition to soup and boiled food, she even borrowed a kiln and prepared pizza. She was troubled by Chris, who acted unrestrained and spoiled even in front of the soldiers, but she was too cute and lovely, so she couldn't scold her too hard. Celine thought Chris was like this because she experienced the thorough pampering when she was in bed the other day because of an injury. She has become more and more of a spoiled child. It was difficult for Celine to conclude whether Chris becoming an idiot was a good thing or a bad thing. If it made her happy, she thought it might be a good thing. Even if it was only for a short time, like a comforting moment, whatever it was. Even if they successfully ended the civil war, there is no guarantee that peace would come after the war. If other countries moved, it will be on the scale of what the Holy Empire did the other day. If that happened, inevitably, she would need to ask for Chris's help. If it continued in a chain, when will she be able to fulfill the promise she made to her? She didn't know what the future holds. Only anxiety appeared on her face. The world she wanted seemed so far away. What does Chris think will happen from now on? From now on? Our future, maybe. Since it's you we're talking about, do you have any specific predictions about what will happen? Ah, I see. Chris' happy smile faded a little. If Chris is the king of the surrounding countries, Chris will not miss this opportunity. If Chris wants to invade the kingdom, there will be no better opportunity than now. Chris believes that the reason why it is not being done at present, or if it will not be done in the future, is simply that there are political problems over there that are not profitable. There is a high probability that some country will move. While stroking Celine's cheek, her eyes were somewhat vacant. If more than one comes, it will be extremely difficult to maintain the territory as it is. Reducing the strategic defensive surface, it's probably the best choice for the kingdom to shift to an internal line operation centered on the royal capital. With the forest as the western edge in the west and Wolfiate as the eastern edge in the east, we will strive to maintain our national strength. After that, Chris will crush them one by one. It was a voice without any hesitation. Her eyes were transparent, neither warm nor cold. While looking at Celine, but as if looking at the void. Celine and the others protect the royal capital, and the ones who move will be Chris. Sometimes when Chris gets tired, Chris will come back and rests. When everyone is in the capital, Chris will feel safe. Chris won't get separated and anxious as Chris does now. Her eyes narrowed slightly sadly, and Celine stroked her cheek. Chris smiled softly. It's a short distance, so Chris can go home anytime, and that's fine for a while. Chris liked to finish it as soon as possible. But well, it will need several years though. It's fine if Chris just kills them all, she whispered in a sweet voice. She pressed their forehead together and rubbed the tips of their nose. Her eyelids sleepily and happily wrap around the purple gem, and she continued. If Chris, we, threaten them that, if we let everyone around know that, then everyone will be peaceful and happy every day. Chris might have to do a little work, but every day in the estate will be happy, cooking, drinking tea, and sleeping together like before. That's what Celine was afraid of. Chris will put up with it until then. Celine is worried about cliché, right? Yes. When Celine answered, Chris happily kissed her. Recently, Chris thinks Chris has come to understand what people are thinking. Chris is also very worried about Celine. It's the one called empathy, right? She held Celine's cheek and repeated it again. The feel of the soft lips. There was nothing obscene there, just pure goodwill. Everything about Chris always shone like a jewel. Celine is always thinking about various things for Chris. That makes Chris really happy. But Chris doesn't want Celine to be troubled about it. That's why Chris wants Celine not to think about anything and just leave it to Chris. The gold and silver were tangled on the blanket. Chris lifted it, and it flowed silkily and mixed together. Chris used to think that she should be better than everyone else. Chris was the best at everything she did, so she really valued what other people thought of Chris, but not so these days. The jewel wrapped in long eyelashes like that of silverwork simply stared at Celine. Now Chris doesn't care if someone hates her, how they think of her, or how they evaluate her. However, if Celine and the others, who loved Chris, said they liked Chris and cared for her, then that's enough for Chris. She buried her face in Celine's chest, doing so like a child. She seems to want a safe place. Maybe it's a reaction to her not getting her love when she needed it most. What Chris always wanted was something that a child would want from a parent. Even so, I can't leave you alone because I'm worried about you. I don't want you to be hated, scared, or called bad. I want you to understand that. Yes. Chris knew Celine would say something like that. Chris thinks Berry would probably say the same thing. She put her hands behind her back and clung to them. Celine just strokes her head gently and holds her. Sorry. But Chris thinks this is the best thing for Chris to do. Celine's beautiful face contorted for a moment and lowered her eyes. Then she sighed and told Chris. Really? What a silly child. I wonder if I will need to take care of this idiot for my whole life. Chris's hands tightened, rubbing her cheek against Celine's bulge, as if entrusting that small body to her. Chris is very clever, but, sometimes, just a little bit, Chris might be an idiot, she whispered. Her reply was filled with passion. CH 84.1 Character Introduction includes spoilers up to Arc 4, Part 1. Height Profile Glossary. In cm, the average height for men is around 175 centimeters, and for women around 160 centimeters. Plus no entry. average height plus medium build, average height plus high stature, tall/large, about 10 centimeters taller than average. In the case of men, if it is written as 6 shaku, it exceeds 180, plus small stature, petite, about 10 centimeters lower than average, plus comparatively tall, petite is below average, plus extremely, very, tall, small is above average. Character, height, roughly, vague imagination, authors. Chris, 140, latter half, 147. Berry, 150, first half, 152. Celine, 150, latter half, 159. Crescenta, 130, first half, I'm still growing. Kalua, 160, latter half, 168. 169. Mia, 150, latter half, 159. Anne, greater than 160 less than, greater than 160. Survived until the end of Arc 4. Died by the end of Act 4. Major character. Chris Rainier Christand, Order Evil. Chris Rainier Christand is an unhinged girl who can kill people without hesitation. She is the adopted daughter of the Christand house and is considered the main character of the story. Chris is known as the baby who doesn't cry and is the cursed child of the royal family. She was supposed to be killed, but her caretaker servant let her escape, and she was brought up in the village of Kalka. Chris was an abnormal person who lacked empathy and had no remorse for murder or violence. However, as a result of the strong love she received from good people, she has come to be able to understand ethics and emotions as well as anyone else. She can only take people's words as they are and is not good at reading their emotions. Apart from this, Chris is literally a genius with superhuman talent in every aspect. She has the ability to easily absorb and develop any technology with just a glance. No matter what she does, she acts on the basis of her idea that it is natural that she can do it. She is strongly obsessed with her own excellence and is a hard worker. In terms of human relationships, Chris basically acts on a profit and loss basis, but she is not good at reading other people's emotions. As a result, she tends to overestimate what others have given her, and underestimates what she gives to others. Therefore, she tends to demand an excessive amount of return in exchange for the genuine favors she receives from others. However, she has the nature of sparing no effort necessary for it. Chris' behavior is based on her poor skill of human relationships. Although one side of her can be said to be very good, her reputation differs greatly depending on whether you see her as a mere deviant or a girl who is too pure. Appearance: long silver hair, purple eyes, very petite, small stature, slender, moderate chest, like a fairy. Armor, casual wear, gloves, reinforced boots. Self-evaluation: very smart and talented, but still has a lot of immature parts. She thinks she might be a little more spoiled and gluttonous than most people. Strong points: murder, magic, calculation. Likes: housework in general, including cooking. Sweet stuff, be spoiled. Kisses, hugs and general physical contact. Caring others. Dislikes: anything that disturbs the peace around her. Worries: work is hard. Chris want to be spoiled more. Celine Argalitrinia Cretand, neutral good. A serious and affectionate girl, she is the head of the Christand house and a general. As the sole heir of the Christand main house, she works hard to follow in the footsteps of her heroic and respected father. She used to have a complex about being a woman instead of a man, but meeting the overwhelmingly talented Chris helped her broaden her perspective and appreciate the small things in life. Despite being talented, hardworking, and outstanding, she tends to underestimate herself due to growing up surrounded by gifted people. She has a serious and overly responsible personality, often imposing unreasonable expectations on herself. With a workaholic constitution, she dedicates herself to her studies and works whenever she has free time. She loves Chris as a younger sister but is also very concerned about her abnormality. Armor, plate mail with silver wind and silver wings. Chrissy, stupid and clumsy child. Adorable. I want to let her live like a normal child. Strong points: horseback riding. Command, army. Likes: swordsmanship. Reading. Spoiling Chris. Dislikes: war. Her powerlessness. Worries: the relationship between the servant and her sister is very immoral. She herself is suspicious too. Berry Lipasagan, neutral good. A slightly sickly motherly woman. A servant of the Christand house. She is the daughter of the Argan house, which fell into ruin due to a business failure. She is Celine's aunt. She is originally sickly and weak, and because of this, she has extremely low self-esteem and an introverted temperament. She is worried about the trouble she causes others with her body, and when she was a child, she intentionally adopted an indifferent attitude so that others would not have to worry about her. However, the more the servants hated her, the more she agonized, and she began to live wishing for her own death. Her house is ruined, she comes to Christ and her body problems are resolved, but her self-loathing only grows when her older sister, whom she adores, entrusted her to take care of Celine, who is too serious. She tries to act cheerful to take her sister's place, but that doesn't work either, and she curses herself for not being able to do anything right. She was one of the people who were saved when she met Chris by her pure affection and her goodwill. Although outwardly gentle and good-natured, she suffered from a slight distrust of men after the fall of the Argon house, and her introverted temperament has also led her to draw a line when it comes to human relationships. She is a genius and has a talent that is too good to be left just as a servant, but due to her temperament, she is content with her position as a servant and does not want to be in the public eye. She is currently devoting most of her talent and passion to cooking. Bogan, Celine, and others have always felt that her talents are wasted. Despite her looks, she is stubborn, and although she looked like a logical person, she is on intuition, feeling faction. When it comes to what she feels is good, she puts feelings before reason. She has a strong affection for Chris and puts her well-being first. Appearance: red hair trimmed at her shoulders, brown eyes, small stature, large chest, sweet baby face. Armor: maid's uniform. Chris: honest and pure. Her purpose in life: I want her to be by her side all the time. Strong points: housework in general, including cooking. Etiquette: sophism, art of self-defense. Likes: housework in general, including cooking. Teaching: loving Chris. Characters close to Chris or Christ and family: Bogan Galit Vesrania Christ and, order neutral. A heroic man of high integrity and decisiveness. Celine's father: Barry's brother-in-law, deceased. The Thunderbolt: the kingdom's hero who rose from a fallen baron to a margrave in one generation, and from a captain to a general. Because of his experience, climbing up from the bottom, he knew the various problems of the army, and assigned multiple adjutant officers with excellent tactical intelligence to each corps commander to divide up the tasks, and succeeded in raising the level of their capabilities. Although he is known for his aggressive attacks, staged tactical retreats, and flamboyant tactics, he believes that the Christ's strength lies not in his on-the-spot tactics, but in his ability to process information through advanced preparation. Although he is calm now, he used to be reckless in his youth and loved to wield his sword on the front lines. With his fierce swordsmanship, he cut down countless enemies and was called Christ and the Thunder by his soldiers. A rare nobleman, who is devoted to his dead wife and has never taken a concubine. He died in single combat with Guildenstein, the royal prince. Appearance: blonde hair with a sprinkling of grey, blue eyes, large and muscular. Fearless: a masculine fierce face. Moustache. Armor: dark grey plate male. Chris: child prodigy with exceptional talent. Distorted but kind daughter. Strong points: Lorca-style swordsmanship. Organization building. Command operation. Likes: war history. Liquor. His daughter. Dislikes: politics. Extremist, radical party. Waris: there is no young man who seems to be worthy of his daughters. Barry's partner. Galen Rainier Kalka, neutral good. A simple and sincere, blunt man. Chris's adoptive grandfather. Bogan's former superior and Celine's current adjutant. He is a brilliant centurion who rose from the ranks of a single soldier who has achieved many military feats together with Bogan. Despite his lack of magical ability, he was respected by his men and had the ability to become a general in the future, but he resigned from the army because he regretted the burning of a village on his superior's order. After that, he worked as a hunter in his home village of Kalka, where he lived a peaceful life with his daughter and her husband and his adopted daughter, Chris, but he lost them in a bandit attack. And when Chris could no longer stay in the village, he left the village with her to live under Bogan and returned to the army. He is a hard worker who is more than happy that Chris has found someone who understands her and happiness in the Christ's house. Appearance: messy grey hair, dark brown eyes, muscular, brusque face. Armor: dark grey half plate. Chrissy: a little different from others, but is a good girl and kinder than anyone else. Strength points: archery, command operation, forest, adversity, never losing sight of himself, likes, drinking, hunting, tool care, dislikes, unjust, worries, being predeceased by those around him, self-control when Chris brings her marriage partner, and Guy turns, neutral good, a late-stage clumsy girl, a servant of the Crits and house. She is the daughter of a marquis. She was given various tutors and an education for gifted children, but it did not go well, and her parents, fearing for her future, sent her on an apprenticeship as a servant of the royal estate. However, she encounters Berry, a servant of the Crits and house. She adored her so much that she threw off the position of servant in the royal estate that her parents begged her to accept their daughter, and became a servant of Christ and house, albeit on the verge of being disowned. She is not stupid or lacks the ability, but her stage fright, delusions, imagination, and optimistic thinking tend to cause her to make mistakes at important moments, which often irritates those around her. She is serious and good-natured, of good family background and good looks, and would be a favorite if she could just sit quietly, but she has a temperament that prevents her from sitting quietly. Recently, he has witnessed the immoral reality of the Christ and house and cannot stop fantasizing about it. Appearance: black hair that hangs down her back, tied back in a bun. Dark brown eyes. Medium build. Cute. Chrissy, a sweet kiss demon. The master of a servant she respected and the center of her delusion. Strong points: decent cook, general household chores, an alright etiquette, favorable interpretation. Badness in between. Bad timing. Likes, delusions, dislikes, her own misbehavior even at the best of times. Worries: the immoral reality of the Christ and house is not only limited to the servant Berry, but also includes the general's daughter Celine and Princess Crescenta, and not only kissing, but also princess dog play and other advanced, unspeakable things happen on a daily basis. As a result, she can't sleep at night because of her fantasies. Lazura Christ and chaos good. A faithless girl with a steel mentality. She is the wife of Margrave Christ and Berry's older sister, the daughter of the Argan family, which fell due to their business failure. She is Celine's mother. She has a bright personality that is the complete opposite of Berry, and she is a strong-willed and lively woman. She is an unconventional woman who pushes forward without worrying about social rules if she feels it is right. When the Argan house fell, she gave herself up without hesitation to protect the young Berry from the malice of the merchants and nobles. She is earnest and overly kind, and she is always thinking of Berry's happiness first, even when Berry pushed her. Even after she learned that there was no future for her, she was worried that Berry would follow in her footsteps. She asked and trusted Serene not only out of concern for her child as a parent, but also to give Berry a purpose in life. Her second child was stillborn and later died of postpartum fever. Like Serene, she is clumsy and rather crude. Appearance: long red hair, brown eyes, petite, big chest, beautiful. Chrissy : Who is it? Strong points: quibbles, winning argument, breaking rules. Likes: words such as love and belief, destiny, siblings. Dislikes: rich people. Worries: not being able to give Celine a sister or brother. Leaving Berry behind. Black Century: Mia, neutral. Although she is excellent, she is treated as a pitiful girl. The Black Century Adjutant. First Squad Leader. She is from Kilnang village in the northern part of the kingdom. Although far from the village, it is a neighboring village of Korka, where Chris was picked up. At first, she joined the Christand army as a migrant worker, thinking that she could make use of her stamina and physical strength to help carry luggage for the army, but she was recruited by Chris, who saw through her magical talent and excellence, and before she knew it, she was forced to fight on the front lines. Although she is uneducated and has only the knowledge of a country village girl, she has a good head on her shoulders and is quick on the uptake. She is a gem in every sense, having learned to build virtual muscles with magical power without learning from anyone, but perhaps due to her stubborn and somewhat slow nature. Her swordsmanship skill is faster to be counted from the bottom of the Black Century. On top of often being absent-minded at the most critical moments, she is prone to backtalking. In contrast to her quick-witted best friend Kalua, she's easy to pick on, and she's often unreasonably yelled at. Although popular in the village, she has low self-esteem and is dense, and has been confessed to by a man in the village on several occasions, but she has let all of them slip without realizing it. Appearance: shoulder-length chestnut hair, blue eyes, average height, gentle undulation, cute, Christand military, nose and null Wolferine of each. Order neutral, a dangerous fanatic guy, their former commander of Christand Army 1st Corps, current general of the Kingdom's East. He is the youngest son of a baron and has been a subordinate of the hero Bogan Christand since the very beginning. He was fascinated by the character, bravery, and intelligence of Bogan, who was born of the same baron family as his superior. He has supported the hero Christand in his long battles. Bogan felt that his talent surpassed his own, and after he became a general, he tried to persuade him to become a general whenever he had the chance, but he was concerned that the strength of the Christand army would decline, so he decided not to do so. He refused and waited for the Christand army to show up with a talent worthy of his own recognition. Celine and Chris were the talents he finally recognized, and he cursed his own fate when the tragedy in the Dragon's Maw occurred just as he was relieved to step aside. He has a similar temperament to Serene and is a serious and hard worker. He has mastered the Lorca-style swordsmanship that Bogan taught him and is unrivaled when it comes to fighting with a large shield and long sword. Appearance: reddish bronze hair brushed back, dark brown eyes, slender and tall, handsome. Armor: full plate with silver-winged visor. Chris, possessor of talent far exceeding his own. Good but twisted. Beloved daughter of his deceased lord. Strong points: Lorca-style swordsmanship. Command operation. Tactics: likes, self-discipline. Wine, dislikes, anything that mocks Bogan. Guildenstein. Worries, secretly wondering how the nickname Skeleton comes to be. Grunmeldrine Varkas. Neutral, a combat maniac who is scary when he laughs. Commander of the Vareich Army 1st Corps. Leader of the Wolf Pack. Woof woof, former bandit. Undefeated at the time, this man built a large band of thieves with just one iron club, rampaged in the Great Sea of Trees in the northeastern part of the kingdom, and as a result encountered Galen's corps, which was sent out to subdue them. In the process, he had a one-on-one fight with Nozen and was defeated, but accepted the invitation from Northern, who valued his strength. He became his subordinate. At first, he intended to escape at any opportunity, but he realized that the battlefield was where he wanted to fight, and through his military exploits, he became his confidant. The Wolf Pack has several subordinates from that time who play a central role. He has a lively and refreshing personality, but he will not allow himself to be mocked. Appearance: black hair brushed back, brown eyes, large and muscular. Fearless, masculine fierce face, a deep scar on his cheek. Armor: dark grey wolf plate male. Chrissy, a beautiful and lovely looking girl, and sometimes makes him dumbfounded. A genius with absolute combat skills. Strong points: self-styled iron club fighting technique. Fighting, killing each other. Likes: trampling, the feeling of crushing humans. Woman: dislikes, being looked down. Worries: woof woof, Sardin Rhenia Garkalon, order good. A serious, straight-laced guy. The commander of the Vareich Army 2nd Corps. A soldier who loves peace and values order. He is second only to Granmeld in the Vareich Army and is the one who tightens up, discipline, the army. He is a man who feels compelled to speak out against those who break the rules, even if they are his superiors, and his personality has delayed his advancement. But he was bought by Nozen and joined its ranks. He often acts as an admonisher of Grandmeld, who often acts arbitrarily. He looks scary and strict, but he is kind and loves children. Appearance: bald head, brown eyes, tall and slender. Muscular face, glasses. Armor: full plate of magic high visor. Chrissy possesses a demonic talent. Although she is different from other people, she is an obedient and cute girl who matches her appearance. Strong points: organizational management, control, paperwork, handling children. Likes: taking care of children in an orphanage. Home garden. Dislikes: people who selfishly disrupt discipline. Kolkis Nactra Rhenia Grand, order neutral, a watchdog-type guy with a loud voice. The commander of the Christand Army 2nd Corps. A losing battle with a massive loss. When he was trying to escape as a defeated soldier, he was picked up by Galen's Century who were planning a counterattack. Although in addition to basic tactics, he also doesn't like quirky strategies and is not good at attacking the opponent's weak point. He has demonstrated overwhelming power by standing at the forefront in commanding assaults and defenses. He is well liked because of his inherent bravery and personality, and many brave men gather around him. Because of his emphasis on military training, His army has never been defeated in a simple head-to-head confrontation. He views Nozan as a rival but has never won in maneuver practice. Appearance: short-cropped black hair, dark brown eyes, a rare large stature and muscular. Even his face is muscular. Armor: full plate of silver tiger visor. Chris: a genius. She is a taciturn but beautiful girl. Strong points: combat. Inspiring. Loud voice. Likes: simple and straightforward strategy. One-to-one combat. Warrior. Dislikes: complicated tactics. Worries: his son defected to the enemy. Terius Sazarinia Malchikos, neutral. A man with a thin presence. The commander of the Krystand Army 3rd Corps. He is a corps commander who became a subordinate to Bogan after he became a general. Since he became a corps commander at the same time as Bogan, he regarded Bogan as a one-sided rival at the time. However, Bogan rushed to the rescue of Terius' corps when it was in dire straits and was deeply grateful to him for saving it, and he later pledged his loyalty to him. He specializes in field castle construction, but even in field battles, he builds his own unique placements and coordination, and Bogan's highly regarded his defensive abilities. His hobby is building shelves. Appearance: short-cropped dark brown hair, blue eyes, muscular, eagle nose, somewhat resembles Dagra. Armor: silver castle carved plate. Male. Chrissy: a girl of marvelous talent, but dangerous. Strong points: fieldwork, defensive command. Weekend carpentry. Likes: one-sided shooting. Fort architecture. Woodworking. Dislikes: unprepared emergencies. Concern: his adjutant defected to the enemy. Eluga Giglitrinia Farin, order good. He is the guy who takes first place in the championship for the face you don't want to see when you wake up from sleep. The commander of the Krystand Army 4th Corps. Skeleton: a veteran general who possesses unparalleled ingenuity and has achieved great results in battle, but has been shunned due to his personality. Bogan was once his subordinate but also his mentor. In tactics, he possesses a brain that could be called a genius and can be said to be first class in all kinds of techniques on the battlefield. However, because of his excellence, he demands the same of others as a matter of course. Those who do not meet his standards are discarded without mercy as unnecessary on the battlefield, resulting in him losing popularity. Even those of royal blood were no exception. And because of his thoroughgoing meritocracy, the path to becoming a general was politically closed. He changed his mind after Bogan, his subordinate at the time, suggested it to him even at the risk of being punished. But there was no longer any way for him to rise in the ranks, and when Bogan became general, he offered himself to become a subordinate of his former subordinate. Despite his evil appearance, he is a man of manners and usually prefers to speak in a gentle and polite tone. He is a rare, good man who believes that his status as a noble is to support the weak people. His thorough meritocracy was not meant to be malicious, considering the role required of an army that should not be defeated, but his appearance also had a negative effect. He considers his former subordinates, the Bogans, to be his students, teachers, and comrades in arms who are all pursuing the same goal. Appearance: skinhead, dark blue eyes, very thin face with prominent bony features. Armor: dark gray half-plate,